Chapter 161, Hon-Ana. Attributes related to Yama? There was a flash of surprise in Lin's eyes. Then his mind sank, and suddenly, every corner of hell unfolded within his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes. He thought to himself, after gaining Yama's attributes, can I control the underworld? But it's limited to Japan only. And there seemed to be some minor changes, but now wasn't the time to dwell on them. Lin temporarily suppressed his curiosity and granted a new blessing to AI Inma. So there really were changes. Lin narrowed his eyes as a new skill appeared before him. Hell Manager. Manages hell-related affairs. Mastery of the hell environment, Japan only. Boosts hell-related skills. Hell Manager. Lin stroked his chin. He hadn't expected that this identity would actually turn into a skill. Then, he looked down. He noticed that the domain of Hell Wedge had expanded to a 1,000-mile radius. Other hell-related skills had also been strengthened to varying degrees. There was even an additional magician class with development abilities. And AI Inma raised her hand. I can feel a huge surge of power entering me. Hearing this, Lin looked up. On his status screen, AI's rank had risen from mid-class devil to high-class devil. A bonus from hell. Lin became thoughtful. After copying the details of the new blessing, Lin handed it to AI Inma. She just glanced at it and set it down. She honestly didn't care much about her own abilities. On the contrary, it was the ownership field that made her feel a bit strange. On the other side, Lin opened his personal dashboard to check his condition. There were no other changes, except a new entry in the power section, Yama. Lin narrowed his eyes. Power? What exactly does gaining Yama-related attributes mean? Lin tapped on it. Power. Body of Karma, AI Inma. The body transforms into hellfire, immune to all physical attacks. Does not include divine attacks of the same level or causality interference. After reading the description, Lin touched his chin, then closed his personal panel as an idea came to him. Who? In the next moment, Lin's entire arm suddenly transformed into hellfire. The sudden change startled Iwanaga Kodoko. You're on fire. It's fine. It's my ability. Lin explained, then extended his other hand. He reached out and grabbed at nothing. His hand passed straight through it. Elementalization. This familiar sight made Lin's expression turn a little strange. But it was fine. At the very least, physical attacks were now useless against him. However, there were clear disadvantages too. Putting aside divine attacks and causal interference, magic and similar attack methods could still affect his hellfire body. But Lin didn't believe Yama's power was limited to just that. Thinking further, he looked toward AI Inma. AI, from now on, hell is in your hands. Become Yama as soon as possible. Lin patted her head and encouraged her. AI Inma looked at him and gave a serious nod. I will. Lin nodded in satisfaction, then recalled her hell correspondence ability. Can your hell website be turned into a devil website? AI Inma was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Good. Lin curled his lips. Then I'll grant you authority. Change the setting from only visible to people with deep hatred to those guided by the evil peace. How about it? Can you do it? AI Inma paused in thought, then replied seriously, I'll do my best. Good, that's the spirit. Afterward, Lin discussed clan matters with her and Kikuri, giving each of them a peerage-exclusive phone. When discussing his peerage, Lin didn't avoid Iwanaga Kodoko. Of course. He didn't reveal the existence of other worlds or the blessing system. After chatting for a bit, Lin decided to take a stroll through hell. The current state of Japan's hell was difficult to describe. Aside from the souls forcibly brought in by the hell correspondence program set up by the three-eyed spider, no other souls were entering hell through natural means. And there's not a single hell staff member. Lin twitched the corner of his mouth. Seriously? How miserable. Looking at the situation, Lin sank into deep thought. Though he had only inherited the power of Yama, he wasn't required to carry out Yama's duties. But as the master of Japan's hell, he speculated that if AI Inma advanced further and truly became Yama, he would also receive feedback. So, hell's development was necessary. Lin fell silent, then suddenly patted Inyakamai's dog head and said, Your Western Dog Demon Clan. Have you ever considered developing in another place? Inyakamai, resting in Lin's arms, blinked. What do you mean, Lord Lin? Hell. That's right. Lin smiled. What do you think? What do I think? Inyakamai looked at Lin's smile and thought it was more like a declaration than a question. She decisively nodded. I think it's great. Yes, very sensible. Lin nodded in approval and patted her again. Then said, after we leave hell, head to the warring states and bring a group to settle here first. Though hell was currently in ruins, Once development started, the Dog Demon clan would become one of the veterans and surely receive proper status. Being part of the system was better than wandering aimlessly. Inuyukamai didn't object. She understood that Lin was destined to walk an endless path. As for the Dog Demon clan, they just needed to follow closely behind. But she suddenly thought of something and softly muttered, could it be? Is that why our Dog Demon clan has no presence in modern society? Lin paused, looked up at the sky, and replied, let's just say, yeah. If the Dog Demon clan moved to modern hell, then it'd be natural for them to disappear for 500 years. So, they were absent from modern society. So it was his doing? While man and dog chatted, they arrived at the border of hell. Looking at the barrier before him, Lin narrowed his eyes. After gaining Yama's power, he realized that crossing this membrane would lead him to the hells of other mythological systems. He gave it a poke and found the membrane quite elastic. He rubbed his chin and decided to postpone contact with other gods. Right now, it wasn't the right time. After finishing his tour, Lin returned to the thatched hut to discuss Hell's business with AI Inma. Currently, Hell lacked manpower. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Innate abilities. White skeleton. Summons countless bone spikes from the ground to pierce enemies. Spikes inflict frost damage and slow movement. Enemy blade possession. Upon killing enemies, transforms their bones into temporary weapons, blades, bows. Weapon strength scales with the enemy's level. Skeleton Devil. 100 bone armor, disassembles bones into weapons, blades, spears, shields. Bone coral grows on wounds, gradually petrifying flesh. Death Makeup Red, burns own bones, greatly increasing attack speed and crit rate for a short period. Requires significant mental energy to recover afterward. Devil Transformation, Infernal Form. Skeleton Devil. So, another unique devil. Lin recorded her blessings and explained them to her, making Honana grin. Lin took the chance to learn about her past too. I see. Before being forced into becoming a geisha, she chose to die by jumping into a river, unwilling to surrender. That resentment birthed the legend of the Honana. After a brief conversation and explaining peerage matters, Lin left her a phone and departed. Honana stared at the space where Lin vanished, eyes flickering. This time, I've really pledged myself to an extraordinary master. After leaving hell, Iwanaga Kodoko trailed behind Lin, still dazed. I actually came back from hell alive. She had been nervous when entering hell. Especially with Kikuri's creepy expression. But she came out unharmed. Kodoko glanced at Lin and muttered, as expected of a Mu. After entering hell, Lin had solved everything with overwhelming power. He even became the master of hell. Today's events were more thrilling than any she'd experienced before. Even more so than when she became the goddess of wisdom. Suddenly, Lin stopped. Still lost in thought, Kodoko didn't react in time and bumped into his back. Ouch! She squatted down, holding her forehead. Ow, ow, ow. It was like hitting a steel wall. Lin turned to look at her, smiling. Miss Goddess of Wisdom, it's time we discussed your commission reward. Yet. After Lin's reminder, Kodoko remembered that setting. Her face suddenly stiffened, and even the pain in her forehead was temporarily forgotten. She had accepted a commission, obtained a portion of hell, and even gained a few capable and adorable subordinates, yet she still had to pay a reward? She was the one who had paid, so why did Lin end up with all the benefits? She pulled herself together, then asked calmly, so, what does Master Lin want? She hadn't forgotten the price list of the Supernatural Investigation Club. Mu-class commissions were evaluated on a case-by-case basis. She could only hope that what Lin had said earlier still applied. Lin stroked his chin, eyes fixed on the glowing evil piece, and said, naturally, I want you to become one of my followers. Knew it. A gloomy feeling rose in Kodoko's chest. Yes, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be pulling this piece out. Lin continued, you've seen how things are in hell. That three-eyed spider might not be that powerful, but with the environment of hell behind it, it's a bit troublesome. Kodoko pursed her lips. What Lin said was accurate. And the hell correspondence system had been built by that spider. Solving the issues with the hell website meant dealing with that thing sooner or later. It would be impossible to accomplish the task with only her negotiation skills. Well. She sighed in her heart, falling into silence and confusion. Of course. Lin suddenly changed the subject and smiled. Even if I'm a devil, devils nowadays are surprisingly trustworthy. Let's forget it this time. Next time. A magic circle rose beneath Lin's feet, and his final words echoed in Kodoko's ears. Please don't send me another commission. As soon as those words fell, Lin's figure vanished. Kodoko stared at the spot he had disappeared from in a daze before murmuring, he, just left. She had thought she might lose her virginity tonight. But Lin's sudden departure gave her a sense of relief. Yet his decisiveness also made her feel a bit empty. No, no, no. Kodoko shook her head, then laughed at herself. Do I really want to be someone's harem member? The Supernatural Investigation Club was pretty famous at Shuchen. But for devils, having a harem seemed completely normal. Well, I'll worry about that later. Kodoko quickly accepted it. If she was destined to become Lin's harem member, then it was bound to happen eventually. Let the future unfold on its own. But Kodoko looked at the pitch-black street, her eyelid twitching. He just abandoned a defenseless girl like me out here. She was still scared of walking alone at night. Princess! Princess! Suddenly, a duck-like voice called out. Hearing the familiar sound, Kodoko finally exhaled in relief, but then glared at the little monsters that floated over with a disgruntled look. You only came out after the devil left. She looked at the cowardly monsters with disappointment in her eyes. My lady princess. The little red-skinned monster trembled. That devil was terrifying. The others nodded frantically, still shaken. He's way too scary. We don't want to end up as devil food. Ghostly wails echoed along the dark street. All right, all right. Kodoko waved her hand dismissively. Let's head back to the base camp. She took the lead, leaning on her cane. Even if Lin didn't make her sell herself, she still needed to compensate him somehow. Kodoko understood that well. Just because someone didn't demand compensation didn't mean she didn't have to offer it. Besides, she was dealing with a Mu. She had to tread carefully. Especially after the trip to Hell, her understanding of Lin's power made her all the more cautious. She'd need to go home and check if any of the old geezers had stashed away some valuable treasures. Kodoko stroked her chin, thinking about who she could squeeze something from. Suddenly, she said, what if I just became a devil? The surrounding monsters were horrified. Princess, are you going to abandon us? They all burst into exaggerated wails. Kodoko was nearly overwhelmed by the noise. But after that sudden thought, Kodoko finally realized what kind of commission she should give Lin. Since he wanted followers so badly, why not just give him one? Yes. That's settled. Now that she thought about it. What exactly were those blessings? Kodoko was genuinely curious. But Lin had only said it was a power gained after being reincarnated into his peerage. He hadn't explained the details. She couldn't understand the strange writing etched onto Kikuri and the others' bodies either. Even if Lin had copied it for her, Kodoko wouldn't dare investigate it. She just had a feeling. If she probed too deeply, something bad would happen. That must be one of Lin's secrets. And maybe, if she really did explore those secrets, Lin might not let her off so easily. Kodoko fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, seeing Kodoko's hesitation, Lin wasn't in a rush to force her into submission. Sooner or later, she'd fall into his hands anyway. The next day, Inuyukamai finally moved out of her den and returned to the Warring States period she was originally loyal to. This time, she would bring a group of dog demons back to Hell. Eventually, the entire dog demon clan would follow. Though doing so might erase their presence from the world for 500 years. By entering Hell, they'd secure official status within the system. How many yokai could even dream of that? Even if Lord Lin's Hell was still in its infancy, Inuyukamai had absolute faith in his power. The Western dog demons would rise from Hell. At the same time, Muroto Sumair also sent a message to Lin. Master Lin, we discovered something new after studying monsters. Oh! Lin's interest was piqued. Muroto continued. We've found that when processed monster blood is used to infect animals, the resulting meat becomes very delicious and boosts the stats of peerage members. We call it monster meat. Lin stroked his chin. So you actually developed something useful. Monster meat. A rare ingredient. Normally, due to the monster's tainted blood, their flesh couldn't be used as food. Even animals contaminated by it would die from miasma. And yet, Sumair and the others had managed to neutralize it and make it edible. Very nice. This was a huge breakthrough for the peerage. That said, Lin also noticed that his peerage didn't rely solely on killing monsters to level up. They could also gain experience through other means. Not to mention conquering other worlds. Yesterday's example with Ayinma said it all. Just by becoming the manager of Hell and receiving Hell's blessing, she was instantly promoted to a higher rank. Now, even eating ingredients with extraordinary properties could increase stats. However, Sumair's next message revealed another detail. So far, the monster meat cultivated by our peerage can only improve the stats of lower-ranked devils. It seems to be linked to the quality of the meat. Lin understood. It was just a mutated animal affected by demonic blood. The fact that it worked even on lower-level devils was impressive. After reading the rest of their findings, Lin's eyes lit up. In the future, maybe we can invade worlds known for gourmet cuisine. If monster meat could boost stats for weaker devils, then acquiring high-grade food from other worlds might work on higher-tier devils. Lin fell into deep thought. At that moment, in the group chat, Hell Girl, Lord Lin, Devil Correspondence is now officially online. Oh! Lin snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing the message, surprise flashed in his eyes. That was fast. Clicking the link Yama had sent, a website resembling Hell Correspondence appeared. She had already set Lin as the highest level administrator. As Lin had requested, the site would automatically seek out those guided by evil pieces. There was no longer a restriction for it to appear only at midnight. However, whether people who entered Devil Correspondence would actually request assistance from devils remained to be seen. Only by making deals could Lin eventually bring them into his peerage. Still, there was time. Lin stroked his chin as he looked at the website's slogan. Do you need the devil's help? The devil's help? At Shuchen, in the Totsuki Culinary Club's private activity room. Erina Nakiri looked at the sudden pop-up on her phone and curled her lip. What kind of prank is this? She put her phone down and tried the food that had just been delivered. She lifted the spoon, took a sip of soup and immediately spat it out, face turning sour. But she knew it wasn't the food. The curse of the god tongue. Erina's tone turned melancholy. Lately, it had become harder and harder to find food that satisfied her tongue. If this continued, she didn't know what would happen. Resting her chin in her hand, Erina sighed. Her eyes fell back onto the website on her phone. The devil's help? Erina suddenly became interested. She picked up the phone and began to type. Can you make food that satisfies me? Send. A flicker of anticipation rose in her chest, and then she shook her head, laughing at her own childishness. I must be losing it to actually believe in devils. But the next second, a reply from Devil Correspondence popped up. Food. I'm not very good at it. Erina was stunned. Curling her lip, she said, definitely a prank. Then another message appeared. But, maybe you'll find this interesting. Erina. What? Just as she was about to question it, a black magic circle formed on her phone screen. Click. A slab of meat fell onto the table. AHH. Startled, Erina threw her phone. Paranormal event. She jumped away from the table and crouched in a corner, hugging her head and trembling. Lord Devil, I thought it was a joke. I didn't mean to offend you. Her voice was tearful, nearly breaking into sobs. Then, click. The door opened. Hi. Erina yelped and curled into herself in fear. The devil's really here. But Hisako Arato stood at the entrance, silent for a moment before asking, Miss, are you filming some kind of prank show? Erina. Recognizing the voice, she cautiously looked up and saw the empty room. She breathed a deep sigh of relief, stood up, and patted her chest. What the? I thought the devil had come. She mumbled, but Hisako heard it loud and clear. Hisako offered a polite, awkward smile and pretended she hadn't heard anything. So this was a Chuyunibyo phase. Erina, finally calm, noticed Hisako and instantly stiffened. It's over. Hisako saw the entire embarrassing display. This is the end. Her toes curled in shame. Seeing this, Hisako calmly said, Aju, I didn't see anything just now. Erina shot her a look of betrayal. Does she think I'm a child? Like she would believe that. But it's just Hisako, so it's fine. Erina reassured herself, then turned her gaze back to the slab of meat on the table. Her heart turned cold. There was no doubt now what just happened had been real. A devil. That word echoed in her mind, and her body began to tremble again. She was being targeted, wasn't she? Just as panic set in, her phone buzzed again. Another message. Erina froze. Seeing her freeze, Hisako tilted her head. Wasn't that her phone? Since Erina wasn't moving, Hisako picked it up. Her eyes swept across the message. Devil Correspondence. You must pay a price to make a deal with a devil. A devil? So this was why Erina had reacted that way? Confused but not taking it too seriously, Hisako handed her the phone. Aju, your phone. Erina. Thanks, Hisako. She took the phone stiffly and stared at the message. Payment? She panicked, quickly trying to think of something to offer. Then she looked up. Hisako. I need to cook. Meanwhile. Supernatural Investigation Club. Client information popped up on Lin's phone. Erina Nakiri. A faint smile appeared in Lin's eyes. Seeing her request, he immediately thought of her problem with the god tongue. Now, the newly developed monster meat would come in handy. Compared to regular ingredients, monster meat had far higher quality. Not to mention it was an extraordinary ingredient. Lin had his peerage send a sample over. He was curious. After tasting food with extraordinary properties, would the god tongue still turn its nose up at ordinary dishes? Or rather, After tasting monster meat, could Erina ever leave? Devil correspondence? After a while. Shuchen, Totsuki Department. Erina looked at the completed dish and finally let out a sigh of relief. Due to the limited time and lack of proper ingredients and equipment in the activity room, she had only managed to make a simple pan-fried piece of meat. But, even so, the scent alone had made her swallow her saliva multiple times. Erina was stunned. The god tongue is actually craving it. Her voice trembled slightly. This was the first time she had experienced something like this since awakening the god tongue. Could it be that piece of meat? She gulped, eyes fixated on the meat on the plate. Her desire triggered by the god tongue only grew stronger. I want it. I want it so badly. She shook her head violently and recalled the message she'd sent through devil communication. The food that could satisfy her? So, the devil just sent her a piece of incredibly high-quality meat? Could it be devil food? Her mouth watered uncontrollably. Her gaze locked onto the meat that seemed to be glowing slightly red. Her breathing grew rapid. The aroma overwhelmed her senses, making her body tremble and even spasm slightly. But, she still had some rationality left. She pulled out her phone and asked. Master Devil, how should I offer my payment? Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Just place the payment near your phone. Erina pressed her lips together, then did as instructed. She placed the portioned pan-fried meat near the phone. Buzz. A black magic circle suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The supernatural sight made Erina jolt again in fright. The next second, the fried meat near the phone vanished. A new message popped up on Devil Correspondence. This commission is complete. Looking forward to your next request. Seeing this, Erina let out a breath of relief, then pouted. Next time? Absolutely not. She didn't want to deal with devils again. But, do supernatural beings like this really exist in this world? Erina had always believed such things were confined to manga and novels. But what happened today completely shattered that belief. This world is not simple. A sense of unease settled in her chest. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had been marked by a devil. An ominous premonition crept in, making her restless. But, well, since it's already here, I may as well eat. Gulp. She stared at the remaining fried meat. Without hesitation, she picked up her fork and began devouring it like a starved tiger. The moment it entered her mouth, Erina's eyes flew open. HMMN. She gasped sharply, letting out a moan as her body twisted slightly. A deep flush colored her cheeks. Her eyes glazed over, as if she were being transported somewhere else. A strange world unfolded before her. It had an ancient atmosphere, filled with quaint architecture. People worked diligently, but what shocked her more? Yokai. Monsters. All sorts of yokai stood or floated about, chatting and laughing, enjoying the bustling streets. It was like a scene straight out of a ukiyo-e painting, evoking a sense of serenity and joy. Erina was completely immersed in it. She didn't know how long it lasted before she snapped out of it. By then, the rest of the fried meat was already gone without her realizing it. Gulp. She swallowed again. As expected. It's unbelievably delicious. Erina's face was flushed, her expression ecstatic. This was the best food she had ever eaten in her life. And the craziest part? She hadn't even prepared it in any complicated way. No. Any kind of processing would only insult this ingredient. Huff huff. Her nostrils flared. Her breathing was heavy. The god tongue is completely satisfied. After a while, she slowly calmed down. She clutched her phone tightly, eyes fixed on Devil Correspondence, biting her lip. Now that she had tasted such divine food, how could she ever go back to ordinary ingredients? Damn it! Now she was going to be forced into another deal with the devil. But, luckily, she was in sage mode now. Woo! Erina exhaled, then, after hesitating, bookmarked the Devil Correspondence website. Just, in case. Just once. Shuchen, Supernatural Investigation Club. After tasting the pan-fried meat made by Erina, Lynn stroked his chin and commented. Even though it's just simple pan-fried meat, it's way better than Mahiru's cooking. Of course. Mahiru's cooking was already quite good. But compared to a professional? Still a bit lacking. Not to mention, there was also the added bonus of the monster meat. Looks like the peerage finally has a proper chef now, doesn't it? Buzz. Suddenly, Lynn's phone vibrated. Rias. Lynn glanced at the sender, surprise flashing in his eyes. Rias, Lynn, after what happened last time, my brother has decided to grant you the title of Superclass Devil and assign the Valifor territory to your name. Rias, but, my brother isn't sure what your intentions are. He's worried someone might try to stir up trouble for you, so I'm reaching out first. Superclass. Lynn shook his head. Lynn, I have no interest in the title of Superclass Devil. Academy. Occult Research Club. Rias stared at the message in shock. He turned it down? Super-class devils were the highest-ranking devils under the Mu. It was a supreme honor. And Lin wasn't even interested? But that's fine too. Rias sighed in relief. If Lin attracted too much attention, the old Mufaction might retaliate. Buzz. Lin sent another message. Rias quickly checked it. Lin, I don't need the rank, but I do want the Valifor territory. Rias, understood. Rias, but inheriting that territory could cause unnecessary trouble. Should I have my brother support you publicly? Lin, no need. Rias, but... She was clearly still concerned. Back at the Supernatural Investigation Club. Lin smirked. Lin, worried about the old devils, right? Lin, let them come if they dare. Lin, tell Surtsk to make it as flashy as possible. Rias was momentarily stunned when she saw Lin's reply. Then she let out a helpless smile. As expected of Lin. Not only was he unafraid of the old Mufaction, he was practically begging them to come challenge him just so the showdown would be even bigger. But it was exactly this kind of Lin that made her heart race. She indulged in the thought for a moment, blushing, before remembering her task. She immediately used magic to relay Lin's response to Surtsk's. After finishing, Rias looked over at Konako, who was quietly munching on a snack. Just like Lin had said, Konako was still attending Academy and hadn't left the Occult Research Club. But she had been showing up far less frequently lately. Rias muttered, then asked, Konako, have you gotten stronger recently? Hearing that, Akeno also looked over. She had sensed it too. Konako felt a little different. Konako kept eating calmly. Maybe it's because I've mastered demonic power and senjutsu. Rias was stunned. You learned that already? Konako nodded. But Rias looked worried. Using demonic power or senjutsu can be unstable, right? Konako shook her head. It's fine. Lin-senpai helped me with that. The Nikomata resonance skill had resolved her internal energy issues perfectly. That's good. Rias let out a breath of relief. Still, she felt a bit conflicted. She'd always known Konako had potential. But when she was under Rias's guidance, that potential never developed. Really? Handing her over to Lin had been the right decision. Later. In the underworld, capital city Lilith. After hearing the news, Surtsk sighed. Did he really say that? Rias's projection nodded. He did. Surtsk went silent for a moment, then said, all right, let's do as he wishes. With her task complete, Rias's projection vanished. Sirafal leaned on her elbow. He's really going to go after the old Mufaction, huh? Surtsk nodded. It's obvious. Otherwise, why would he make such a bold move? He's brave. Using himself as bait. Sirafal clicked her tongue, growing more certain of her suspicion. That confidence. It was exactly what she expected. Makes sense. Surtsk added, instead of being stalked by a snake in the dark, better to draw it out into the open. The old Mufaction's movements were difficult to track. Hunting them down would be a waste of time. But Lin's method? Direct and efficient. After all, the name Valifor carried an immense hatred value among the old Mufaction. Still, you needed strength to pull something like this off. Even though Lin had reached Mu level and possessed holy light that countered devils, Surtsk couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. Sirafal waved it off. He'll be fine. I hope so. Surtsk mulled it over, then said, just in case, if the old Mufaction makes a move, head to the human world and assist Lin. Sirafal. Her expression froze. She suddenly felt a tingle on her backside. At the same time, deep in a forested mountain, Kodoko was petting a white cat lounging on a branch, her expression awkward. The cat glared at her, clearly annoyed. Princess, are you selling me off to a devil? How could you say that? Kodoko replied with a serious face. I found you a master. Himari, didn't you say you wanted one? She used her best coaxing tone to manipulate the conversation. The cat flicked her tail in irritation. But I'm not the only yukai out there. Kodoko. Well, you're cute, and you're a good girl. What's the worst that could happen? Himari Noihara. Should good yukai be picked up by devils like stray cats? A few days later. The underworld, capital city Lilith. Surtsk officially announced the new ownership of the sealed Valifor territory. A name that immediately caught everyone off guard. Lin Valifor. Fallen Angel Headquarters. Azazel leaned back in his chair, murmuring, Valifor. TCH. When Vala had mentioned a devil who could wield holy light, he had his suspicions. Now the truth was clear. Hadn't the Valifor clan been wiped out? How was there still surviving bloodline? Elsewhere. The old Mufaction flew into a rage the moment they heard the news. Many among them wanted to immediately strike and erase the last remnant of Valifor blood from this world. That was how deep their hatred for the clan ran. Shulba Beelzebub's eyes gleamed coldly. No need to panic. He won't live much longer. Then he ordered sharply, get in contact with that group. I want the location of this Valifor. Lin Valifor's name was now stirring chaos across the factions. But at the center of it all, Lin continued to live his usual, easygoing student life. Shuchin Academy. Yumiko Miura approached Yui with a conflicted expression. She leaned in close and whispered, Yui, don't tell me you've actually joined that guy's harem. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. After observing over the past few days, there was no doubt. The Supernatural Investigation Club was the harem club. All beautiful girls. And the only guy was their president, Lin. If this wasn't a harem, who'd believe it? What bothered Yumiko the most was, she saw Yui going in and out of the club room. Even that Yuki Nashida. TCH. So it wasn't a joke that day? Ah ha ha ha. Yui scratched her cheek awkwardly and muttered, well, it's not really, a harem not yet. Even though she was technically in the club. She wasn't in the harem. Sigh. At least she had Yukino with her. Not yet. Yumiko raised her voice a little too loud, drawing a few curious stares. But she didn't care. What do you mean not yet? And why do you sound disappointed? No way. This Shuchin harem group must be punished. At the same time, a similar situation was playing out in another part of the school. Miss, I've gathered everything. A trendy blonde girl reported to a cool, icy-looking girl. What took you so long, Hayasaka? Kaguya Shinomiya's tone was frosty, her crimson eyes narrowed on Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka didn't flinch. She replied calmly, sorry. The situation was more complicated than I expected. Oh. Kaguya looked intrigued. Tell me about that man. Hayasaka paused briefly, choosing her words carefully, then described everything about the Supernatural Investigation Club in detail. The more Kaguya listened, the more her expression twisted. Her usual cold demeanor began to crack. Her lips parted slightly in disbelief. After a long silence, Kaguya finally managed to speak. Harem. Hayasaka nodded. From what I saw, every member has a close personal relationship with him. Kaguya stared ahead blankly for a moment, then frowned. And brother wants me to approach someone like that. Hayasaka remained silent. Kaguya's chest heaved in frustration. After a long exhale, her voice turned icy. I won't allow that kind of person or that club to remain at Shuchin. She resolved to report it to the student council president immediately. Hayasaka just kept her mouth shut, lips pursed. That afternoon, after school, a stylish blonde girl appeared in Natsuki Minamiya's office. Sensei, I'd like to file a complaint. Yumiko stood righteously, eyes blazing with justice. Natsuki Minamiya. Supernatural Investigation Club. Lin suddenly received a message. Natsuki Minamiya, your situation's been exposed. Lin? A few moments later, Lin's expression turned strange after hearing the full story from Natsuki. He casually sent a message to Yukino and Yui to handle it. Service Club. Both girls stared blankly at the message. Yui slapped her forehead and slumped over her desk. Yumiko. Yukino sighed and stood up. Let's go. We'll explain the truth to her. She emphasized the word truth with particular force. Yui stared at her in shock. Yukinon, you've changed. With Yumiko now handed over to Yukino and Yui, Lin was free again. Right on cue, a new request arrived via devil correspondence. Of course. It was still Erina Nikiri. After much inner struggle and continued torment from the divine tongue, she gave in once more. She begged the devil to send more high-quality ingredients. In exchange, she'd provide another reward. Only. Why are the payment requests getting weirder? Erina stared at the reward prompt on devil correspondence, her face burning red. Seriously? Were the devils using this system really this perverted? He actually asked for an AJO photo. How could she possibly make such a face? Pervert. Degenerate. Lust devil. Absolutely the work of a depraved devil. Hisako, just hold it steady. Erina blushed furiously, glaring at the camera Hisako was holding. This is the last time. Hisako Arado. Did Miss join a cult? She was having complicated feelings. A short while later, Lin received the new photo from Erina. Tisk tisk. He admired it briefly, then saved it away. Feels like she won't last much longer. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the clubroom door. Come in. Click. The door opened. A familiar figure walked in. My lord devil, I've returned. Kodoko Iwanaga still wore the Shuchin uniform, with a beret on her head and cane in hand. Only this time, she had a white cat in her arms. Lin gave her a half smile. What? You planning to sell yourself to me now? Kodoko froze. Ah ha ha ha. She laughed awkwardly. To be precise. I'm selling her to you. She raised the white cat with both hands. It gave her a look full of resentment. Kodoko acted like she didn't see it and plopped the cat onto Lin's desk. Her name is Himari. A very clean, well-raised female cat. That's right. After relentless persuasion, Himari had finally caved. Himari. Lin raised an eyebrow. Cat Yukai? Without hesitation, he reached out and began petting her. As Lin's hand touched her head, Himari's body trembled slightly. She didn't speak, but her tail twitched nervously. What kind of master did Kodoko-sama find for me? Kodoko sat nearby with a bright smile. She's my top girl, Lord Lin. Please take good care of her. What are you, her madam? Lin was speechless, then said, don't worry. As long as someone becomes my peerage, I treat them fairly. That puts me at ease. Kodoko let out a relieved sigh. Honestly, she felt a bit bad handing Himari over to a devil. But better Himari than herself. If she didn't offer Himari, she would have had to sacrifice herself. So. Sorry, Himari. Your noble lady Kodoko will burn incense for you daily in the next life. MRRR. Under Lin's expert touch, Himari's earlier tension completely vanished. Her eyes squinted in pleasure as she rubbed against his hand instinctively. Kodoko. Wait. Didn't you hate this? Why are you acting like this now? Kodoko's expression turned complicated. She had never gotten this kind of affection from Himari. So unfair. Is the great goddess of wisdom just not good enough? She forced a smile. Lord Lin's technique is quite experienced. Well, I've raised a few cats myself. They chatted for a bit. Then Kodoko sensibly excused herself and left. Afterward, Lin turned to Himari and explained the peerage structure and his devil system. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. Different worlds. Blessings. Hell management. Wow. Kodoko-sama, what kind of monster did you toss me to? Still, Himari gulped. As the saying goes. A smart bird chooses a good tree. And a wise cat picks the right master. Alright, go ahead and take human form. Lin tapped her head. In a flash of light, the cat turned into a young woman with loose black hair, wearing a purple kimono. She had a refined figure and now sat obediently on Lin's desk. Master. Himari blinked as she addressed him. Lin stroked his chin and observed her closely. Not quite as voluptuous as Kurika, but the difference wasn't huge. He raised his hand, preparing to summon an evil piece. But before he could, Himari leaned in and rubbed her cheek against his hand. Lin paused, then naturally continued to pet her. You've adjusted fast. Himari opened her eyes and said seriously, as a member of the Cat Yukai clan, once we accept a master, we give them our body and soul. Even if master wants to have children. Suddenly, her voice faltered, face flushing bright red. I wouldn't refuse. Lin's eyes sparkled. Cat Yukai are amazing. He loved them. He immediately sent a message to Inyakamai. Lin, does the panther tribe still exist? I suddenly want a cat. Inyakamai. Why are you asking a dog about getting a cat? Supernatural Investigation Club. Lin locked the door with magic, then gently patted Himari's head and said, take it off. At those words, a blush instantly rose up Himari's neck, and her feline ears popped out uncontrollably. Why yes, master. Himari's voice trembled slightly. She hadn't expected something this exciting so soon after swearing loyalty to her new master. However, Lin had already explained. The reincarnation ceremony required the engraving of a blessing. She took a few deep breaths, then turned around and slipped off the upper part of her kimono, exposing her smooth back. Anyway, she'd eventually belong to him either way. Himari flushed as she tried to comfort herself mentally. Then she stammered, Master, please engrave your mark on me. The moment the words left her lips, she felt a cool sensation press against her back. Something warm followed immediately after, as if slowly seeping into her skin. Naya. Himari raised her chin slightly, her eyes fluttering closed as a soft moan escaped her lips. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, peerage member Himari acquired. Ding. Peerage member Himari has reincarnated as a special type devil. As the prompt echoed, a soft glow radiated from Himari's back. Her blessing information appeared in Lin's view. Dash. Himari. Rank, mid-class devil. Race, Cat Yukai. Owner, Lin Valifor. Stats. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Innate skills. Gaze of the demon cat. Shrinks pupils vertically to lock onto the enemy's weak point. The next attack will be a guaranteed critical hit. Demonic power resonance. absorbs ley line energy to passively heal minor injuries. During the process, temporarily transforms into beast form. Guardian Devil. Cat Swarm, summons 3 spirit cats to orbit a designated ally. Each cat can block 1 attack. Upon being destroyed, they explode and stun nearby enemies for 1 second. Lifeline Usurpation, when an ally is dying, consume one of him or his own lifelines to redirect the fatal damage to the nearest enemy, restoring 40% of the ally's health. Devil Transformation, 9 lives. Dash. After reading through her blessing, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a guardian-type cat girl. Himari. She blinked in confusion. Lynn copied her blessing data and handed it to her. After reading through her Guardian Devil skill, Himari finally understood what he meant. Guardian Devil. Himari repeated the term softly, then broke into a smile. I really like this ability. She looked up at Lynn with shining eyes. I'll definitely protect Master and everyone in the peerage. Lynn rested his chin on his hand and smiled. I can feel your resolve. So. Put your clothes back on first. Naya. Himari yelped, face flushed deep red. In the next moment, she reverted to her white-haired feline form and curled up on the desk, softly whimpering in embarrassment. Seeing that, Lynn chuckled. A moment later. Dash. Ding. Guardian Cat Girl Himari has joined the group chat. Inyakamai. In the Warring States period, Inyakamai stared blankly at the notification. She was away on business for just a short while and her house got robbed again? Even worse. Another damn cat. A surge of alarm rose in Inyakamai's heart. No. I can't let cats dominate Master's peerage. This means war. Her eyes turned serious. She needed reinforcements. Where were the dog girls? The group chat continued to buzz. Kashumajayaka Yuta, congrats on acquiring another pet, Master. Midori Fuse, welcome. Yatsuya Maiko, another fine warrior joins the cult of cats. Welcome. Dash. Tokyo. A cafe. Yuta put down her phone. After finishing things in the Demon Slayer world, she had taken a short vacation. She was currently having coffee with Machida Sanako. Illustrator. Yuta casually waved a hand. Just grab someone random. Money didn't interest her anymore. Since Harano took over peerage finances, everyone got a steady monthly allowance. Her novel royalties were nothing in comparison. She still wrote, but it was purely for fun. That said, an idea came to her. How's Shiana Mashiro doing lately? Yuta asked. Machida Sanako flinched. Yuta, we're just a light novel publisher. We can't afford a world-famous artist. Yuta smirked. We're from the same peerage. What's impossible? But she kept that thought to herself. Machida Sanako patted her chest confidently. Don't worry. I already arranged someone you'll definitely like. Fine. Yuta stirred her coffee lazily. A few moments later. A girl with twin blonde pigtails came running in, panting. Sorry. The traffic was awful so I'm a bit late. Yuta raised an eyebrow. First year, Sawamura-san. Hi. Eriri blinked in surprise, then looked up. Seeing Yuta, her eyes widened. Second year. Kazumajayaka-senpai. Yuta's lips curled slightly. The evil piece within her, tied to Lin's authority, pulsed. It was indicating something. This girl Sawamura Eriri had potential as one of Lin's future harem members. While Eriri and Machida chatted, Yuta posted in the group chat. Dash. Kazumajayaka Yuta, I accidentally discovered another future harem candidate for master. Inyakamai? Yatsuya Maiko. The group went silent. Dash. Shuchin, student council room. A refined girl with chestnut brown hair sat in the seat of authority. Across from her, Kaguya Shinomiya held her teacup with a frigid expression. Sitting nearby, a large pink-haired girl took a sip of tea, then suddenly yelped, sticking out her tongue. Hot. Yuaki Asuna chuckled at her antics. Bang. Kaguya suddenly slammed her cup down on the table. Asuna, what do you think about the Supernatural Investigation Club? Her voice was icy, chilling the entire room. Yuaki Asuna blinked, a little taken aback. The Supernatural Investigation Club? She had heard of it. It was hard not to, considering how all its members were gorgeous girls, and it had a very infamous nickname. The Harem Club. Her expression turned odd. Why had Kaguya brought it up all of a sudden? After thinking for a bit, Asuna smiled gently. I've heard of it. But I don't know the details. Her voice was as warm as sunlight, melting the tension in the room. Fujiwara Chika, caught between the icy chill and gentle warmth, suddenly had a genius idea. In summer, stay near Kaguya. In winter, cling to the president. Cool in summer. Warm in winter. Perfect. She beamed. Meanwhile, Kaguya's expression didn't thaw in the slightest. She said coldly, you've heard the rumors about the harem, haven't you? Asuna rested her chin in her hand and nodded. That's no rumor, Kaguya declared sternly. There are eyewitnesses. The club's improper relationships with their male minister are real. Such a club is a disgrace to Shuchin's reputation. Her passionate rant left both Asuna and Chika stunned. But, having known Kaguya for a while, they couldn't help but feel something was off. Maybe someone in the Supernatural Investigation Club offended her? Asuna coughed lightly and said, I understand. So, do you want the student council to disband the club? Kaguya remained silent, but her expression said it all. Asuna smiled again. If what you say is true, then yes, such a club can't be allowed. Kaguya nodded, satisfied. But, Kaguya. Asuna changed her tone. Without proper investigation, we can't act. As president, she couldn't just disband a club on hearsay. How about this? After thinking it over, she said, I'll go to the Supernatural Investigation Club myself tomorrow and conduct a full inspection. If the allegations are true, they will be disbanded immediately. Asuna's tone was firm. Kaguya pursed her lips but didn't object. Though it wasn't immediate, the result would be the same. After all, in her eyes, the club's relationships were far too indecent. At the side, Chika's eyes lit up. The Supernatural Investigation Club. Where have I heard that name before? Bang! Suddenly, the student council room door flew open. A petite girl with long black hair walked in. She paused at the atmosphere in the room, then grinned. Looks like I missed something fun. Ahem. Yuki Suao cleared her throat, drawing attention as she stepped in. So, who wants to catch me up on what's going on? Asuna smiled and quickly filled her in on everything regarding the Supernatural Investigation Club. After hearing it all, Yuki Suao narrowed her eyes. The president of that club. His name is Lin, right? Asuna blinked. You know him. Yuki Suao suddenly smiled like a mischievous noblewoman. She looked at Kaguya with a strange glint in her eyes and patted her shoulder. Kaguya, you're quite brave. Kaguya. She frowned, clearly annoyed. What are you even talking about? Ah! Chika suddenly shouted. I remember now. The old school building incident that was solved by the Supernatural Investigation Club. The old school building. Hearing these words, Asuna paused for a moment before falling into deep thought. As an ordinary student, she might not know much about the strange occurrences in the old building. But as the student council president, she was privy to some insider information. For instance, there had been multiple incidents of chairs moving on their own. Almost every student council member had claimed to witness it firsthand. But afterward, there were reports saying the old schoolhouse issue had been resolved. However, when the student council investigated, they found clear signs that a fierce battle had taken place inside. This unusual situation caused widespread panic among student council members and added another layer of mystery to the incident. Asuna gently stroked her chin. I didn't expect it to be related to the Supernatural Investigation Club. If that's the case, then it's even harder to draw any conclusions about what the Supernatural Investigation Club is really involved with. Yuki Suao sat on the sofa across from Kaguya Shinomiya. She crossed her arms and legs, humming lightly. Kaguya, even though I'm your rival for the next student council president, still. Her gaze turned a little dark as she spoke with a low tone, it's best not to provoke someone you can't afford to mess with. Kaguya frowned slightly and said coldly, don't worry, Miss Suao. Our Shinomiya family may not be as old as some traditional households, but we are by no means weak. She narrowed her scarlet eyes, revealing a touch of pride. Yuki Suao let out a melodramatic laugh. Then, I'll look forward to seeing how this plays out. But deep down, she had already taken Kaguya off the list of viable candidates for the next student council president. She's hopeless. She gave a clear warning. Why didn't she take the hint? Yuki Suao knew Lin. As a family that once held great prestige, the Suao family's heritage far surpassed the modern rise of the Shinomiya family. Naturally, they also had access to hidden knowledge of the supernatural world. They knew about cursed spirits, monsters, onmyoji, and more. In fact, the Suao family had been actively seeking out those kinds of beings. Because in a world where the supernatural exists, no matter how powerful your family is, if you lack supernatural strength, you're still weak. For the Suao family to survive in the long run, they had to embrace the supernatural rather than reject it. But that mindset came with risks. In embracing the supernatural, the Suao family inevitably made mistakes. Fortunately, they managed to hire an exorcist just in time to suppress the situation. That exorcist was Lin. After the Supernatural Investigation Club became known in Shichian, Yuki Suao finally realized. That same Lin actually went to school with her. Maybe she could do something for the family through this connection? The harem club? Yuki Suao fell into thought. Vaguely, she felt like she was starting to understand some of Lin's preferences. Yuki, do you know something? Suddenly, Asuna's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Yuki Suao looked up at her, shrugged, and said, I know a bit, but if the president really wants to know, it's better to ask him directly than go through me. She didn't dare reveal anything about Lin casually. If she made him angry, it might bring disaster to the Suao family. I see. Asuna nodded thoughtfully. Yuki Suao knew how powerful the Shinomia family was, but she still warned Kagaya not to provoke someone she couldn't handle. That meant, in Yuki Suao's eyes, the Supernatural Investigation Club, or more precisely, its president, was someone even the Shinomiya family couldn't afford to offend? Asuna remained calm on the surface, but internally she was a bit shaken. The Supernatural Investigation Club. I need to check it out myself. Asuna was very curious. Whether it was about the club's background or how they resolved the old schoolhouse incident. She was deeply intrigued. After leaving the student council room, Kagaya approached Hayasaka and asked with a frown, are you sure the president of the Supernatural Investigation Club has no background? Although she found it hard to believe there was anyone in Japan that the Shinomiya family couldn't deal with. Yuki Suao's words had made her feel a bit uneasy. Hayasaka calmly replied, after a thorough investigation, it's confirmed. He really doesn't have any background. With the Shinomiya family's power, they had checked all of Lin's personal and financial records. And yet, there was nothing notable, aside from being an orphan who managed to purchase property through his own efforts. However, Hayasaka still had her doubts. She reminded her, even though it seems normal, he's still someone Master Oko specifically instructed you to contact. That point alone was enough to raise red flags. Anyone that Shinomiya Oko himself designated could not possibly be just some ordinary person. But Kagaya didn't seem to notice. Her brows relaxed, and she returned to her usual cold demeanor. Since there's nothing special, then it's fine. With that, she walked away. Watching her back, Hayasaka let out a silent sigh. The next day. Supernatural Investigation Club. There was a new resident nestled in Lin's arms. Inyakamai had rushed back from the Warring States period, and then, you little thieving cat! Inyakamai bared her fangs and glared at the curled-up Himari. The overwhelming aura of an ultimate-class devil burst forth. Himari, curled in Lin's arms, stiffened immediately. She instinctively buried herself deeper into Lin's chest and started meowing. Seeing this, Lin patted Himari's head and looked at Inyakamai. Inyakamai froze. She retracted her aura and muttered, scheming little cat. Inyakamai felt annoyed and frustrated, and then she felt herself being lifted. Lin held her in his arms and gently rubbed her ears. Feeling the familiar touch, Inyakamai immediately relaxed and squinted her eyes in comfort. Lin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having too many pets isn't necessarily a good thing. After soothing Inyakamai for a bit, he finally got down to business. How's the arrangement with the dog demon going? Inyakamai opened her eyes slightly. They've already been sent to hell to complete the entry procedures. Lin nodded. With the first batch of dog demons entering hell, operations there could soon resume. Lin narrowed his eyes, thinking about hell's future development and planning. Now that he had taken control of Japan's hell, he wouldn't be satisfied with just that. After all, just by helping Yama become the administrator of hell, he obtained the power of Yama. So what if he could go one step further? What if he could take control of the hells in every world? Hades. To compete for the sovereignty of hell, Hades would be a necessary opponent. And Hades' strength? Lin rubbed his chin. At the very least, it should be stronger than Surtsk's, right? To be cautious, he should first become a transcendent. Also, Lin opened his system panel. In the Devil's Contract, the world of Bleach came into view. If I remember correctly, there's a hell in the world of Bleach too, right? Lin fell into deep thought. Maybe. Could he use his identity as Yama to do something in that hell? Just as he was lost in thought. Knock knock. Someone was at the door of the Supernatural Investigation Club. Lin sighed. Why are there so many people visiting the club lately? Despite grumbling, he still called out, come in. Creak. The door opened. A beautiful girl with long chestnut-colored hair, dressed in the school uniform of Shichian Academy, appeared. She wore a gentle smile. Sorry to bother you. Asuna. Lin was slightly surprised. So, Sword Art Online exists in this world too? But he hadn't heard of any Vermo game launches recently. Asuna tilted her head slightly. Was he talking to her? Lin came back to his senses and smiled. Hello. Are you here to commission something? She smiled back. I'm the student council president, Yuaki Asuna. Lin remained composed. So, what brings the president to the Supernatural Investigation Club? Asuna hesitated for a moment, trying to organize her thoughts. She couldn't just blurt out that someone reported the club was actually a harem club and that she came to investigate, right? After a few seconds, she smiled politely. I heard some rumors about the Supernatural Investigation Club and got curious, so I came to take a look. Lin chuckled. They're probably not good rumors, huh? Harem club. As long as he was at Shichian, there was no way Lin wouldn't have heard those 3 words. He even suspected that nickname came from Yukinashita Yukino. After all, wasn't she the one who first called it the harem club? At the door, Asuna tucked some hair behind her ear and pretended not to catch his implication. She then smiled gently. President Lin, do you mind if I take a look around the club? Lin casually patted Haim and Inyakamai. Be my guest. With his permission, Asuna began looking around. The club room was spacious and clearly had special approval. It seemed the Supernatural Investigation Club accepted commissions to handle supernatural incidents. But on-campus services were free, while off-campus ones had fees. Asuna was surprised. Does the club also accept outside commissions? Obviously. Lin sounded a bit perfunctory. Asuna smiled helplessly and looked over at the commission price list out of curiosity. Devil? Mu? What was all this? Was this a case of Chuyunibyo? Also, I don't see any other club members. Asuna looked puzzled. Wasn't this supposed to be a harem club? It didn't look like one right now. Of course not. They're all out handling club work. At that Asuna suddenly had a realization. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Then, President Lin, do you mind if I accompany you during a club activity? She wanted to see for herself were the club's activities really related to the supernatural. Lin raised his eyes and looked at Yuaki Asuna with a smile. Just as she thought he was going to agree, she heard 2 simple words. I mind. I mind. Hearing those 2 words, Asuna's smile froze on her face. This wasn't how she imagined things going at all. Lin leaned back in his chair, looking relaxed. Asuna stood there stiffly, unsure of what to say next. An awkward silence filled the Supernatural Investigation Club room. However, as the student council president of Shuchen, Asuna quickly regained her composure. She focused her gaze on the commission board and smiled calmly once again. If that's the case, then I won't press the issue, but I'd like to submit a commission to the Supernatural Investigation Club. Hearing this, Lin looked up at her and responded calmly, the Supernatural Investigation Club only accepts cases related to supernatural phenomena. If it's just a normal request, please head left to the service club. Asuna's eyelid twitched slightly. Supernatural phenomena? Where was she supposed to find one of those? Asuna fell into thought, then suddenly remembered a strange girl at Shuchen. She rested her chin on her hand and narrowed her eyes, recalling the scene. The day before, she saw a girl fall down a flight of stairs. But just as she was about to help her, the girl suddenly floated in midair, as if she had no weight at all. That sight had completely shocked her. But she still worked up the courage to ask about it, and the result? She got ignored. Still, thinking back, that moment when the girl floated, it had to be some kind of supernatural event, right? Good. Asuna now knew what her commission would be. After a short pause, she spoke as if casually bringing it up. I have a friend who fell down the stairs recently, but unexpectedly floated in the air. She looked at Lin with anticipation. That should count as a supernatural event, right? Lin nodded. All right. With Lin's confirmation, Asuna didn't hesitate. Then, how about asking President Lin to help my friend investigate the situation? Sure. Lin nodded again. Bring your friend here. Asuna's expression froze. Seeing this, Lin raised a brow and asked, what's wrong? Trouble, Asuna looked awkward. A little. Since she was ignored last time, she had a feeling it'd be the same again this time. Not to mention, she didn't even know her friend's name. Asuna hesitated, then said a bit sheepishly, could I ask President Lin to come with me instead? Lin didn't respond. He simply stared at her in silence. Asuna shifted uncomfortably, crossing and uncrossing her legs, then suddenly changed the subject. Isn't the Supernatural Investigation Club's activity room kind of cramped? I noticed there are 2 empty rooms next door. How about allocating them to the club? Creak. Lin stood up. Let's go, President Yuaki. The Supernatural Investigation Club's room was indeed a bit small. Seeing this, Asuna smiled brightly. A few minutes later. Outside the student council room. Is your friend a member of the student council? Lin asked casually as they walked. Yuaki Asuna smiled. No, I meant my friend's name is recorded in the student council room. Lin. Creak. Asuna opened the student council room door. Inside were 3 familiar faces. Fujiwara Chika, Kagaya Shinomiya, and Yuki Suao. Plus Yuaki Asuna beside him. All elite members from distinguished families. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. The entire service club was already under his thumb. It wouldn't be that strange to bring the student council under him too, right? Whoa! The president brought a guy with her. Fujiwara Chika rushed over and shouted in excitement. She put her hands behind her back, lifted her chin slightly, and blinked her ocean blue eyes as she stared at Lin with curiosity. The gossip queen was fully activated. Seeing this, Asuna pressed her forehead and pushed her back. Then she introduced him. This is Lin, president of the Supernatural Investigation Club. Hi. Chika blinked, then subconsciously looked toward Kaguya sitting on the sofa. Kaguya also paused. Her scarlet eyes swept over with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Yuki Suao stepped forward quickly, switching to her lady of the house mode and greeted him with elegant courtesy. Greetings, Master Lin. Lin glanced at her and responded in recognition. Ah, so it's Miss Suao. Yuki Suao smiled. Master Lin, just call me Yuki. All right. But President Lin and I have some business to discuss. Let's catch up another time. Asuna promptly pushed both her and Chika aside and walked in with Lin. President. Suddenly, Kaguya's cold voice echoed. She stared at Lin expressionlessly. Bringing such a man into the student council room, won't it contaminate the air? Asuna froze, her eye twitching. Kaguya, don't say unnecessary things. Yuki Suao pursed her lips and gave Kaguya a gloating look. Oh my! Someone's about to get burned. Chika scratched her head in confusion. Hearing Kaguya's words, Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. From the beginning, he had sensed her hostility. He didn't know why. But the last person to provoke him like this was Yukino. Now she was kneeling on the floor singing Conquer. But unnecessary. Kaguya's voice sounded again. She frowned. I don't think my words are unnecessary. The words fell. Yuki Suao held her breath. Kaguya, you're fearless. Kaguya's crimson gaze swept toward Lin, and she spoke in a serious tone. If you breathe the same air as this kind of dirty man, you might get pregnant. Yuki Suao. Chika stared at her wide-eyed. Kaguya. Asuna held her forehead. Yuki Suao couldn't hold it in any more. Are you being sarcastic or are you serious? Kaguya glanced at her indifferently. I have no interest in such foolishness. In other words, you're serious about the pregnancy thing. Yuki Suao stared at her in disbelief. Kaguya frowned. What's the problem? That man had a vulgar aura, the student council windows weren't open, and the air wasn't circulating properly. According to the calculations of her genius-level intellect, pregnancy was within the realm of possibility, right? No. Yuki Suao quickly shook her head. No problem, absolutely no problem. She gave Kaguya a thumbs up. Kaguya, you really are a genius. Kaguya narrowed her eyes. It sounded like praise, but why did she feel a little uncomfortable? Forget it. Unable to figure it out, she stopped thinking about it. She picked up her black tea and said coldly, anyway, I refuse to stay in the same space as him. Then you can leave. Suddenly, Lin appeared right in front of Kaguya, looking down at her. Kaguya's hand trembled, and tea spilled slightly from her cup. But she clearly had no time to worry about that. Before she could even process what happened, she felt herself being lifted. The next moment, the student council room door swung open. Thud. Kaguya was thrown out, landing on the hallway floor like a dazed duck. Now you don't have to worry about getting pregnant. Right after that, Kaguya heard a click. The student council room door closed shut. Kaguya. What just happened? Inside the student council room. Yuaki Asuna looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to go like that. Lin shook his head and calmly said, weren't you looking for your friend's name? Asuna paused for a moment, then gave an awkward smile and opened the student files. Seeing this, Lin looked at her oddly. Friend? Asuna was a little distracted. That speed just now. Was that supernatural? It was like he blinked and was suddenly in front of Kaguya. On the side, Yuki Suao suddenly said, I'll help too. Asuna snapped out of it and began describing the student's traits. Meanwhile, Chika poked Lin with a curious expression. Hey! Lin looked down at her. Was that really a superpower just now? Fujiwara Chika's eyes sparkled with excitement, gesturing wildly with her hands. Whoosh! You appeared in front of Kaguya. Her words caused Yuaki Asuna to pause while flipping through the files. Her eyes kept drifting over, clearly interested too. Seeing this, Lin suddenly disappeared from her sight. Fujiwara Chika! Her eyes widened, and the next second, she felt a large hand press down on her head. Then Lin's voice came from behind her. You mean this? Chika's heart skipped a beat. Wow, amazing! Her eyes gleamed, and she immediately hugged Lin's arm, her voice pleading. Can I too? Can I learn it too? Lin squinted slightly. It felt like his arm was being submerged in an ocean. Suddenly. Found it. Yuki Suao waved a student file, her voice loud with excitement. Yuaki Asuna quickly took it from her. She scanned the photo, then confirmed, yes, it's her. Senjagahara Hitajai. Lin's eyes narrowed. Another familiar name. Class 3, Grade 2. After confirming her name and class, Yuaki Asuna smiled and gently pulled Lin's arm from Chika's grasp. Let's go, President Lin. Chika looked disappointed. She hadn't even gotten the secret to getting superpowers yet. Outside the student council room, Kagaya was still sitting on the floor, lost in thought about what had just happened. Also, her butt hurt. Click. Suddenly, the door opened. Hearing the sound, she instinctively looked up and met Lin's indifferent gaze. Eek. Kagaya's body froze instantly. So intimidating. Shuchin Academy. Corridor. The moment her eyes met Lin's, Kagaya's breath caught in her throat. Her entire body stiffened as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What kind of eyes were those? Deep and cold. It felt like she was falling into the abyss, into hell itself through that gaze. Everything around her faded. All that remained was a suffocating fear that wrapped tightly around her. Fortunately, Lin only gave her a light glance before raising his foot and walking past at a leisurely pace. Even so, it felt like an eternity before the pressure finally eased and warmth slowly returned to Kagaya's limbs. But Kagaya bit her lip, her thighs tightening on instinct. A strange and indescribable sensation swelled inside her. Who was that man? He had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost and then casually tossed her aside. Even just a glance had almost. Kagaya, are you okay? Chika squatted beside her with concern in her wide, clear eyes. Hiya. Kagaya suddenly let out a strange yelp. Chika's voice had startled her, causing her heart to pound and her thighs to clamp together again. Kagaya. Chika tilted her head in confusion. No, it's nothing. So it was just Chika. Kagaya exhaled and composed herself, forcing her legs to stop trembling. She gripped the wall and slowly stood up, doing her best to maintain her usual icy expression. I have something to take care of. I'll excuse myself. Leaving those words behind, she walked off stiffly with an odd gait. Chika tilted her head, clearly worried, and instinctively tried to follow. Smack! A hand suddenly caught her arm. Hi! Chika turned and saw Yuki gripping her wrist with a strange expression. Suao! Yuki narrowed her eyes, glanced at a few droplets on the corridor floor, clicked her tongue, and said, Chika, it's better not to follow right now. Chika didn't understand, but Yuki didn't explain either, simply dragging her back into the student council room. Meanwhile, in the third-floor restroom, Kagaya sat trembling on the toilet, her hands unsteady as she dialed Hayasaka's number. Miss. Hayasaka's voice came through as the call connected. But after a long pause, Kagaya bit her lip and whispered, Hayasaka. Help. A beat passed, then she forced the words out through gritted teeth, face red with shame. Buy me a new pair of panties. Bring them here. She ended the call before Hayasaka could respond, burying her face in her arms. As the eldest daughter of the Shinomia family, she had never been this humiliated in her life. But Lin's eyes resurfaced in her mind. Ugh! Her body trembled again. Soft dripping sounds echoed off the tiled walls. Elsewhere. As they walked toward Class 3, Year 2, Asuna apologized. Sorry. Kagaya went too far earlier. Lin's expression remained calm. It has nothing to do with you. Shinomia. Lin's eyes narrowed. He'd heard that name before from Harano, mostly. The Shinomia family had rapidly expanded their influence in the modern era. And because of that, they were being watched by all sorts of people. Among them was the Shinomia family. Meeting Kagaya today reminded him of that matter. In that case, he'd start with them. Time to let people know that interfering with the devil's business comes at a price. Class 3, Year 2. This is it. Asuna stopped at the door. I hope she's still here. She pushed open the door with a loud crash. The classroom was clean and orderly. A breeze fluttered through the open windows, lifting the white curtains gently. Golden sunlight spilled in, casting soft light across desks and the floor. The whole room felt warm and peaceful. Looking to the back, a girl with long purple hair rested her chin in her hand, staring vacantly out the window. She wore Shuchin's standard uniform, thigh-high black socks accentuating her legs. A strange, magnetic aura clung to her. Even though the sudden noise had broken the silence, she didn't react. She just kept gazing out the window, lost in her world. Until... Ah, perfect, dot. Asuna spotted her and smiled brightly. Senjagahara-san is still here. At the name, Hitajai frowned slightly. She turned her head with an indifferent expression and locked eyes with Asuna. She clicked her tongue. She recognized Asuna immediately. The same girl who had seen her secret before. Just my luck. Hitachi muttered internally, and her guard went up again. Asuna walked toward her quickly. Senjagahara-san, you must have encountered a supernatural incident. She spoke firmly. I brought the president of the Supernatural Investigation Club with me. Maybe he can help. Supernatural Investigation Club? Hitachi blinked, confused. After a short pause, she said coldly. No need. She had heard of the club. But... harem club? You expect that kind of place to solve her problem? Don't worry. Asuna placed a hand on her shoulder. President Lin is very capable. Asuna had full confidence in him after what she saw earlier. Lin definitely possessed supernatural powers. Hitachi suddenly stood, pushing Asuna's hand away. Mind your own business. Then... she stepped on a chair, climbed onto the windowsill, and leaned back. Falling. Hi! Asuna cried out and rushed to the window. Then she saw it. Hitachi was drifting gently like a feather. Phew! Asuna let out a breath of relief. I almost forgot that's her setting. But still. She frowned. At this rate, how do we help her? As a student council president, Asuna felt responsible for the well-being of all students. Just then, Lin's eyes locked on the floating Hitachi with interest. His lips moved slightly. Wind. Whoosh. The breeze seemed to respond to his voice. Air currents quickly gathered beneath Hitachi's body, gently lifting her and carrying her back into the classroom. Hitachi blinked, completely stunned. In that moment of confusion, she drifted down. And landed right in Lin's arms. Asuna. What just happened? Lin held her princess style and gave her a little bounce. So light. Hearing Lin's voice, Hitachi snapped back to herself and instinctively reached under her skirt. But... Lin grinned. He grabbed her soft waist with both hands and gave her a light shake. Hitachi felt dizzy, and then... clatter. Pens, erasers, rulers, scissors, box cutters, staplers and arsenal of items fell from under her skirt. Asuna's eyelid twitched violently. Senjagahara-san. How did you even fit all that under your skirt? Was that a supernatural ability too? Finally. Once everything had fallen out, Lin set her down. Hitachi pursed her lips and stared at the pile of tools at her feet, expression unreadable. Then. She took a deep breath and looked up at Lin. What did you just do? Lin waved a hand. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew through the classroom. Ah! Asuna quickly held down her skirt. But Hitachi, who stood directly in front of Lin, was a step too late. Her skirt fluttered upward, fully exposing her undergarments to Lin. Stylish. Lin gave a silent evaluation, then smiled. You mean this? Hitachi twitched. How is he so calm? But now. She finally understood what Asuna meant when she said he was very powerful. Had he met others like her? Still. Hitachi's gaze turned serious. Sounds like you're here to help me. Asuna nodded. But... sorry. Hitachi crossed her arms and spoke coldly. I don't trust humans. So, please leave. Asuna froze. Don't trust humans? Oh. Lin chuckled, a faint smirk playing at his lips. What a coincidence. Hitachi blinked in confusion. Then Lin leaned casually on the desk, eyes narrowed. Just so happens. I'm not human. It just so happens that I'm not human. As the words fell. Whoosh. Black, bat-like wings unfurled from behind Lin. Hitachi's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. Lin leaned casually on the desk, his devil wings lightly flapping as he curled his lips into a smirk. Want to make a deal with the devil? Such a surreal sight made Hitachi's heart pound. She pursed her lips, stared intently at Lin's wings, and fell silent. Asuna clutched her head, dazed. What is going on? President Lin grew wings. And a devil? Somehow, this seemed familiar. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Asuna's mind. Then a spark of realization lit up her eyes. The Supernatural Investigation Club. That off-campus commission list. It listed prices for commissions involving low-class devils, mid-class devils, and even Satan level ones. Asuna's heart raced, her eyes filled with shock. Could it be? That wasn't just Chiyunibu nonsense. Devils, really exist. Asuna's expression turned complicated. President Lin, are you, seriously not joking? Of course. Lin's tone was resolute. Didn't I already tell you back in the Supernatural Investigation Club? Asuna was stunned. When? That price list. The corner of Asuna's eye twitched. Who would believe something like that? The existence of supernatural powers had already shaken her worldview. Now, on top of that, a literal devil appears? Is this still the same world she knew? Yes. Asuna suddenly felt a chill. Could it be? She was actually inside some kind of virtual reality game? And revealing the truth was the only way to return to the real world. Off to the side. Hitaji's gaze was conflicted. She already thought she was strange enough. Yet today, she'd seen something even stranger. A devil. Hitiji murmured, then looked up at Lin's crimson eyes and spoke quietly. Compared to humans, perhaps devils are more trustworthy. Because of her own past, Hitiji easily accepted Lin's identity as a devil. Asuna looked at her in disbelief. Hitiji-san, are you broken? She didn't say the word brain, but the implication was clear. Devils more trustworthy than humans? That's not something a mentally stable person would say. Devils, in myths, legends, and records alike, are absolutely untrustworthy. If you'd experienced what I have, you'd understand why I said that. Hitaji's tone remained calm. But that one sentence spoke volumes. Asuna opened her mouth but said nothing. Had Hitiji been hurt by humans before? If so, maybe she really wasn't in a position to question her trust in devils. Still, devils are evil in every possible sense, aren't they? Then again, Lin doesn't seem that bad, right? Though they hadn't known each other long, Lin left a surprisingly good impression. Nearby, Hitiji gazed at Lin with thoughtful eyes. I didn't expect the famous president of the Supernatural Investigation Club to be a devil. She let out a small sigh, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Lin, instinctively closing her legs tightly. After taking proper precautions against unexpected exposure, Hitiji said, "If it's you, Mr. Devil, maybe you really can solve my problem." Asuna's expression turned complicated. "You're agreeing this easily." She was just acting like she didn't want to get involved. And now, just because Lin revealed he's a devil, she changed her attitude so quickly? Hitiji said flatly, "Didn't you say you'd help solve my problem?" Asuna paused, then said helplessly, "Yeah. I did say that." As the student council president of Shuchen, she couldn't ignore Hitaji's condition. But she never imagined Lin was actually a devil. That was what unsettled her the most. Besides, Hitiji continued, "With a devil in front of me, it's not like I could leave even if I wanted to, right?" That burst of wind earlier was completely beyond her control. After all, she was just an ordinary girl who had lost all her weight. And her blue eyes flickered slightly. "I noticed it earlier. Mr. Devil, you're interested in me, right?" Lin smiled. "You're very perceptive." "Perceptive?" Hitiji replied calmly, "More like you weren't hiding it." "Because of my condition." She continued to analyze. "Or is it because of my looks?" She couldn't help but think of the so-called harem club. She felt like she'd stumbled onto a deeper truth. A devil obsessed with forming a harem? Lin didn't deny it at all. He answered openly, "Both." But his gaze deepened. "The most important reason is that you have the qualifications to stand at my side." Hitiji was stunned. The qualifications, to stand beside a devil? Why? She couldn't make sense of it. Aside from the curse of the heavy stone crab, she didn't see anything special about herself. She thought for a moment. But if she couldn't figure it out, there was no point dwelling on it. Hitiji quickly stopped thinking and looked at Lin with shining eyes. This was her chance. Because she feared others discovering her physical abnormality, she'd trapped herself for 2 years. Her life had changed beyond recognition. She had no friends, didn't dare attend events, and lived like a shut-in noble daughter. She'd turned herself into a hedgehog, covered in thorns. Before she realized it, this was the person she'd become. For 2 years, she'd searched for the heavy stone crab, trying to get her weight back. But without exception, she failed. She hadn't seen the heavy stone crab even once since then. She thought she'd have to live like this forever. But then, she met someone even more unusual than herself. A devil. And now, the price of the deal should be me, right? Hitiji asked, her tone calm. After all, during their earlier conversation, Lin hadn't been hinting. He'd been very direct. Lin looked at her and smiled. "That's right. I'll solve your problem, and you'll join my peerage." Peerage. Hitiji repeated the word, then shifted the meaning slightly. "Harem." Lin shrugged. "You can interpret it that way." "Huh?" Asuna froze, then stammered, "Harem." She suddenly realized. So that rumor about the harem club wasn't just a rumor. Hitiji stared at Lin and whispered, "You're very honest." She closed her eyes, clearly conflicted. On one hand, she'd lived a lonely and painful life for years, cursed by the heavy crab and stripped of a normal life. On the other, she thought of the girls in the Supernatural Investigation Club. To become one of them? If she couldn't break free of the heavy stone crabby curse, she'd probably be alone forever. And compared to unreliable humans, Hitiji weighed the options and finally looked straight at Lin. She suddenly smiled. "Lin. No wonder you're the envy of every boy at Shuchen. You're not just popular with girls. That comic book face of yours is definitely part of the reason. As she said that, she had already made up her mind. At the very least, Lin looked exactly how she imagined her ideal partner. And besides, heavy stone crab or devil. She had no third option. With her decision made, Hidajai felt much calmer. She asked seriously, Mr. Devil, can you tell what the source of the anomaly in me is? Lin glanced at her. The curse of the heavy stone crab, of course. That sealed it. Hidajai confirmed it in her heart. He saw the issue immediately end. He didn't even seem to treat the curse as anything serious. Thinking that, Hidajai stood and bowed deeply to Lin. Please, help me recover the weight that belongs to me. Lin leaned on the desk and didn't move. He simply said, getting your weight back is easy. He could purify the curse with just a touch. But, you lost more than just weight, didn't you? Lin continued. Are you ready to carry that burden again? Hidajai froze, her mood turning heavy. Right. She didn't just lose her weight. She'd lost her emotions, to hope and grief alike. Hidajai fell into a long silence. Was she ready? The classroom seemed to freeze, the silence suffocating. Outside the window, the wind rustled the leaves as if nature itself was waiting for her answer. Finally, Hidajai raised her head, eyes full of seriousness and resolve. I'm ready. She decided to face it, not run from it. She didn't want to keep living like this. All right. Lin stood, the corners of his lips lifting. I accept your commission. Asuna opened her mouth, wanting to say something. She had clearly heard every word of that deal. Hidajai had agreed to give herself to Lin in exchange for his help. Asuna clenched her fists. Such a transaction would normally be strictly prohibited at Shuchen. Especially when it was happening right under her nose, as the student council president. Logically, she should step in and stop it. But Lin didn't force anything. Hidajai agreed of her own will. And more importantly, as a human, could she even stop a devil? Asuna felt helpless. On the other side, Lin placed a hand on Hidajai's shoulder, and a blinding light burst out. Buzz! Hidajai's eyes widened, and her long purple hair whipped around. It felt like something was leaving her body. And her body grew heavy. Roar! Suddenly, a roar erupted from within Hidajai. The next moment, a giant crab's shadow slowly appeared. Its massive form seemed to fill the classroom, and each swing of its claws stirred powerful gusts of wind. Asuna covered her mouth, eyes wide with fear. Is that the heavy stone crab? Hidajai narrowed her eyes. Yeah. That's it. Even though she'd only seen it once, she would never forget the thing that changed her life. Roar! The crab roared again, its eyes fixed angrily on Lin. Lin chuckled. Looks like this crab's pretty fond of you. Hidajai was stunned. Fond? Before she could dwell on it, the crab suddenly raised its claws and attacked Lin. Watch out! Asuna shouted in panic. But Lin only raised a hand. Bang! The crab's pincers slammed into Lin's palm with a heavy thud. A moment later, crackling echoed. The shell of the crab phantom cracked apart. Boom! The crab's shadow burst into glowing particles and vanished from the room. Hidajai and Asuna stood there, stunned and speechless. Is it over? No, it's just the beginning. Lin's calm voice echoed. Hi! Asuna was stunned, not understanding what Lin meant. Hearing that, Hidajai narrowed her eyes and explained, what appeared just now was only the shadow of the heavy stone crab. Asuna suddenly understood. So, that means the heavy stone crab might come back and cause trouble. Thinking about it, a chill ran down Asuna's spine. Just the shadow alone had made her feel how small and powerless a human truly was. If the real body appeared, she shivered. Cause trouble? Hidajai glanced at Lin and muttered, why do I get the feeling it's not the crab causing trouble? Lin grinned. Didn't expect you to understand me so well after such a short time. No, Hidajai shook her head, like I said, you don't bother hiding your thoughts at all. So, you want to go? Lin chuckled. Of course. The heavy stone crab had glared at him with so much resentment. Naturally, there was no way Lin would just let it go. Suddenly, Master, Master! A voice echoed in Lin's mind. He raised his brow. Stella. Yup. Stella's sweet voice answered, followed by another voice. Master. Luna's voice joined in. That heavy stone crab seems to be of some use to me. Lin looked surprised. Luna continued, the moment it appeared, my star map reacted. Lin stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. I see. That made it even more worth hunting the crab down. Meanwhile, under Lin's purification, Hidajai felt her body growing heavier and heavier. Her weight had finally returned. 2 years. It had been 2 whole years since she last felt the physical sense of being alive. Her emotions surged, and a smile unconsciously formed on her lips. But with that weight came unbearable pain and memories. And her mother. Ugh! Hidejai groaned, her brows furrowing as the smile faded, replaced by pain. She pressed her temples, clenching her teeth. Cold sweat ran down her face, but she could only grit through it. She had mentally prepared herself to reclaim her weight. However, the sheer tide of negative emotions still nearly overwhelmed her. Her body swayed, her steps became unsteady. Then suddenly, a large, warm hand rested gently on her head. And your soul too. Lin's voice rang out softly. A gentle, calming power flowed from his hand into Hidejai's body, soothing the turmoil in her heart. Hidejai blinked in surprise, then looked up at Lin, her eyes dazed. Subconsciously, she leaned into his chest, buried her face, and mumbled. Dad. Asuna. Lin. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched, his eyes showing brief surprise. He had met many people, recruited many girls into his peerage, but this was a first. He and Asuna exchanged glances, both reading the same complicated thoughts in the other's eyes. But Hidejai was completely unaware, clinging tighter to Lin, still muttering the word, Dad. After a while, the storm of painful memories settled down. Hidejai slowly regained clarity. Then she froze. She. What had she just done? Clung to Lin's chest and even called him. Dad? Ugh. Stay calm. Just stay calm. But she couldn't calm down at all. And Lin smelled really nice. Like a father. Hidejai's eyes looked dazed. Also, that feeling was really comforting. Even the painful memories seemed a little lighter. So that's it. As she leaned against Lin, a new understanding seemed to dawn on her. Hidejai slowly lifted her head, the corners of her lips curving upward. Dad. Lin. He replied in a complicated tone, shouldn't you be awake by now? Hidejai stepped back from his embrace, tucking her hair behind her ear. Her eyes carried a playful glint. Don't you like it? Lin narrowed his eyes. Can't say I dislike it. He was used to being addressed that way, but this was a unique experience. Hearing that, Hidejai's smile deepened. She clasped her hands behind her back, took a few steps back, then turned around with a blush on her cheeks. She hadn't expected herself to act so boldly. But that moment really did feel good. The weight in her heart had lifted again. She gently touched her chest. Her heart was racing. Was it because she had found hope? Also, now that the curse of the heavy stone crab was gone, her entire body felt much lighter. To the side, Asuna's eyelid twitched. She really shouldn't be here right now. On the other end, Lin narrowed his eyes. Earlier, through the breath of the phantom, he had locked onto the real location of the heavy crab. So, buzz. A black magic circle rose beneath his feet. The sudden flare snapped Asuna and Hidejai out of their thoughts. Hidejai steadied herself and asked, what's this? Teleportation magic. Both Hidejai and Asuna's eyes widened slightly. Magic? Teleportation. Even Hidejai, who had witnessed many strange things, was surprised to see magic with her own eyes. So, we're going to find that heavy crab now. Realization flashed in Hidejai's eyes, then she asked, can I come too? She was curious about the heavy stone crab that had stolen her weight. Lin nodded. Sure. Hearing that, Hidejai walked to his side and naturally took his arm. Asuna's eyelids twitched. Isn't that identity shift a little too fast? Hidejai blinked. I can't help it. I'm already a devil, and you're an accomplice. Accomplice? Asuna's expression froze. Hidejai continued, if you hadn't brought the devil here, I might still be all alone. So. She smiled warmly. Thank you. Asuna opened her mouth, then sighed helplessly. That's not the kind of thanks I want. As Shuchen's student council president, not only did she witness Lin recruiting someone into his peerage, she also became one of the accomplices. Her conscience was in pain. Well then, see you next time. Hidejai waved toward Asuna. Wait. Suddenly, Asuna stepped forward and grabbed Lin's other arm. Hidejai. Asuna smiled. Mind taking me with you? Lin shrugged. One's fine, two's no problem. The next moment, the black magic circle glowed brightly. In an instant, Lin and the two girls vanished. Somewhere far from Shuchen. In a damp, pitch-black cave. A black magic circle lit up. Moments later, Lin, Hidejai, and Asuna appeared. Both girls looked slightly dazed. Is this another location? They looked around in amazement. Just one step and they'd been transported to a whole new place. This was real teleportation magic. They were visibly excited. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound reverberated, and the cave walls began to tremble. Stones and debris crumbled from the ceiling. What was that? Asuna cried out. Hidejai quickly calmed down. The heavy stone crab might have noticed us. This is its lair, after all. As she spoke, a heavy thudding sound echoed from deep inside. It sounded like something massive was crawling. Soon, two massive, bulb-like orbs appeared from the shadows, gently swaying in the air. Gulp. Asuna swallowed hard. Are those its eyes? Lin calmly answered, you'll see. With a snap of his fingers, radiant light burst outward like a tidal wave, instantly illuminating the entire cavern like it was daytime. The moss-covered stone walls glowed with faint green light. And so big. Asuna's eyes widened. The scale of the underground cave was astounding. But what truly captured their attention was the monstrous crab nearly filling the entire space. Its shell shimmered with a dull glow, rough and ancient like eroded rock. The edges of its carapace were jagged like saw teeth, each gleaming under the light like a dagger. Its legs were like stone pillars, covered in hardened shell and jagged with spikes thicker than a human arm. Hiss! Just the sight of it made both Asuna and Hidejai tremble. This is the real heavy stone crab. Asuna's breath hitched. Her mouth went dry, her heart pounding wildly. Roar! Suddenly, the heavy stone crab let out a thunderous roar and charged at them on its 8 massive legs. The ground shook violently with each step. Seeing this, Lin stepped forward calmly. Stay put. Hi. Asuna panicked. Wait. Are we really going to fight that monster? Yes. Or... She hesitated, voice trembling. Should they just teleport back instead? There's no way they could fight something like that, right? But before she could say more, Lin's aura flared, and he vanished. In the blink of an eye, Lin appeared above the heavy stone crab. Even the beast's eyes showed human-like shock. The next second, buzz! An overwhelming gravitational force surged toward Lin. He grinned. How kind! You even gave me a buff. As his words fell, whoosh! A flicker of flame wrapped around Lin's foot. And then, he slammed down hard onto the top of the heavy stone crab's head. Boom! Boom! The heavy stone crab shell instantly fractured, dense cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The soft crab meat beneath could be faintly seen through the gaps. The sheer impact didn't stop there. The force pierced clean through the massive body of the heavy stone crab and slammed directly into the bedrock beneath. In the blink of an eye, a deep crater was blasted into the ground, debris scattering across the edges. Yaa! The heavy stone crab raised its head and let out a long, shrill cry. The sound was piercing, like a blade scraping across eardrums. Asuna and Hidejai winced in pain. The pitch was so sharp it felt like their ears would burst. Then, the sparks on Lin's feet spread like venom, wrapping around every inch of the heavy crab's body. Roar! The creature thrashed in agony, its body writhing. The entire underground cave trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Lin simply increased the output. Whoosh! Flames erupted with a rising whoosh. A pillar of fire, glowing with starlight, shot toward the sky. The stalactites overhead couldn't withstand the intense heat and melted instantly. A skylight opened above. Dim sunlight poured through the opening. A few seconds later, the heavy stone crab's roar faded, and its body stopped struggling. Seeing this, Lin spoke. Luna. On it. At his call, a small shadow appeared on his shoulder, long, light blue hair drifting like jellyfish tendrils. Luna hovered above the heavy crab, palms raised. Buzz! Like a melody played by the cosmos, a radiant star map unfolded in her hands. The stars shimmered with mystery and power. Then, at the center of the star map, space distorted as if torn open. A black hole slowly formed, radiating immense gravitational pull as it drew the heavy stone crab in. As it was fully devoured, Luna let out a soft moan. She could feel it. Something deep within her had subtly and fundamentally changed. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lin's ears. Ding! Subtle changes have occurred in your zodiac pilgrimage. Lin's brow lifted slightly. The skill zodiac pilgrimage activated. He checked the status, then focused on Cancer. Pivot of Cancer. Forms a cocoon of star sand to heal internal wounds. Heavy stone crab power, gain the concept of weight. Lin narrowed his eyes. So after Cancer absorbed the heavy stone crab, it inherited its power? Could it be? The zodiac pilgrimage can evolve by devouring corresponding mythological beings. The thought intrigued him. Then, Lin's consciousness sank into the space of the evil piece. He felt a strange shift. The evil piece space now has weight. It was subtle, but unmistakable. Is this the effect of gaining a conceptual ability? He looked up at the faint red haze before the starry sky. It feels similar to the sun's conceptual weight. But not heavy enough. Lin contemplated. Weight as a cosmic concept? Would he eventually have to collect all 4 fundamental forces of the universe? That thought made him shudder. What are you trying to become, evil piece? Ever since this power awakened, Lin had sensed something off about it. Being a pawn or using evil pieces was still within reason. But now it involved constellations, celestial bodies, and metaphysical concepts? It was getting absurd. While Lin pondered, Luna reappeared beside him in the space. Master. Lin snapped back and looked at her. How do you feel? Luna smiled sweetly and raised her arms. Better than ever. I also feel like I gained a gravity-controlling ability. She waved toward the Star Palace. But nothing happened. Luna. She pouted. I guess it's useless for now. Lin chuckled and rubbed her head. Maybe it's because this space is unique. He spent a bit more time in the space, then withdrew his consciousness. Returning to reality, the desolate underground cave came back into view. Is it dead? Asuna stared at Lin in a daze. Her mind struggled to process everything. It had all happened so fast, it almost felt unreal. But that monstrous crab so massive, so terrifying it could shake the earth just by stepping was real. Just standing near it made her feel powerless and weak. And yet, Lin had crushed it with a single strike. Gulp. Asuna swallowed, her eyes full of awe as she looked at Lin. Like a god. That was the only way to describe him. And thinking back to when she suggested escaping via teleportation, she wanted to bury herself in shame. So this is a devil. Hidajai murmured. Lin's overwhelming power left a deep impression on her. It also shattered her assumptions about devils entirely. Compared to Asuna, Hidajai had more knowledge of the heavy stone crab. She had been researching it for 2 years. She'd read myths, legends, and rituals. In some stories, the heavy stone crab was revered as a god. Even if it was just fear turned into myth. Lin had just killed a god. How exhilarating! Even as a bystander, Hidajai's hands trembled in excitement. The Supernatural Investigation Club. No Lin's group. Hidajai took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with excitement. She would soon be part of that harem. Soon. She'd get to experience what it felt like to strike down a godlike being with her own hands. I wonder. What would that feel like? She could hardly wait. Her life, once stagnant, had found a new path. Elsewhere in the cave. Lin's figure blurred and appeared in the deeper chamber. He touched his chin, staring at the outlines carved into the stone wall. This was probably its nesting ground. He looked around. Nothing unusual, except eggs. He walked toward a dark corner where transparent, bubble-like spheres were stacked. Then, Luna reappeared beside him. Master, those are memory eggs. She stared at the pile, her eyes glowing. Lin asked, are they useful to you? Yup. Luna nodded excitedly. If I absorb them, I can enhance my concept of weight. Having gained the heavy stone crab's power, she now understood how to use it. I see. Lin touched his chin. Then I'll leave them to you. Yay. Master's the best. Luna giggled, kissed Lin's cheek, then dashed toward the memory eggs with gleeful energy. Suyuk. Slurp. Luna squinted with joy as she devoured them. Lin left her be and wandered off to explore the rest of the cave. But nothing else. Aside from the memory eggs, the cave was completely barren. Lin clicked his tongue. That's it. Once Luna finished absorbing them, Lin reappeared beside Asuna and Hidajai. His sudden return startled Asuna, but seeing it was him, she sighed in relief. Let's go. A black magic circle formed beneath his feet. Hi. Asuna blinked. It's already over. Lin glanced at her. You're welcome to keep exploring if you want. Asuna stiffened. She quickly smiled and shook her head. No thanks. The circle flashed. Shuchin Academy. 3rd year, Class 2. Lin and the girls reappeared. Asuna finally relaxed after returning to familiar surroundings. But still. That was thrilling. Her heart beat faster just recalling it. If it happened again. She probably wouldn't have the courage. But if it was with Lin. That would be different. On the other side. Hidajai held Lin's arm, tilting her head up with her blue eyes fixed on him. So, what now? Am I officially part of your harem? Lin raised a brow, chuckling. Eager, aren't you? I made peace with it when I accepted your deal. Hidajai's tone was playful. She even winked. Now that the curse was lifted, she was clearly more lively. Asuna, too, seemed changed by her presence. But maybe a little too lively? Asuna's eye twitched slightly. Moments later, the three left the classroom together. Elsewhere. 3rd floor. Girls' restroom. The atmosphere was strange. Hayasaka stood holding a pair of damp panties, her expression unreadable. Kaguya stepped out of the stall, having just finished tidying her clothes. Her face turned red the moment she saw the scene. Hayasaka, what are you doing? Hayasaka stayed silent for a moment, then spoke seriously. Miss, do you want to keep it? She said calmly, when you grow up, This kind of thing rarely happens outside the bedroom. I think it has sentimental value. Collect. Kagaya's eye twitched. Then, she snatched the panties back. These panties must never be allowed to exist in this world again. Cremation. Complete annihilation. Not even dust shall remain. Shuchin Academy. Kagaya, who had been gripping her underwear, gradually calmed down and regained her composure. But as soon as she thought about Lin, her thoughts couldn't help but stir again. She raised her eyes and looked at Hayasaka. Unable to suppress the question in her heart, she asked, "The president of the Supernatural Investigation Club, are you sure he's just an ordinary person?" Hayasaka was momentarily stunned. The topic shift caught her off guard, but she quickly regained her composure. Her eyes flicked toward the underwear in Kagaya's hand. "So, this has to do with the president of the Supernatural Investigation Club?" A few thoughts clicked into place in her mind, but she maintained a calm expression. "According to our investigation, there's nothing unusual about him, but I can't confirm that he's truly ordinary. After all, someone capable of drawing the attention of Shinomiya Oko and being assigned to Kagaya, even without obvious abnormalities, couldn't be dismissed as just anyone." When Kagaya heard that, her gaze grew distant, and she fell into silence. She was now absolutely sure. Lin wasn't ordinary. That kind of speed completely defied common sense. No human could move like that. And those eyes. Just thinking about them made her feel unsettled again. After a moment's hesitation, she asked in a whisper, "Hayasaka, do you believe in the supernatural?" The supernatural? Hayasaka was again caught off guard, but she observed Kagaya's expression closely. Even though she kept her usual cool facade, Hayasaka could see the worry in her eyes. Narrowing her gaze subtly, she thought to herself. So that's it. Supernatural powers? And that Lin? Though Hayasaka had always been skeptical of such things, she had no reason to doubt Kagaya. Especially considering how Shinomiya Oko had arranged for Kagaya to get close to Lin, despite his lack of a notable background. That would make sense, if Lin was something more. Everything suddenly clicked. It all lined up. Hayasaka's heart began to beat a little faster. Still, it needed to be verified. Maybe she could use Kagaya to investigate further. "I believe it," she finally said. "Hi." Kagaya blinked. She'd been thinking of how to explain things to Hayasaka, but... Wait, did she already know? Kagaya looked surprised. "You've seen it too." Hayasaka tested the waters. "Lin." "I knew it," Kagaya muttered, then asked in a low tone, "If you knew, why didn't you tell me?" "Ah." Hayasaka kept her expression neutral, even though she felt a little awkward. "I only just found out too. It really was him." Still, Kagaya didn't press any further. Instead, she clutched Hayasaka's arm and recounted everything that had happened earlier. Hayasaka's eyes twitched slightly at the touch. "Can we use another hand?" She really wanted to say it. But, she was the lady's attendant. She had to endure. After Kagaya finished recounting everything, she looked anxious. "Hayasaka, do you think? Did I offend him?" Kagaya had always thought that, as a Shinomiya, there was no one in Japan she couldn't afford to offend even with her brother's warnings. After all, she had always been proud, looking down on all equally. But now, no one ever told her supernatural beings existed. Hayasaka fell silent for a moment, then looked her straight in the eye. "Without a doubt. You offended him." Kagaya stiffened. "Then, will there be consequences?" Hayasaka shook her head. "I don't know either." It was her first time dealing with anything supernatural too. But one thing was certain. You never treat the unknown lightly. Kagaya bit her lip. Her usual calm had long since shattered. "Is there any way to make up for it? Money? A house?" Hope flickered in her eyes. Hayasaka hesitated. Can someone like him really be pleased with material things? Then what are his interests? Kagaya tightened her grip on Hayasaka's arm. Hayasaka fell silent again. Then, the rumors about the harem popped into her head. She looked at Kagaya for a long moment. No doubt about it. Kagaya was a stunner. No wonder Shinomiya Oko had pushed her into Lin's path. After a moment of deliberation, Hayasaka said slowly, "Maybe, try using a beauty trap." Kagaya fell silent. She had once publicly declared she would abolish the harem department. And now, she was about to offer herself to expand it. Still, after witnessing Lin's power firsthand, the arrogance she'd clung to had already crumbled. So, if a beauty trap was necessary, then who should be the one to go? She instinctively excluded herself, then turned to Hayasaka, her eyes sparkling. Clutching Hayasaka's shoulders, she said with emotion, "Hayasaka, I didn't expect you to make such a big sacrifice for me." Hayasaka froze. Meanwhile, Asuna returned to the student council room in a daze. "President, Yuki looked over from her black tea, surprised. You don't look so good. Asuna was silent for a long moment, then said, I feel like I need to re-evaluate everything I know about the world. Yuki immediately understood. Seems like she encountered something supernatural while with Lord Lin. She stood up, walked behind Asuna, and patted her shoulder like a senior comforting a junior. You'll get used to it. Then, blinking excitedly, she added, President, would you be willing to share with your most loyal member? Asuna sighed, held her forehead, and began recounting her experience. When she got to the part about Lin's battle with the heavy stone crab, Yuki's eyes sparkled with awe. As expected of Lord Lin. The future hope of the Suao family. Chika puffed out her cheeks unhappily. President. You didn't even bring me for something so cool. Asuna rolled her eyes. If you're that curious, why not go to the Supernatural Investigation Club? Chika's eyes lit up. You're right. Like waking from a dream, she stood up. You're the best, President. Then she turned and dashed out the room. Supernatural Investigation Club, here I come. Asuna opened her mouth to stop her but ended up mumbling helplessly, Lin isn't even there right now. Lin's apartment. At the entrance. After changing into slippers, Hidejai glanced around curiously. This place. She frowned slightly. Why are there so many things that clearly belong to girls? It's the harem department, after all. Hearing Lin's response, the corner of Hidejai's eye twitched, but she still nodded. Makes sense. So. What exactly are we here for? Her face flushed a little. Even though she had boldly declared she would join the harem, she hadn't expected things to move this fast. Did he really just bring her straight home? Lin didn't answer. He simply walked to the living room. Hidejai hesitated, took a few deep breaths, then followed. In the living room, Inuyukamai was lying lazily on the sofa. The moment she spotted Lin, her tail swayed excitedly. But the moment she noticed Hidejai, the tail drooped. Inuyukamai muttered, another annoying woman. Himari, on the other hand, didn't care. As soon as she saw Lin, she jumped into his arms. Inuyukamai. Such a clingy cat. So cute. Hidejai's eyes lit up when she saw the two pets. She reached out to pet Himari. Only for Himari to nimbly dodge her hand. Her face froze. Then she turned to Inuyukamai. Inuyukamai gave her a cold glance. I'm not some pet of the peerage. She was Lin's personal companion. As royalty of the dog demon clan, she would never allow anyone else to touch her. Hidejai blinked. A talking dog. She was stunned. Lin explained calmly, Inuyukamai and Himari are also members of the peerage. Think of them as your senpais. After a quick explanation of monsters, Hidejai nodded in understanding. So they were girls too, huh? She glanced between them, expression subtle, and began to revise her understanding of what the harem department really entailed. After a while, Lin sat down on the sofa and looked at her. Take it off. Here. Hidejai hesitated, her lashes trembling slightly. She glanced toward Inuyukamai and Himari. Wait, could it be? He likes being watched. But Lin's next line interrupted her thoughts. Just your back is fine. Even more confused now. After Lin gave her a proper explanation, she finally understood. The ritual for reincarnation as a devil. The seal of blessings. I see. She pouted, whispering, I thought. What? Lin looked at her, amused. She smirked. Because the way Dad said it was so misleading. Lin was speechless. Inuyukamai and Himari froze. Dad. What kind of role play was this? An immediate alert was raised. They had a new top threat on their hands. Lin's apartment. Living room. Hidejai took off her shirt neatly and reached behind her back. Click. Her smooth back was instantly exposed before Lin. She pursed her lips, clearly feeling Lin's gaze. Her toes curled slightly in discomfort. Seeing this, Lin summoned the evil piece. The cold touch made Hidejai let out a faint hum. Ding. You have acquired peerage member Hidejai Senjagahara. Ding. Your peerage member, Hidejai Senjagahara, has been reincarnated as a special devil. At the sound of the prompt, a dazzling light flashed across Hidejai's back. In the next second, her blessing information appeared. Hidejai Senjagahara. Rank, low-class devil. Master, Lin Valifor. Stats. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Endurance, I0. Magic, I0. Innate abilities. Stationary mastery, expert handling and manipulation of stationary-based tools. 4-dimensional skirt, space storage. Gravity devil. Mass distortion, not affected by gravity. Can freely alter her own and other objects' density. Gravity paradox, creates a 50-meter radius gravity field. Applies both movement inhibition and gravitational pull to enemies. Devil transformation, crab fall. Dash. Gravity devil! Lin stroked his chin in thought. Master, master! Suddenly, Luna's voice rang in his mind. I got heavier again. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. Was there a synergy between Gravity Devil and Cancer? That meant, every time Hitaji's strength increased, Cancer would grow heavier too? Lin's eyes lit up at the realization. He had been wondering where he could find something to increase the weight concept within Cancer. Now, there was no need. He only had to wait for Hitiji to grow stronger. And the Gravity Devil. Just by the name, it was clear how much potential it held. Though the current skills weren't overly strong, that was simply due to Hitiji still being a low-class devil. Once she surpassed level 21, she might even be able to manipulate planetary gravity. Lin looked increasingly expectant. After dressing, Hitiji looked at her blessing interface, her expression somewhat complex. She had actually turned a habit into a skill? She took out a pen and narrowed her eyes. She could now clearly feel the enhanced control. And, the urge to throw it. She suppressed the strange impulse and lifted her skirt. Four-dimensional skirt? She glanced at Lin, then at Inyakamai and Himari. With no outsiders present, she calmly reached in. A moment later, her hand froze, and her eyes widened slightly. What is it? Lin asked. It feels like. I reached into another place, Hitiji said with uncertainty. She then looked at him with a sly glint in her eyes. Want to check it out for me, Dad? Lin raised his brows, but didn't refuse. He naturally reached in. Hi. Hitiji froze for a moment. No hesitation at all? She grumbled internally. Lin's expression was calm, almost like a scientist running an experiment. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. There's definitely another space there. It seems quite large too. Woo. Hitiji quickly lowered her skirt and exhaled. That position just now had felt way too lewd. Lin stroked his chin. Also, I think your skirt is currently in an unobservable state. She blinked. Raising her skirt, she was stunned by what she saw. Pitch black. Like a void. Will I stay like this forever? She muttered. Maybe not, Lin guessed. Try taking off the skirt. It might revert. It was called four-dimensional skirt, after all. The skirt had to be the key. Hitiji didn't hesitate. She unfastened it. Pure white panties with a cute pattern were exposed. It's back to normal, she sighed. Lin nodded with admiration. Even though I've seen them before, I have to say. They suit you. Hitiji rolled her eyes, then put the skirt back on. Perverted dad. You're getting better at calling me that, Lin remarked. Her ears reddened slightly. Trying to shift focus, she turned back to her blessing screen. Gravity Devil. Seeing the skill name stirred some complicated emotions. Inevitably, her thoughts returned to the heavy stone crab. She never imagined that experience would turn her into a devil aligned with gravity. Still, she didn't resent the ability. On the contrary, she understood just how valuable it was. Gravity Devil. Even the name sounded powerful. She raised her hand. Buzz. A wave of pressure surged out of her. Gravity paradox. The entire apartment was suddenly blanketed in gravitational force. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist toward a Coke bottle on the table. Whoosh. The Coke shot into her hand like a magnet. But not just that. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Papers, towels, remotes, everything in range flew at her. The living room turned into a whirlwind of chaos. Clack. She caught the Coke firmly. Staring at the scene around her, her mouth twitched. Gravity siphon. Lin's brows twitched. Universal pull. Although she lacked almighty push to go with it. And she clearly wasn't very skilled yet. Next, Hitiji tested the low-speed shackles. It simply increased the target's weight and slowed their movement. Finally, mass distortion. She chose to manipulate her own weight first. Lightweight. Immediately, Hitiji began floating, like she had lost all gravity. It was even stronger than her condition before the heavy crab was exorcised. Then, super heavy. Boom. She slammed into the floor, blowing straight through it. And she kept falling. Lin's eyes twitched. He quickly used the Gravity Devil's power and Cancer's weight concept to cancel the overweight effect, then pulled her back up with Gravity Siphon. Landing softly in Lin's arms, Hitiji blinked in confusion. Lin used magic to repair the floor, then sighed. Trying to destroy my apartment. Blushing, she buried her face in his chest. Sorry. I'm still learning. As she spoke, she subconsciously took in Lin's scent. Her ears turned red. Off to the side, Inyakamai narrowed her golden eyes. That spot was hers. And that pose she copied it. A few moments passed. Evening fell. Hitiji slowly lifted her head and frowned slightly. It was already this late? She'd only just hugged him for a bit. Dissatisfied, she glanced toward the door. Did she have to go home now? That house was so empty. Suddenly, her gaze swept across all the feminine products filling the room. Her eyes lit up with an idea. Sitting back up in Lin's lap, she looked into his eyes with hopeful anticipation. Can I stay here too? Lin paused for a moment, then said, sure, but... He shrugged. There's no room left. Hidajai froze. But then, biting her lip, she glanced away and mumbled, if there's really no room, I could just sleep with you. After all, it's normal for a daughter to sleep with her dad, right? Just imagining lying in Lin's bed, inhaling his scent. Hidajai felt an unexplainable heat build inside her. But... my bed's full too. Her fantasy collapsed. She turned, dumbfounded. Full. Humph. Inuyukamai glanced at her smugly. Master Lin's bed is basically claimed. No space for you. The corner of Hidajai's eye twitched. This competition is intense. Lin stroked his chin. There's space at Mahiru's place next door. Then I'll stay there. She accepted without hesitation. As long as she was close to Lin, that was enough. Speaking of which, was Mahiru also part of Lin's peerage? After confirming Hidajai's residence, Lin thought aloud. There really isn't enough space in this apartment. He sent a devil correspondence to Harano. House. The moment she got the message, Harano replied, no problem. I'll handle it. Then she added playfully, but master, can I be the first to try the new bed? My devil disguise skill can handle it now. Lin's interest was piqued. Oh? Then I'll have to test it thoroughly. Hidajai blinked. What do you mean by that? Tokyo. Cafe. Yes. Harano clenched her fists in victory. Then narrowed her eyes. Competition was getting fierce within the peerage. Just being a disguised devil wasn't enough anymore. She needed a new edge. Then suddenly, an idea struck her. How could I forget? She smacked her forehead and sent a message to Yukino. Yukino, do you want to grow stronger? 2 days later. Harano's efficiency was unreal. The moment Lin gave the order, everything was handled. 263 contract signings. Ownership transfers. Renovations. Furnishings. In just 2 days. Everything was ready. At the foot of a mountain. Lin looked up and raised a brow. You bought a mountain. Harano smiled. One-time investment. There would be more and more members in the future. Rather than worry later, why not prepare now? Plus, she only used a bit of devil power. Good. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Much easier than moving constantly. They soon arrived halfway up the mountain. A European-style manor came into view. Elegant architecture, a marble courtyard, a spring-fed lake, the scenery was serene and breathtaking. The interior was even more lavish. High ceilings, fine decorations, and most importantly plenty of rooms. Lin immediately got to work. He set up portals, teleportation arrays, and then sealed the entire area with a barrier. His personal barrier, nothing was getting through it. A few moments later. Buzz. Buzz. Flashes of light scattered throughout the castle. The peerage members arrived. Whoa! Their eyes lit up. This place was massive. It even had an indoor hot spring. Bathing with Master Lin? Everyone had the same thought. Then. Room dibs. Yutao's eyes sparkled. She bolted to the rightmost second-floor room. This one's mine. Kisara was furious, chasing after her. Yutao, don't hog it. Chaos broke loose. Meanwhile, Yutao slipped to Lin's side. Master, may I see your room? She batted her wine-red eyes, rubbing against his arm with practiced charm. Harano raised a brow. Trying to cut ahead? She smiled coldly. I've already set up Master's room. Let me show him personally. Their eyes met. Sparks flew. Inside the manor. Harano slowly pushed open the door to the master bedroom. And then, an outrageously luxurious room unfolded before them. But, what drew the most attention was the long, spacious bed. Harano walked over to the bed, her voice filled with pride. What do you think? Not bad, right? This bed can easily fit 10 people. No problem at all. Hearing that, Psycho, Kurika and the others suddenly lit up with interest. Kurika's golden eyes sparkled. She gave Harano a thumbs up. Well done, Harano. Lin was speechless. What exactly are they planning with a bed this size? Maiko looked at the visibly excited Yutao and the others and felt a tinge of disappointment. Because of her mother, she had gone home to rest and hadn't returned until now. Even at night, she had no chance to deepen her connection with Lin. This can't go on. Otherwise, she'd get left behind by someone like Saya. She needed a plan. At the very least, she needed to find a way to move into Lin's new residence. But her mom, Maiko, was stuck in a dilemma. Suddenly, Maiko's eyes lit up as an idea came to her. Since the peerage's base was so spacious, could she bring her mother to live with her? With that thought in mind, Maiko turned to Lin and asked expectantly, Master, can I bring my mom to live here? Lin looked at her with surprise, but without hesitation said, of course. Yes. Maiko clenched her fists in joy, her face blooming with uncontrollable happiness. Now, she could be closer to Lin. Oh. Yuta made a strange sound, her red eyes glinting playfully as she teased, I didn't expect this. Maiko, you're that kind of girl. Hi. Maiko froze, a little confused. Seeing this, Yuta clicked her tongue twice, giving her a look that said, everyone understands. You're trying to copy Saya, aren't you? Maiko's eyes widened instantly. I knew it. Yuako and the others suddenly understood. Yui and the rest, who had originally considered bringing their mothers over, immediately dropped the idea. Living with mom? No way. Hana looked at Maiko with disbelief. Maiko, how bold? That's not it. Maiko's face turned bright red as she frantically waved her hands. My mom lives alone. I just wouldn't feel at ease living here without her. That's really all it is. Is that so? With the whole Saya situation as precedent, Yuta and the rest were clearly skeptical. But they decided to let it go. After the group had finished exploring for a bit, Harano cleared her throat and said, all right, anyone who has no business here should leave now. Yuta. As soon as she said that, Kurika and the others narrowed their eyes at her. Harano remained unfazed and continued, Yukino, stay behind. Yukino's body stiffened. Her ears flushed red. She had already had a deep discussion with Harano about how to move forward, so she knew what her sister meant. She lightly bit her lip, eyes filled with panic, not daring to look at Lin, her heart pounding in her chest. Nervousness and hesitation swirled within her. Was she really going through with this? She clutched the hem of her clothes, her breath a little ragged, unable to calm herself. Even though she had mentally prepared for this day, now that she was facing it, the anxiety, shyness, and internal conflict were overwhelming. But if things continued like this, the distance between her and the others would only grow wider. Yukino understood this all too well. Even though everyone in the peerage was kind, there was still a wall between them, something invisible and intangible. Also, when they often discussed techniques for pleasing Lin, she couldn't contribute anything at all. Like a clueless child. Thinking of those bold conversations made her cheeks burn. So in that case, she couldn't keep hesitating. Yukino took a few deep breaths. Determination flickered in her eyes. She couldn't stall any longer. Since she had become one of Lin's peerage members, this moment was only a matter of time. Just like her sister said. If it's bound to happen eventually, then better to do it sooner. Yukino had made up her mind. She was going to grow up today. But what really pushed her to take this step were her sister's words from the other day. Yukino, you can't beat me in anything. Not in ability, not in body, and certainly not in your closeness with Master Lin. Hearing that, Yukino had clenched her fists. She wouldn't always be behind. Today, she would let her sister see for herself. With a spark of resolve, Yukino stepped forward. Boom. Every step felt like it was stomping on her heart. Her vision blurred, her limbs stiffened. She couldn't even move her arms and legs properly but didn't realize it. Psycho and the others, watching the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, one by one, they quietly stepped out. Yuta let out a dissatisfied grunt. She hadn't expected Harano to play the sister card. How annoying. Yuta reluctantly stepped back as well. Of course, she could have forced her way in. But it was Yukino's first time, after all. So she let it go, just this once. On the other side. Thud. Yukino bumped into something and felt a jolt of pain in her forehead. She snapped back to reality and looked up. And then Lin's unbelievably handsome face appeared in her view. Buzz. Yukino's mind went completely blank. Her brain froze. I. She stammered, her thoughts and words scrambled. In that moment, she felt the urge to run again. She couldn't do it. She couldn't do this at all. Then click. Yukino turned around stiffly and saw Harano locking the bedroom door, smiling. Yukino, no escaping now. Yukino's eyes widened. What is going on? Suddenly, Lin gently placed his hand on Yukino's head and gave it a soft stroke. Yukino flinched. But like a docile kitten, she instantly relaxed. Lin asked in a low voice, have you made up your mind? Yukino came back to her senses, and her body heated up. She could feel sweat making her clothes cling to her skin. She took a deep breath. Lin's scent filled her senses. She let out a soft sound, blushing, and buried her face in his chest. Her hands gripped his shirt tightly like a kitten nuzzling in. His scent lingered on her nose, but she still felt nervous and ashamed. However, her heart had calmed down. She wasn't going to run away. Yukino raised her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she looked at Lin. Then, she pressed her face back against his chest and whispered in a trembling yet firm voice, "Master. My future." Yukino's voice quivered, but she spoke with resolve. "I'll leave it to you." After that, she seemed to lose all strength and collapsed into his arms. Lin caught her without hesitation. Off to the side. Hareno watched with satisfaction. Yukino had finally taken this step herself. But there was no time to celebrate. Hareno immediately rushed over. "Yukino, you don't have any experience. Let me show you a few times first, so you can learn properly." Yukino. Yukino, who was already feeling dizzy from the heat, suddenly snapped back to full awareness. Even now, her sister still wanted to steal the spotlight? No way. Yukino instantly stood up and pushed Hareno away. Surprise flickered in Hareno's eyes. When did Yukino become so bold? But Hareno smiled sweetly. Then, disguised devil. Suddenly, an illusion of their mother, Fumino, appeared before Yukino. With a stern face and a commanding tone, she said, "Yukino, let mom go first this time." A direct strike to Yukino's soul. Yukino's eyes widened, her whole body freezing. Mom." Seeing her reaction, Hareno chuckled, slinking up to Lin like a snake. "Master Lin, what do you think of this? She's the mother of me and Yukino." Later that evening, Maiko returned home and decided to come clean to her mother, Yotsuya Tuko. A god. Tuko blinked in confusion. She reached out and touched Maiko's forehead. "You don't have a fever?" She asked cautiously, "Chuyunibuo." Maiko sighed. No. She knew this would happen. And she even softened it a bit by calling Lin a god instead of saying devil, to avoid further misunderstandings. "Anyway, I'm now a follower of God, and I'll be living with him from now on." Tuko's face turned serious. A cult. Was her daughter brainwashed? Maiko sighed again and raised her hand, gathering her magic power. Buzz. A warm glow bloomed from her fingertips. Tuko was stunned. Maiko continued explaining and used a few more spells to make things easier to understand. A while later, Tuko held her forehead, her worldview shaken. "So, you're going to serve God now?" Maiko blushed slightly but nodded. Tuko fell silent, then said, "So, that man's not your boyfriend, he's a god." She remembered Lin, whom she'd met once, and something clicked in her mind. "So?" Maiko looked at her expectantly. "Mom, do you want to come with me?" Tuko's eyes widened in shock. "You want me, your mom, to serve God too?" Her mind instantly jumped to Lin's face. Then she imagined being with her daughter. Bang! Tuko's face turned bright red. Even though she wasn't young anymore, she was still embarrassed hearing such an offer from her daughter. "That's not it." Maiko also turned red, protesting loudly. "Ugh! Mom, you airhead! Why do you have the same ideas as Yuta and the others?" After half a day, Maiko finally managed to clear things up. Tuko scratched her cheek awkwardly. "So that's how it is. But should she go?" Tuko fell deep into thought. Then she looked up, seeing the anticipation in Maiko's eyes. As a mother, she couldn't stop her daughter's growth. "All right, it's decided." Meanwhile, the old Mufaction received intel. Shulba Beelzebub sneered. "So the news came this quickly." He scoffed and looked down at the report in his hand. "Tokyo, Minato Ward, Shuchen." "Humph, how pathetic." Shulba scoffed again, his voice ice-cold. "Devils these days sure love gathering in the human world. This kind of childish play won't last. Sooner or later, the old Mufaction will wipe them all out." Valifor. When his eyes fell on that surname, hatred and rage surged in his expression. Valifor must die. The next day, in the early morning, faint sunlight poured through the half-closed curtains like a soft veil, gradually illuminating the quiet bedroom. Yukino's fair, translucent skin shimmered under the light like ice and snow. Her long black hair sprawled across Lin's chest, her delicate face pressed closely to him, pink lips slightly pouting, resembling a peacefully sleeping kitten. Further down, another Yukino was sprawled across Lin's thighs, with crystal-clear drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. In contrast, her sleeping posture was anything but elegant. And Yukino furrowed her brows. She felt something poking at her lips. She frowned in irritation, then bit the mischievous intruder and let out a proud hum. Lin, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly at Yukino's puffed-up cheeks, speechless. He reached out, gently stroked her head, and sighed, "You can't even sleep properly, huh?" The other Yukino let out a soft moan and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. The mature scent surrounding her nose left her momentarily dazed. As she instinctively looked up, her cold eyes met Lin's face. She jolted awake in an instant. Propping herself up on both hands, Yukino sprang up from Lin's body. The silk blanket slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth, pale skin. The moment the cool air touched her, she stiffened. She quickly tugged the sheet to cover herself. But the more she tried, the more suggestive her movements became, with parts of her figure barely hidden, as if deliberately tempting Lin. Her breathing quickened. Her face turned beet red, like a steamed crab, completely flustered. Her petite toes curled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. What should I do? Yukino was starting to panic. Even if everything that happened last night had already happened. Still. After a night passed, her brain seemed to reboot, and her shy instincts took over again. Just thinking of certain scenes made her tremble slightly. Last night. That person. Was it really her? Yukino couldn't believe it. No. It must have been. My sister. Yes, that's it. Convinced, Yukino tried to reassure herself, but then she met Lin's amused gaze. Yukino quickly averted her eyes, buried her face into her long black hair. Her skin turned bright red from her shoulders to her neck. Her ears felt like they were burning. Lin watched her changing expression and couldn't help but be amused. Mizuno, how do you feel? Yukino flinched violently. Mizu, no? When did she get renamed? But. Thinking of last night, she gave up arguing and muttered weakly, it's not Mizuno. Then. Water devil. Last night's snow devil had indeed been melted by Lin into a water devil. Pouting, Yukino stared at Lin with her big, teary eyes. Lin smiled, pulled her close, and pinched her nose. You really do make the cutest expressions. MMPH. Yukino mumbled, then proudly said, I'm cute no matter what expression I make. Lin chuckled and rubbed her head playfully. What's wrong with you? The still drowsy Yukino blinked in confusion. Then, realizing something, she looked down and froze. A moment later, she whispered awkwardly, Sister. Could you stop using my appearance? Ah. The fake Yukino blinked, then stuck out her tongue playfully and muttered, You're right. Yukino's body is kind of stiff. Yukino's eyes sharpened like icicles as they locked onto Harino. Fine, I won't say anything else. Harino smiled innocently, raised her hands in surrender, and deactivated her disguise devil ability. Buzz. With a flash of light, her real form reappeared. And the first thing that came into view was a pair of prominent curves. Yukino bit her lip. Ah, my own body really is more comfortable. Harino let out a relaxed sigh and stretched her body, deliberately drawing attention to her curves. Yukino made a displeased sound. She was still growing. She'd catch up eventually. Harino teased her a bit more before refocusing on her task. As a proper elite of society, she never left things unfinished. Harino practiced that principle thoroughly. Lin, of course, appreciated her dedication. Meanwhile, Yukino stood there dumbfounded. Seeing her frozen like that, Harino scooted aside and invited, Want to join in? Yukino's slender frame trembled. Afternoon. Shuchin Academy, Supernatural Investigation Club. Knock knock. Lin. Didn't he mention there were more and more people visiting the Supernatural Investigation Club lately? Come in. Just as he said that. Bang. The door burst open from the outside. Lin looked up. A girl with a golden ponytail and ocean blue eyes walked in. Her coat was tied around her waist, her fingernails painted a bold blue. She looked like a trendy hot girl. But her demeanor gave off a composed, capable vibe. Hayasaka Ai. Lin said her name the moment he saw her. Hayasaka's body stiffened. Her grip on the doorknob tightened. Her cold expression nearly cracked. Why? A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. Lin leaned back in his chair, lips curled into a half smile. You've been following me this whole time, haven't you? Hayasaka froze. Panic surged in her chest. I've been found out. When? Since the beginning. Lin seemed to catch her confusion and answered leisurely. No way. Mind reading? No, it's just, you've become too easy to read. He glanced at her face, which was subconsciously tensing up, and chuckled. He smiled again. Not coming in. Hayasaka's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, his smile gave her a terrible sense of foreboding. So. Why did she have to clean up Kagaya's mess? But. She had no choice. A servant had no rights. Hayasaka let out a silent sigh and stepped inside. In the next moment, the door to the Supernatural Investigation Club slammed shut. Hayasaka flinched and trembled slightly. So scary. She was sure she hadn't closed it. Right. Could it be? Was this supernatural power? She kept a straight face, but inside she was practically crying. Having a master like Shinomia Kagaya was a curse. After mentally cursing Kagaya for a while, Hayasaka calmed down. Lin said, Tell me what you're here for. She bowed and replied, I apologize. My lady was very rude before. Oh. Lin's red eyes narrowed slightly. So this was about Kaguya Shinomiya. Still. You offended me, and think a simple apology will be enough. Hayasaka raised her head. If there's anything the Shinomiya family can do, just say it. She had no intention of using her looks to try and seduce him. Lin stroked his chin. Are you sure you're in a position to make that call? Hayasaka opened her mouth, then lowered her head. She was just a servant. She couldn't make those decisions. Not even her master, Kaguya, might have that authority. Seeing that, Lin said flatly, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Hayasaka hesitated, then asked, are you planning to take revenge on Miss Kaguya? Her. Lin responded calmly, she's not even worth that. Though. He looked at Hayasaka, a subtle smile on his lips. You might want to keep an eye on the Shinomiya family's businesses. They're probably getting pretty anxious right about now. Hayasaka's heart skipped a beat. But. She quickly calmed down. That was the Shinomiya family, a conglomerate capable of rivaling a nation. She couldn't imagine them panicking. Still. When facing someone with supernatural powers, Hayasaka couldn't help but feel awe. A part of her even began to hope. So sorry for the interruption. Hayasaka turned, intending to return and gather more intel. Just as her hand reached the door handle, Lin said. I heard. You're a servant of the Shinomiya family, right? Hayasaka froze. Lin continued, ever thought of working somewhere else? Hayasaka's eyes showed clear confusion. Was he trying to recruit her? Lin tapped his chin, looked at her, then at the faintly glowing evil piece beside him, and said. My house is pretty big, but I'm short a maid. Also. His voice deepened. You don't want to keep working for the Hayasaka family's enemies, do you? Hayasaka's eyes flew wide, her heart rocked with disbelief. Her hand clenched the doorknob tightly. How? How could he possibly know that? She didn't know. But. Hayasaka bit her lip gently. She really didn't want to serve the Shinomiya family anymore. The Hayasaka family had once been prestigious. But. After losing to the Shinomiya family, they were reduced to vassals. From noble lineage to enemy maids. How could she not hold resentment? Even if she got along with Kaguya. Her grudge toward the Shinomiya family hadn't changed. Worse. Because of internal conflicts over the heir, she had been forced into becoming a double agent. It left her completely disgusted with the whole family. But. Leave? Hayasaka smiled bitterly. She couldn't leave the Shinomiya family. She stayed silent for a while, then whispered, I'll think about it. With that, she opened the door and stepped out of the Supernatural Investigation Club. Unless the Shinomiya family collapsed, the Hayasaka name would never break free from its chains. But. Hayasaka didn't completely refuse. Because. Lin might just be capable of the impossible. Somewhere in her heart, she still had hope. A corner of Shuchen Academy. When she saw Hayasaka's figure, Kaguya's vermilion eyes lit up immediately. She quickly walked forward and grabbed Hayasaka's arm, her voice laced with anxious anticipation. How did it go? Hayasaka looked at Kaguya, who was slowly shedding her usual icy demeanor, and felt a complicated emotion stir within her. Then, she nodded and shook her head. Kaguya blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Hayasaka replied calmly, President Lin has absolutely no intention of taking revenge on you. Kaguya looked puzzled. He's that easy to deal with. She frowned, scanning Hayasaka up and down. Hayasaka, don't tell me, you used a honey trap. Hayasaka rolled her eyes subtly. No. Phew. Hearing that, Kaguya let out a sigh of relief, and her tense expression relaxed. Even if she had said otherwise before, Hayasaka was her only close confidant. There was no way she would let her sacrifice herself like that. Seeing Kaguya's reaction, Hayasaka felt a bit touched but also conflicted. What touched her was that her years of friendship with Kaguya weren't fake. What complicated things was that the name Shinomiya was the reason her own life had turned out this way. And she was also a spy planted by others, right by Kaguya's side. Kaguya, unaware of the emotional storm brewing in Hayasaka, asked curiously, if it wasn't a honey trap, then what did you offer him, Hayasaka? Hayasaka snapped out of her thoughts. Nothing. Huh? Kaguya was stunned. Nothing. Yet. Hayasaka nodded. So he just let me off, just like that. Kaguya's expression twisted into something odd. President Lin didn't seem like the kind of person who'd be that lenient. And those eyes of his. Just recalling Lin's eyes made her heart race. A strange and unfamiliar feeling had been building in her lately. Even her cold exterior was beginning to falter. Suppressing the strange sensation for now, Kaguya asked again, so he didn't say anything else. Expressionless, Hayasaka replied, he did. Kaguya nodded, expectant. he said. You're not even worth it. Kagaya's expression froze. Not worth it. President Lin said you aren't even qualified to be a target. Just in case Kagaya didn't understand or hear clearly, Hayasaka patiently repeated the line and explained it in more detail. Kagaya bit her lip, looking wronged and aggrieved. Now it was Hayasaka's turn to be confused. She had expected Kagaya to react with disdain, arrogance, indifference, any of those. But she didn't expect this grievance. Hayasaka was shocked. Kagaya, what's gotten into you? Or rather, did something possess you? Is this even the real Kagaya Shinomiya? After seeing the existence of supernatural powers firsthand, Hayasaka's thoughts ran wild. Regardless, this was definitely not the Kagaya Shinomiya she knew. Kagaya did feel aggrieved. She didn't even understand why. But a deep sense of frustration and discomfort lingered. Was she truly not even qualified to be noticed by Lin? Kagaya had clearly misunderstood what Hayasaka meant. That thought made her panic a little. Grabbing Hayasaka's arm again, she asked hurriedly, Hayasaka, is there any way to make him take revenge on me? Hayasaka's face twitched. Miss Kagaya, are you alright? Cursed, maybe? Kagaya snapped back to her senses. She realized how ridiculous what she'd just said sounded. And never mind. She tried to recover her usual cold persona. But there was no going back now. Hayasaka looked at her with complicated eyes. She could easily see through Kagaya's now forced facade. Kagaya was definitely not alright. Revenge? What kind of masochism is this? Still, although Lin said Kagaya wasn't worthy, it was clear the Shinomiya family was already under attack. Kagaya might not realize it yet, but it probably wasn't that far off from what she imagined. But there was no need to tell her that. Hayasaka didn't even plan to report this to Shinomiya Oko. Originally, she just wanted Kagaya to establish contact with Lin. She never thought it would backfire this badly. Someone with supernatural power might really be able to change this suffocating world. Maybe even break her own shackles? With that thought, Hayasaka narrowed her eyes, then said, Miss Kagaya, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Kagaya absent-mindedly hummed in response. Her mind was now focused on how to change Lin's impression of her, how to become worthy enough to catch his eye. A little later, Hayasaka found a quiet place and messaged her mother. Mom, has anything strange happened at home? Hi. Hayasaka now was surprised. How did you know? Hayasaka AI's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Hayasaka now hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should tell AI. Mom. Alright, now sighed and whispered mysteriously, AI, have you ever seen a three-headed dog, burning with black flames? Hayasaka's eyes widened instantly. Her grip on the phone tightened. A three-headed dog burning in black flames? A while later, Hayasaka stood dazed. She'd thought they were being targeted financially or legally, maybe even through public opinion. But it turned out to be a full-on supernatural assault. At the same time, inside the Shinomiya estate. Boom boom. The entire estate trembled violently. What's going on? One of the Shinomiya family members shouted in alarm. Is this another earthquake? Others began to panic. But soon, a scorching wave of heat surged through the area. Roar. A thunderous roar shattered the estate's silence. Everyone turned toward the sound, expressions filled with horror. Next moment, a massive, hellish three-headed dog cloaked in black flames appeared before them. As tall as a building, it looked like a hound from the underworld itself. Gulp. Someone audibly swallowed, and it was as if a fuse had been lit. Monster. Monsters are attacking. Panic exploded throughout the estate. People screamed and fled chaotically. But just as some tried to escape through a side door. Buzz. A transparent barrier sealed the entire estate in an instant. Bang. Someone ran straight into it and was knocked flat. Ow. He cried out in pain, then scrambled toward the exit again. But, damn it! Why can't I get out? He punched the air, but it was like hitting an invisible wall. Many others met the same fate. They couldn't escape. As that realization sank in, they turned toward the hellhound. And despair began to set in. Elsewhere. Master, this is bad. An elderly man on a ventilator suddenly awoke. A moment later, an old man with yellowed skin and thin hair sat nearby, leaning on a cane. A nasal oxygen tube clung to his face. Just sitting upright looked like it drained all his energy. This was the head of the Shinomiya family. Shinomiya Ganon. Despite controlling vast wealth and almost all of Japan's elite circles, he now sat with no trace of dignity. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Behind him, Shinomiya family members bowed their heads and trembled. The entire estate was dead silent. Because of the woman seated casually at the head of the table. Yukinashita Harano. End. Roar! The infernal three-headed dog outside, its mere breath turning the air into a sea of fire. You've heard of Lin Group, haven't you? Harano asked, completely at ease. Ganon's heart clenched. Wasn't that the newly rising company? A company whose rare assets had drawn attention from many powerful groups, including theirs. But he never imagined the actual owner would show up like this. I apologize for offending the Lin Group in the past. Ganon was the first to kneel. Even with his failing health and failing eyesight, he bowed low. If he had known Lin Group was backed by supernatural forces, he never would have dared covet it. Because no matter how powerful the Shinomia family was, they were still just human. And that hellhound wasn't for show. Behind him, the others followed his lead and stood to bow. Harano paused. She didn't expect someone like Ganon, who wielded such influence, to have such awareness. Yukino, who had been prepared for a dramatic confrontation, suddenly lost interest. She waved her hand, her tone casual. I'm not a villain. You have 1 day to prepare the property transfer contracts. Then she stood up. Starting today, the Shinomia family will become a subsidiary of Lin Group. Ganon and the others lifted their heads in shock. The whole family. All of our assets. Ganon's voice trembled. With just one sentence, the once glorious Shinomia family was about to become someone else's vassal? How? Harano's voice turned cold. Not satisfied. With that. Boom. The hellhound's flames surged. A wave of scorching heat blasted through the estate. The air shimmered with distortion. Seeing the nightmarish scene outside, Ganon's eyes filled with fear. Suddenly. Ah! Several family members twisted in pain, their faces contorted as they screamed. Even Ganon shivered violently, his entire body tingling. Everyone was writhing in agony. It felt like even their souls were burning. Ganon gritted his teeth and cried out, "We, the Shinomiya family, submit to you." That simple demonstration instantly crushed any resistance. Let alone fight back. The hellhound alone was beyond anything they could deal with. Harano said coldly, "This is hellfire. Only those who have sinned can't withstand its flames. I'll let the flames of karma judge each of you. Only those who survive will be allowed to live." Ganon froze in place. "Oh, right." Harano tapped her temple, then smiled faintly. "I was originally planning to compete with you through normal business means. But who told you to have such a wonderful daughter?" Ganon's eyes widened in horror. The Shinomiya estate. An eerie stillness lingered in the air. Silence filled every corner of the once mighty household. Harano had left. Even the terrifying three-headed hellhound had disappeared. All that remained was the dark flame of karmic fire. But the members of the Shinomiya family were still trapped in the fear from before. Their eyes were blank, their faces pale with terror. Shinomiya Ganon leaned heavily on his cane. His complexion was ashen, and his lips trembled faintly. Even though Harano had departed from the main seat, he still sat silently in the side seat, his expression deep in thought. The final words Harano left behind continued to echo in his mind. Kaguya. After a while, he muttered his daughter's name softly. Ganon closed his eyes. Bitterness rose in his heart. He knew his youngest daughter's personality all too well. It wasn't surprising that she had offended someone. But this time, the one they had offended was a being the Shinomiya family could not afford to provoke. Even so, Ganon didn't place all the blame on Kaguya. After all, her personality was shaped by the Shinomiya family's education. Besides, even without Kaguya's involvement, with the family's current trajectory, they would have eventually clashed with the Lin group. Perhaps it was a good thing that this happened early. If they had truly crossed a line and triggered irreversible consequences, it would have meant the end of the Shinomiya family. By then, it wouldn't just be Harano's visit and a show of force from a hellhound. They wouldn't have even had the chance to become a subsidiary of the Lin group. Still, the thought of handing over the Shinomiya legacy to someone else made his chest tighten. Discomfort and suffocating frustration churned within him. Cough. Ganon couldn't hold back a cough. Seeing this, Shinomiya Oko quickly stepped forward and patted his back. "Father, are you all right?" Ganon lifted a hand slightly. "I can still live for a while." Oko's expression was complex. He clenched his fists and growled, "Father, do you really plan to?" "Oko." Ganon stopped him cold, his voice stern. "Don't even think about it." Oko opened his mouth but swallowed his words angrily. The bitterness in his chest didn't fade. He might not have held much power within the family, but he was still the son of the head. When had he ever been forced into such humiliation? But the image of the three-headed hellhound sent a chill down his spine. Ganon understood Oko's frustration. However, the moment Harano stepped into their territory, the outcome had been sealed. Especially for Ganon, who knew the deeper truths of the world. As the head of a top-ranking conglomerate, he had long been aware of the hidden supernatural layer of society. Naturally, he had made preparations. The Shinomia estate had been protected by a barrier he had acquired from the Onmyoji Bureau at an exorbitant price. Thanks to it, the estate had been a sanctuary amidst a cursed spirit-infested society. According to the Bureau's highest-tier experts, the barrier could even resist attacks from great accursed spirits. But now, Ganon looked down at the cracked soul stone embedded in his cane, eyes dull. It had shattered. The barrier had failed in an instant. A barrier that could resist grade A spirits hadn't lasted a second. Could Hareno or that hellhound be special grade? No. Possibly even stronger. Not even the top exorcists in the Bureau could pull off such a feat. This was why Ganon had submitted without resistance. Even among the Onmyoji Bureau, only a handful could challenge someone of that level. The Shinomiya family was far from worthy of that level of protection. Besides, he couldn't even be sure Hareno was the strongest among Lin's faction. What if there was someone worse? Surrender. At least that way, some members of the family could survive. Yes. Some. Ganon turned toward the karmic flame Hareno had left behind. Only those who could withstand its burning were allowed to live. The meaning was clear. The fact that Hareno left it behind at all showed her confidence. She wasn't worried about them trying anything. That gesture alone said everything. If they wanted to resist or run, they were welcome to try. Otherwise, walk into the flame, accept the judgment, and become Lin's vassal. She even gave them a choice. That made it hurt more. To destroy a man's spirit is worse than destroying his body. Ganon's clouded eyes flickered with helplessness. Seek help from outside? Run? He didn't even dare entertain the thought. Unless the entire Onmyoji Bureau stood behind the Shinomiya family, there was no hope. But even for a top-tier conglomerate like theirs, that wasn't happening. So, just accept it. Ganon made up his mind. Bang, bang. He tapped the floor with his cane, snapping everyone out of their daze. Oko, gather everyone for the karmic fire trial. Oko flinched. His fists clenched tightly. His eyes were filled with rage. With that one line, Ganon had sealed the Shinomiya family's fate. But, understood. Oko's voice dropped. He couldn't bring himself to argue anymore. Besides, he wasn't the family's first heir. Let Kiyotaka and the others deal with this mess. With that thought, Oko cast a glance at the others around him. The family members who met his eyes shivered. No. I'm not doing it. I refuse to walk into hellfire. Someone snarled, face twisted with fear, taking several steps back before turning and running. You're all insane. You want to destroy the entire Shinomiya family. Ganon didn't even react. They all knew what sins they had committed. This was the natural result. Oko, don't let anyone escape. Oko's expression tensed, but he nodded, I understand. He immediately issued orders. Enforcers moved in, dragging anyone who resisted and forcing them to line up for the trial. Those who attempted to flee had their legs broken and were dragged back, tied up like criminals. Eventually, Ganon gave one final order. Bring Kaguya and Hayasaka back immediately. He didn't intend to blame Kaguya outright. But they at least needed to figure out what exactly she'd done. And Ganon's expression darkened. Kaguya had been living under Hayasaka's nose. How had she been allowed to make such a foolish mistake? Once they were back, Hayasaka would be the first to walk into the karmic fire. As a father, Ganon wanted to see what idiocy his son had been up to while he was bedridden. Meanwhile, outside the estate, Hareno stared at the hellhound beside her in awe. When did the peerage get a monster like this? Honana sat lazily on a nearby branch and replied. That thing appeared after one of Inyakamai's people descended into hell. I'm not entirely sure about the details. Hareno narrowed her eyes. So even working in hell comes with perks now? Honana looked toward the estate. Do we still need to monitor the Shinomiya family? Hareno responded with a soft hum. If anything weird happens, just kill them all. Oh, right. As if remembering something, she added, leave the women. Honana. Some time later. After receiving an urgent message, Kaguya, Unyo, and Sieria returned to the estate in confusion. Then they saw what looked like the aftermath of a blazing inferno. Charred craters lined the ground, as if left behind by some massive creature. Thump. Kaguya's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling crept over her. They quickened their pace toward the main hall. Then, they saw something even more surreal. A pillar of black fire burned quietly at the center of the hall. One by one, family members walked into it, either willingly or forcibly. Ah! Agonizing screams echoed from within the flames. Some collapsed from the pain. Others vanished into the fire entirely. Unyo and Kaguya froze at the scene. Gulp. Unyo swallowed hard, then looked toward the man sitting at the side seat. Did he join a cult or something? Kaguya was speechless. She could only stare at the bizarre scene, mind blank. What happened? Ganon didn't explain anything. Instead, he made a declaration. From this day forward, the Shinomia family is a subsidiary of the Lin group. Kagaya, Oko, Unyo, and the others were stunned. What? Lin. Kagaya repeated the name instinctively, her voice cracking. Ganon narrowed his eyes. So it really was because of Kagaya. Wait, the Lin group. Lin. Unyo exclaimed in realization. Ganon. Right. This idiot probably had something to do with it too. Soon after hearing everything from Ganon's mouth, Kagaya collapsed to the floor in a daze. She murmured, it was really him. Those words Harano had left behind. There was no mistake. It was the Lin from the Supernatural Investigation Club. So that was why. Instead of retaliating against her directly, he brought destruction upon the entire Shinomiya family. It was completely outside her expectations. And yet, the family had no power to resist. A three-headed hellhound. Flames that judged sin. Even if she hadn't seen them herself, the evidence left behind was chilling enough. Looking at her broken family, Kagaya could only imagine what horrors they had endured. This is all my fault. She lowered her head. Her crimson eyes had lost their light. It's because of me. If she hadn't offended Lin, none of this would have happened. With a trembling voice, she explained everything that had occurred between her and Lin. You idiot! Oko's face turned red with rage. I told you to get close to him, not piss him off. He raised his hand, about to strike her. Enough, Oko. Ganon's voice halted him. He froze. Ganon continued, his tone low. There's no point placing blame now. Besides. His voice turned cold. Weren't you the one chasing after supernatural power? From just a few pieces of the story, Ganon had already pieced everything together. Kagaya had acted foolishly, yes. But the root of the issue stemmed from Oko's obsession. Ganon's gaze turned sharp. Go ahead. As long as you survive the fire of karma, you can become a member of the affiliated family. Oko's body trembled violently. A trial by karmic fire? Oko lowered his head, eyes wide with dread as sweat poured down his forehead. The agonized screams of the Shinomiya clan members echoed in his ears. Gulp. Oko swallowed hard, and large drops of sweat fell to the floor. With his own understanding of his sins, if he were to jump into that karmic fire, he'd be reduced to molecular dust in seconds. He raised his head with great difficulty and said in a trembling voice, Father. I'm your biological son. Seeing Oko's pitiful state, Ganon had a brief thought, but maintained a calm expression and slowly spoke. Oko, this is a necessary sacrifice for the Shinomiya family. Oko clenched his fists and shouted angrily at Kagaya, why should I be the one to sacrifice for this idiot's mistake? Kagaya's body trembled. Ganon's tone turned cold. Oko, don't make this harder than it already is. Make it hard. Ha! Oko suddenly laughed. Then don't do it. Even if I die, I'll drag the entire Shinomiya clan to hell with me. His face twisted with hatred, Oko turned to leave. Suddenly. Bang! Several hands grabbed him, locking him in place. He froze, and before he could react, he heard his brother's cold voice. Brother, I'm not about to die just because of your actions. With that, Oko's feet left the ground. His eyes widened. What are you doing? Wait. Father. No. With a wave of his hand, Oko's brother ordered him thrown into the karmic fire. Damn it! Kagaya, you disgrace of the Shinomiya family. I curse you. Curse you all. Oko's vengeful screams rang out from within the karmic fire. But before long, they faded into silence. Ganon closed his eyes. He still felt the sting of watching his own son be executed. However, for the sake of the Shinomiya family, it had to be done. Kagaya trembled from head to toe. Kagaya, the sinner of the Shinomiya family. She was the cause of all this. All of it happened because of her. Kagaya, it's your turn. Ganon spoke, his voice filled with complicated emotion. Upon hearing this, Kagaya looked up dully, her scarlet eyes vacant. She pushed herself up from the floor, but after only 2 steps, collapsed again. Her strength had long since left her. Still, her expression did not change. She continued to rise, fall, and crawl toward the karmic flame using both her hands and knees. Ganon and her brother watched silently, expressions mixed with grief and confusion. When had they ever seen Kagaya in such a broken state? Kagaya's eyes were lifeless. She stared at the roaring black fire before stepping into it without hesitation. She was a sinner. Let the flames of karma reduce her to ashes in atonement. However. Whoosh! The sound of burning echoed in her ears, but... Why? Why didn't it hurt? Kagaya's expression twisted in confusion. Was her sin not great enough? Ganon wasn't surprised. He had already anticipated this outcome. Though she had triggered disaster, Kagaya was still a fundamentally innocent child. The surrounding members of the Shinomiya family exchanged complex looks. They now understood this calamity was partly Kagaya's fault. Yet despite that, she was completely unharmed? That stirred resentment in many hearts. Kagaya bit her lip and clenched her trembling fists. She stood there waiting, hoping the karmic fire would judge her. But, whoosh! The flame suddenly blasted her out. Ugh! She fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Raising her eyes, she was met with cold and resentful gazes. Those stares stabbed into her heart like daggers. She had to atone. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI returned to the estate and found her mother. Now, Mom, what's going on? Now replied solemnly, the Shinomia family is about to change completely. Though her tone was heavy, AI could hear a hint of schadenfreude. After all, what the Shinomia family faced now was no different than what had once befallen the Hayasaka family. Still, AI had a more pressing concern. Mom, does this mean we are getting a new master? Nao's expression froze before she sighed deeply. Yet, they had been servants of the Shinomia family. Now that the family itself had become someone else's vassal, they had no choice but to follow. I wonder what the new master is like. Nao murmured with some worry. AI thought of Lin's face and softly said, probably not bad, I think. The next day, when Harano returned to the Shinomia estate, Ganon had already prepared everything. All the transfer agreements for the family's industries were present, exactly as she had predicted. Harano glanced around and noticed that many members were missing. She nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Ganon and said, not bad. You acted decisively. Ganon gave a forced smile. Harano spoke bluntly, stop smiling like that. It's disgusting. Ganon's smile froze awkwardly. From a distance, AI couldn't help but smirk. Old man, now you know how it feels. Harano continued, your home now belongs to the Lin group. Move out as soon as possible. Ganon didn't react. After all, the Shinomiya family had once treated the Hayasaka family the same way. Suddenly, Kagaya squeezed through the crowd and knelt before Harano with a loud thud. I'm sorry. This was all my fault. Her voice trembled with emotion. I will atone for my sins to Lord Lin. So please. Tears glimmered in her eyes. Please allow my father and the others to stay here. It was all her fault. She had to do something, anything to protect her family. Harano raised a brow and stroked her chin, a strange gleam in her eye. Master Lin does happen to need a personal maid. Kagaya trembled but said firmly, I'll do it. I'll serve him well. Ganon opened his mouth but, seeing Kagaya's unwavering eyes, chose to remain silent. He just let out a sigh. Kagaya, she's really changed. Harano's lips curled into a faint smile. Then it's settled. Originally, Harano hadn't intended to destroy the entire Shinomiya family. They were still useful, well-trained, disciplined, and obedient. Why not put them to use? However, she narrowed her eyes at Kagaya and warned coldly, if you fail to satisfy Lord Lin, I can't guarantee what will happen. Kagaya shuddered, but bowed her head silently. Satisfied, Harano nodded. Of course, if you do well, Lord Lin rewards generously. Her eyes swept across the remaining Shinomiya members and landed on Ganon. I suppose your father doesn't have much time left, does he? Kagaya's lips tightened. Harano smiled, half mocking, half genuine. If Lord Lin is pleased, maybe your father can work in hell after he dies. Ganon blinked. Even if I die, I'll work in hell? Hell. Kagaya's head snapped up, her eyes wide with surprise. Ganon's heart skipped a beat. Hell. His thoughts flashed back to the previous day. The three-headed hellhound. The fire that judged sin. Could it be? Could the Lin group actually be connected to the hell from legends? Ganon's heartbeat accelerated. If he could become a worker in hell after death, that might not be so bad. Maybe the Shinomiya family could even rise again from the depths of hell. His eyes lit up as he glanced at Kagaya. Yes. Kagaya, you must repay Lord Lin properly. After finalizing the arrangements, Kagaya, now dressed in a maid outfit, stood behind Harano. Her face was full of anxiety. She was unsure of her future. She didn't know how to face Lin. Most importantly, she had never been a maid before. What if she messed up and angered him? What would happen to the Shinomiya family then? Kagaya was deeply worried. Kagaya. Kagaya jumped in fright. AI. It's me. Kagaya patted her chest, exhaling in relief. Hey Asaka. Then, noticing AI's maid outfit, she asked, you're dressed like that too? Same as you, AI replied casually. Kagaya froze. You're going to be Master Lin's maid too? AI nodded. Great. Kagaya grabbed her hand. Hey Asaka, I don't know the first thing about being a maid. Please teach me, okay? AI looked at her quietly. Seeing Kagaya's sincere and humble expression, a complicated emotion stirred in her chest. Then she nodded. Don't worry. I'll make sure to guide you properly. The Valifor residence. Nice to meet you again, Hayasaka-san. Lin sat back on the sofa, his gaze settling on Hayasaka and Kagaya, both dressed in maid uniforms, standing respectfully before him. Greetings, Lord Lin. Ai bowed slightly. I am your personal maid, Hayasaka Ai. Please command me as you wish from now on. She still felt a bit dazed. Just yesterday, he had asked if she wanted to change her work location and now, it had happened. It was so fast, she felt like she was dreaming. Still, she quickly composed herself. After all, she had been raised and trained as a maid and was well versed in the role. Beside her, Kagaya seemed nervous. Her head was lowered, eyes locked on her toes. She didn't dare look at Lin. She was both uneasy and embarrassed. After all, she never imagined that their next meeting would be under such circumstances, as his personal maid. Logically, it was Lin who caused the Shinomia family's downfall. But instead of resentment, Kagaya only felt complicated. Because, deep down, she knew it was her fault for provoking Lin first. She had no one else to blame. And becoming Lin's maid, oddly enough, didn't feel wrong. It brought a strange sense of relief. She couldn't explain why. Just like before when Lin ignored her, it felt strangely disappointing. She had wanted to be noticed by him. Maybe she was sick in the head? Suddenly, Kagaya felt a soft poke at her waist. Hi AA. She jolted and let out a strange yelp. Lin shifted his gaze toward her with a faint smirk. Kagaya froze. Then came another jab. This time, she didn't react as strongly and began to realize. It was AI. Recalling what she had just done, a flash of clarity crossed Kagaya's eyes. She hurriedly bowed. I am your personal maid, Kagaya Shinomiya. Please command me from now on. Her cheeks flushed red, but she forced down the shyness and echoed AI's words. Lin leaned forward slightly and lifted her chin with his fingers, making her look up. Kagaya trembled. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet his. Lin's lips curved slightly. I preferred the rebellious version of you, Miss Shinomiya. Kagaya bit her lip, trembling again. Then suddenly, thud. She dropped to her knees at Lin's feet. I'm sorry, Lord Lin. I was ignorant and arrogant. Her body shook, eyes brimming with tears. She had to be forgiven. Only then could she stay, and only then could she begin to atone for her sins. AI looked on, her gaze complicated. The proud Kagaya from before would never have done this. But after the Shinomiya family's fall, that pride was crushed. Lin reclined on the sofa and observed her with interest. He said indifferently, if you're apologizing, showing your chest is common sense, isn't it? Kagaya froze. She instinctively turned to look at AI with teary, confused eyes. Is that really how it's done? But AI just turned away slightly. Kagaya-sama, this is your atonement. With no response, Kagaya bit her lip, trembling. I understand. She didn't know what would happen if she failed to satisfy Lin. Hareno's warning echoed in her ears. This was their only chance at survival. Just exposing her chest. That's all. Besides, this was her atonement. And honestly, if it was Lin, it didn't feel wrong. She took a deep breath, mentally prepared herself, and began unbuttoning her uniform with trembling hands. 1 button, 2, 3. Her pale skin slowly came into view. Her lips pressed together as her face burned with embarrassment. When had she ever done something like this? But today was different. And somehow, she only felt shy, not disgusted. If it were anyone else, she'd have rather died. 1 minute passed. This should be enough, right? She glanced at Lin, then quickly looked away again. But he didn't react. Had her apology not been accepted? Kagaya bit her lip and hesitated for a moment, then moved to undo her back fastenings. Click. Her uniform slipped further, revealing her bare back. Her smooth skin and faint pink hues peeked into view. Even Hareno might lose to this. Lin blinked. He wasn't particularly impressed. He glanced again, then calmly condensed a evil piece and pressed it to her chest. There wasn't much difference between the front and the back, anyway. The cold touch made Kagaya flinch, her eyelashes fluttering violently. She didn't open her eyes. She just let him proceed. The next second, a surge of power entered her body, and her eyes flew open in shock. What was flowing into her? Ding! You have obtained peerage member, Kagaya Shinomiya. Ding! Peerage member Kagaya Shinomiya has been reincarnated as a special devil. System prompts rang in Lin's mind. He checked her blessing stats. Dash. Kagaya Shinomiya. Rank, low-class devil. Master, Lin Valifor. Stats. Strength, I0. Agility, I0. Endurance, I0. Magic, I0. Innate abilities. Ice Devil. Frostbite, when attacking frozen enemies, drain their magic and convert it into a shield. Devil Transformation, Absolute Zero. Dash. As her blessing appeared, a wave of cold suddenly radiated from Kagaya's body. Hayasaka shivered instinctively and stared in shock. This is reincarnation ceremony, Lin explained. Then, to Kagaya, from now on, you are my personal maid. Kagaya looked down at her hands. Buzz. Frost gathered at her fingertips. Click. A diamond-shaped shard of ice formed in her hand. It was cold to the touch, yet she didn't mind. She stared at it blankly. So this was power. So, when Lin asked her to expose herself, it was to grant her this. A strange feeling stirred in her heart. But why? Why would Lin give this to someone like her? A sinner. Kagaya looked up, dazed. She had forgotten to fix her clothes. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Lin said calmly, because you're mine now. Boom. Boom boom. Kagaya instinctively grabbed her chest. Her heart was pounding violently. Her eyes stung, and tears spilled out. She had come to atone. But instead, she was rewarded first. Even someone like her. Kagaya bit her lip, tears streaming down. Her nose turned red. You. She sobbed softly, the sound stifled and pathetic like a wounded puppy. In the distance, Inyakamai suddenly looked up. A dog demon? But seeing who it was, she snorted and looked away. Kagaya kept crying, her body trembling. Her once empty heart now overflowed with emotion. She stared at Lin, scarlet eyes glowing faintly. Her thighs pressed together as her face flushed pink. Just looking at him. Huff. Her breath quickened, and she hurriedly turned away. But her heart continued to ripple. Becoming Lin's maid didn't feel like atonement at all. Realizing this, her face froze. She was doomed. How would she atone now? Off to the side, AI looked at her with a complex expression. In just a few days, she'd seen so many sides of Kagaya. Was her icy persona just an act? Still. Seeing that she wasn't mentally broken, AI felt relieved. She hadn't planned to report today. She'd only followed Kagaya on a whim. Though she disliked the Shinomia family, she genuinely cared for Kagaya. As a friend. Or maybe as an older sister. Either way. Seeing Kagaya like this, AI relaxed. And she had her suspicions. Kagaya had probably developed complicated feelings toward Lin. And this result, for her, wasn't so bad. But now that Kagaya was done, it was her turn. AI's eyelid twitched at the sight of Kagaya's disheveled state. Wait, does that mean I have to? The thought made her tense up. She had been a proper maid all her life. But she had never served a man up close like this. Her first time was going to be this intense? Still. This was her chance. Reincarnation. Blessings. Power. AI clenched her fists. So close to the extraordinary, how could she walk away? Not to mention the benefits. And from the moment she became Lin's maid, she had mentally prepared herself. She would eventually bear herself to him. He had even avenged the Hayasaka family. It felt gratifying. She'd never forget that favor. So. No more hesitation. There was only one thing she felt embarrassed about. But she could only grit her teeth and go through with it. AI took a deep breath, unbuttoned her top, and stepped forward. Lord Lin, please leave your mark on me. Her expression remained cold, but her voice held a trace of nervousness. She swiftly removed her blouse and discreetly covered her chest. Lin narrowed his eyes. Isn't the difference a bit too much? Looking at the obvious downgrade in size, Lin's mouth twitched. Hayasaka froze. He noticed. Plop. Two thick pads fell from behind her. Hi. Kagaya picked them up. Hayasaka, what are these? Hayasaka. AI stared at Kagaya holding the pad, even pinching it a few times out of curiosity. AI's eyelid twitched. She tried her best to keep a calm expression and replied evenly, this is a portable disguise prop for emergency transformation missions. Disguise props? Kagaya was confused for a second before her expression brightened. I see. AI. As expected of Kagaya, she believed it so easily. AI pursed her lips. Her emotions were complicated, but there was a trace of relief too. Thankfully, it was Kagaya. But Lin wasn't as easy to fool. He clicked his tongue twice, looked at AI, then at Kagaya, subconsciously making a comparison. A minute later, Lin, who had noticed a few subtle differences, gave his honest judgment. AI, you win. AI's face twitched, letting out a chuckle in her heart. I don't feel any satisfaction from defeating Kagaya. Agility, I0. Durability, I0. Magic, I0. Innate ability. Devil of 100 Faces. Feast of 100 Forms, generates different modes based on identity input. Available modes. Maid mode, housekeeping ability plus 300%, cleaning tools can be used as weapons. Hot girl mode, charm plus 50%, alcohol resistance increased. Sniper mode, visual range plus 500 m, long-range weapon accuracy correction. Devil transformation, final episode personality overload of 100 faces. As expected, like Kaguya, she was a low-class devil. Lin had already predicted this. After all, they had been ordinary humans. But a devil with 100 faces? Lin narrowed his eyes and studied the maid mode entry, puzzled. Seems like these modes are based on AI's previous disguises? At first glance, devil of 100 faces didn't seem that remarkable. But Lin didn't think it would be so simple. He copied the blessing info and handed it to AI. AI looked over her abilities, momentarily dazed. Seeing that, Lin said, let's test your ability first. He already had some guesses. AI nodded obediently, then closed her eyes and acted on instinct. Maid mode. Buzz. The moment she spoke, her body was engulfed in black mist. The next second, the mist dispersed. AI now stood before him in a completely different maid outfit, various cleaning tools like brooms hanging from her outfit. Lin looked at her new appearance and asked, stroking his chin, do you feel anything? AI was silent for a while, then hesitated. It feels like I can do housework more efficiently now. Saying that, she looked conflicted. Even after becoming a devil, her awakened ability still relied on being a maid? And AI held up a broom with a strange expression. I think I unlocked some new uses for the broom. Now, it felt like she had been using brooms all her life. Not just for chores. She even knew combat techniques with them. But compared to Kaguya's Ice Devil ability, isn't this kind of lame? AI felt a little discouraged. Lin squinted and continued, try something else. Yes. AI responded and said, hot girl mode. Buzz. Black mist shrouded her again. The next moment, she appeared with her hair in a ponytail, her jacket tied around her waist, and bright blue nail polish on her fingers. It was almost the same as AI's appearance at school. She experienced the form, but I don't feel any significant changes. Lin shook his head. Nope. Then he glanced at Kaguya. Kaguya's eyes sparkled. Hey Asaka, you look so cool now. AI. Where did this airheaded version of Kaguya come from again? Bring back the Ice Queen. Unable to deal with Kaguya's starry-eyed gaze, AI quickly switched again. Sniper mode. Buzz. The dense black mist returned. This time, AI appeared in a high-end combat outfit, a camo tactical cap on her head, and a rectangular case on her back. She opened the box, revealing an unassembled sniper rifle. Her hands moved on their own, skillfully assembling it in seconds. With the sniper rifle in her grasp, she could instantly judge wind direction, range, and other environmental factors. She had seemingly mastered every sniping technique without a single teacher, like she and the gun were one. But after the initial excitement, AI suddenly realized something. She raised her head and said hesitantly, even if the sniper mode has some combat power, it's probably useless against supernatural beings, right? Why do all three modes feel kind of lame? AI complained internally. But this skill might be crazy in bed? AI glanced at her skin-tight combat suit, which hugged her figure, and began pondering. Maid, hot girl, leather combat suit. Would there be sensei, lawyer, or even Spider-Man next? Hiss. Her eyes widened slightly, and she felt like she had unlocked another use for Devil of 100 Faces. She sneakily peeked at Lin, then quickly looked away. Devil of 100 Faces. Could this actually be an emotional ability? Lin had a different take. Identity input. Generates corresponding forms based on the identity info? Do these forms also gain the associated abilities? Lin pulled out his phone and searched for various professions. Chef, sensei. But these ordinary professions didn't seem to yield anything special. He continued scrolling. Professions like boxer and fighter showed up. Finally, Lin selected the assassin profession and handed the phone to AI. Try entering this identity into Devil of 100 Faces. AI took the phone, read the contents, and focused. Inputting identity. Input failed. Identity information incomplete. AI paused. It says the input failed. Lin raised an eyebrow. AI added, it says the identity info is missing. Lin narrowed his eyes. Missing info? Could it be that the data from a simple web search wasn't enough? Thinking it over, Lin messaged Natsuki Minamiya his all-purpose tool. Lin, books on assassination techniques? What got you so curious? Natsuki was a bit surprised after seeing his message. Lin, it's for my peerage. Got it. Realization flashed in Natsuki's eyes. She casually reached out to a few acquaintances, collected some assassination-related material, and sent it to Lynn. Lynn, Natsuki-chan, you're really my angel. Natsuki's eye twitched. You're a devil, and you're calling others angels? But, being familiar with Lynn's antics, she more or less let it slide. Still. Natsuki, don't add Chan. Natsuki, also, that group recently shaking things up. That was you, right? Lynn, as expected of Natsuki-chan, you figured it out. Natsuki's face darkened. He wasn't even trying to deny it, still calling her Natsuki-chan, and treating her like she was blind. The words Lynn group were plastered all over. Did he think she couldn't read? Irritated, she pounded out a response. Natsuki, you stirred up a real mess this time. She didn't elaborate, but Lynn understood this was about taking over the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. After all, the Shinomiya group stood at the very top of human society. It was impossible not to draw attention. But Lynn also knew what Natsuki was concerned about. Lynn, relax. Everything with the Shinomiya Zaibatsu will stay the same. There won't be any disruption to human society. Natsuki, that's for the best. After sending that, Natsuki sighed. The Shinomiya Zaibatsu held massive influence over Japan's finance and banking sectors. Even the slightest disturbance could cause chaos. She could only hope Lin would stay true to his word. Back on Lin's end. After receiving the assassin training data, Lin asked AI to try again. Inputting identity. Identity successfully entered. Assassin mode acquired. AI's eyes widened slightly. It worked. Lin grinned. Alright. Time to update your blessing. AI exposed her back again. Lin renewed her blessing. Soon, her updated blessing information appeared once more. There were no major changes. Lin looked down at the Devil of 100 Faces listed under her innate skills. Devil of 100 Faces. Feast of 100 Forms, generates corresponding modes based on input identity. Completed modes. Maid mode, housekeeping ability increased by 300%, cleaning tools can be used as weapons. Hot girl mode, charm plus 50%, increased alcohol resistance. Sniper mode, field of vision extended by 500 meters, long-range weapon accuracy correction. Assassin mode, gains aura suppression and assassination techniques. Devil transformation, personality overload, final episode of 100 Faces. As expected. Lin thought to himself. The ability of Devil of 100 Faces was quite similar to Yuta's Archivist Devil. One records identity information to gain the related appearance and abilities. The other records and reproduces abilities directly. However, Lin stroked his chin in contemplation. Whether it's maid, hot girl, or assassin, these are all ordinary identities. Is it possible to access higher-ranked ones? Lin's thoughts drifted. For example, dog yokai, cat yokai, fox yokai. Maybe even an angel or fallen angel. Or perhaps, dragons? But, to obtain such identities, complete information is required for them to be entered properly. Moreover, Hayasaka was still just a low-class devil. Lin wondered whether Devil of 100 Faces would be restricted by her current rank. Of course. Even if this ability had great potential, Lin understood one thing. Even if she gained the form of an angel or dragon, it would be temporary. At the core, she was still the half-blood devil Hayasaka. Once her magic power couldn't sustain the consumption of Devil of 100 Faces, she would return to her original form. It was kind of like a living character catalog. Lin wondered what it would be like if he used the ability of Devil of 100 Faces. He set the thought aside for now, copied the new blessing details, and handed it to Hayasaka. Assassin mode. Hayasaka stared at the entry and muttered. Then, a thought surfaced in her mind. Buzz. Her form changed once more. She wore sleek black heels, a red slit dress with black thigh straps. She looked cool and capable. At the same time, knowledge and techniques related to assassination flooded her mind. And more importantly, her presence vanished. With a single thought, Hayasaka suppressed her aura. Her presence became faint and hard to detect. She glanced to the side and noticed Kaguya, who had been watching closely, now looked around in confusion. Hayasaka then looked toward Lin. Yet, aura suppression had no effect on Lin at all. After experimenting with her ability a while longer and realizing it consumed magic rather quickly, Hayasaka cancelled Devil of 100 Faces. A black mist swept over her. Her bare body instantly appeared in Lin's line of sight. Hayasaka paused briefly, then calmly put on her top and resumed her composed maid posture. Seeing that, Kaguya suddenly remembered her own state. She was about to put on her clothes like Hayasaka, but her hands froze mid-air. Master Lin hadn't said anything yet. With that thought, Kaguya looked at Lin nervously. Her pitiful, puppy-like expression made Lin curl his finger at her as if teasing a pet. Kaguya's face flushed, but she still knelt down and crawled over. As she got closer, Lynn reached out and stroked her smooth chin. Kagaya's body trembled. Her eyes wandered and her face turned completely pink. After playing around for a bit, Lynn finally said, "All right, put your clothes on." "Yes, Master Lin." Kagaya's voice quivered. She knelt and quickly buttoned her shirt in a flustered panic. Seeing this, Lin looked toward Hayasaka. "You're already familiar with maid duties. You can arrange the tasks as you see fit. For now, you and Kagaya should familiarize yourselves with the environment here." "Yes." Hayasaka bowed her head. Kagaya finished tidying herself, quickly stood up, and also bowed deeply like Hayasaka. A short while later, Hayasaka led Kagaya around to get accustomed to the maid work. Along the way, they encountered many of Lin's peerage members. Without exception, they were all top-class beauties. And as Hayasaka watched them coming and going from the teleportation gate, an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. Reincarnated devils. The blessing system. And a daily life of adventuring in other worlds, defeating monsters and leveling up. Of course. As Lin's personal maid, she probably wouldn't get many chances to go fight and level up. But even just the reincarnation and blessing system was enough to stir excitement in her heart. Although she didn't show it on her face, Hayasaka hadn't calmed down since. She thought it was just a change in employment, but it was like a whole new life. She had truly chosen the right master. Hayasaka was extremely grateful for her good fortune. Of course. She also believed Kagaya was just as lucky. Could this even be considered punishment? Still, that didn't mean there were no other ways to atone. Hayasaka's gaze flickered slightly. Even in such a short time, she had noticed subtle undercurrents within the peerage. A fierce competition for favor. Even unscrupulous tactics. Costumes, props. Sisters, mother and daughter. His. Just thinking about it made Hayasaka's heart tremble slightly. The competition was way too intense. As Lin's personal maid, she knew. Sooner or later, she would be involved too. That's why forming alliances and gathering support was crucial. And so, Kagaya, someone she grew up with, someone she knew inside and out and could easily manipulate, was the perfect ally. However, even though Lin hadn't done anything overt, Hayasaka could still tell. There was still a wall between Lin and Kagaya. It needed to be broken. That barrier had to go. Hayasaka made up her mind. She would find an opportunity to help Kagaya. That wasn't all. She needed to plan ahead. Just her and Kagaya weren't enough. As that thought crossed her mind, Hayasaka fell deep into thought. Then, a sudden flash of inspiration hit her. As a maid, wasn't she allowed to do many things? For example, form a maid group? Wouldn't other maids become her natural allies? That idea started to take shape in her mind. That's right. And mom. Hayasaka suddenly thought of her mother, Hayasaka now. Her mother was a proper maid too. If there was a chance for her to be reborn as a devil and be blessed by Lin, Hayasaka would definitely want her mother to have that opportunity. She had to find a way to pull her mom in too. And the mother-daughter dynamic. It wasn't exactly impossible to imagine. As those scenes formed in her mind, Hayasaka pressed her lips together, her ears reddening slightly. Woo! She exhaled a warm breath and murmured to herself, "This is a bit too exciting." What's exciting? Kagaya looked at her, puzzled. Hayasaka shook her head. Nothing. Then she looked at Kagaya with a strange expression. Kagaya, do you really want to atone to Master Lin? Of course. Kagaya nodded without hesitation. She had come here to atone, but before she could even be punished, she had already received blessings and other benefits. It made her guilt even heavier. As long as it helped her atone to Lin, she would do anything. She swore it in her heart. Seeing Kagaya's sincerity, Hayasaka nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. As long as you diligently complete your maid duties, I believe Master Lin will forgive you. Kagaya nodded hard. She would definitely do her best in her maid duties. As for what the job actually involved, that was up to Hayasaka to decide. At that moment, outside of Lin's manor, Maiko and her mother, Yotsuya Tuko, arrived at the gate. Gulp. Tuko stared at the vast, extravagantly decorated manor before her and swallowed nervously. She was in disbelief. Is this really where we'll be living now? Maiko nodded calmly, as if she had already grown used to it. Are we really allowed to live somewhere like this? Tuko looked dazed. As an ordinary person, she had never seen such a luxurious and noble place in her life. And now, she was about to live here? Tuko would never have imagined that, as a normal woman, she would experience such a leap in status, all thanks to her daughter. And she didn't even have to work. Tuko grew a little uneasy. As an ordinary person, how could she possibly accept all this so easily? Maiko, or Toko said dreamily, Mom will serve the god with you. Maiko's eyes widened. Mom. Her face flushed red, and she shouted in panic, I haven't even slept with him yet, don't make things worse. Toko was full of question marks. You haven't given yourself to the god yet. Ugh. Maiko pouted and looked away. It's because I wanted to stay with Mom. Why yet? Definitely not her fault. Toko gave her daughter a cold side glance. Was she really blaming her mother so openly? Still. Toko didn't argue and instead agreed, I suppose that's Mom's fault then. Maiko. So. Toko's eyes sparkled as she declared, let Mom make up for the progress you've missed. Maiko's heart skipped a beat. She shouted, no, absolutely not. Toko's confused face turned into a mischievous smirk. It's not up to you. Maiko's heart clenched tight. A wave of anxiety flooded her. Seeing her daughter's panicked face, Toko smiled subtly. She knew her daughter all too well. If she didn't push a little, who knew how long she'd keep putting it off? She understood something else too. There were many shrine maidens serving the gods. Since you've already chosen this path, then give it everything you've got. Idiot daughter. If this goes on, well. Evening. In the kitchen. Ah. Hayasaka was speechless watching Kaguya somehow manage to soak herself just washing vegetables. Still. She definitely needed more training. After dinner, Hayasaka and Kaguya arrived at Lin's bedroom. Kaguya twisted her body nervously, cheeks flushed. Do we really have to do this? Hayasaka answered with a serious face, one of the basic duties of a personal maid is to let the master feel a girl's warmth after he lies down. But. Kaguya lowered her head, voice barely audible. Why are you naked? Clothes would dirty the master's bed, Hayasaka replied with complete seriousness. Even so. Kaguya still looked hesitant. Seeing that, Hayasaka leaned close to her ear and whispered, Kaguya, this is part of a personal maid's job. If you can't even do that much, how is it atonement? Ugh. Kaguya suddenly froze like she'd been struck. Then, after taking a few deep breaths with her eyes closed, she reopened them with determination burning in her crimson gaze. I understand. Her voice was resolute. Come on, Kaguya. This is, atonement. Having steeled herself, Kaguya took off her clothes quickly and slipped into the bed. Woo! She curled up, took a few more deep breaths, and was soon enveloped in a familiar scent. Yes. It was Lin's scent. Realizing this, Kaguya's face flushed again. Her mind was dizzy. Suddenly. The quilt lifted. Kaguya jumped in surprise, her eyes flustered. The next second, she felt something enter the bed. Her body stiffened instantly. What's wrong, Kaguya? Hayasaka's voice came from beside her. Hi. Kaguya blinked in confusion. She looked down and saw a lock of golden hair. So it's Hayasaka. She patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. She thought. Hayasaka said with a blank expression, disappointed. Kaguya froze and waved her hands wildly, and no. That's not it. Hayasaka gave her a subtle, meaningful smile. After that little scare, silence returned. No one knew how much time passed. Both girls started to feel drowsy. In a daze, they seemed to hear the door open and someone speaking. Master, when can I carry your child in my belly? Kurika clung to Lin's body, licking his collarbone with her pink tongue. Lin held her hips and said seriously, that just means you're not trying hard enough. Kurika rolled her eyes. Then she turned to Chiron, who was reluctantly following, and a crafty look flashed in her golden eyes. Chiron, don't you like sleeping with Master? Konako stared at Kurika in silence. Why wouldn't she be upset? Every time things heated up, Kurika would cast a spell on her, leaving her in a state of wanting but unable. Kurika narrowed her eyes and whispered, if you try hard enough today, I'll help you suppress your heat a different way. Try hard? Konako rolled her eyes and turned away. When had she not tried? But. A different method? She glanced at Kurika from the corner of her eye. Somewhat interested. Kurika smirked, then leaned over Lin's shoulder, whispering into Konako's ear, I won't use any spells tonight. You can ask Master to help you. Ask Lin for help? Konako's face turned bright red. She looked down and whispered, I am not an adult yet. Not, it'll be fine. Kurika pouted. Even if you say no, your body says otherwise. Relax, Master won't go in, Naya. She patted Konako's shoulder with a solemn tone. Konako's breath quickened. He won't go in? Then, what would he do? Ha! Konako started feeling dizzy. Kurika. Wait, seriously? You're already in heat? Kurika cast a spell instantly. Konako. She snapped out of it and glared at Kurika. Didn't she promise not to use magic? Nope. Kurika raised her index finger and wagged it, licking her lips seductively. Let your sister go first, Naya. The two were plotting loudly as Lin walked over to the bed. He looked at the bulging quilt and raised an eyebrow. Then lifted it. Two bodies, tangled together who knows how long, were suddenly revealed. Hi! The sudden brightness left Kaguya dazed. What just happened? Before she could react, Lin's figure came into view. Her brain froze. She lay stiffly on the bed, not knowing what to do. Lin glanced at her and teased, very clean. Kaguya suddenly snapped back and stammered, LL Lin. Beside her, Hayasaka had also woken up. Unlike Kaguya, her reaction was much calmer. Even though she was embarrassed inside, she faced Lin head-on. After all, this was all part of the plan. Lin stroked his chin. Blonde. Hayasaka instinctively squeezed her thighs together and bit her lip. The cold and elegant mask shattered with a deep blush. Even though she came up with the plan herself, hearing Lin say that still made her feel humiliated. She forced herself to stay calm and said, Master Lin, the bed is warm. Please enjoy. After saying that, Hayasaka glanced at Kurika and Chiron. Ayaya, you've worked hard, meow. Kurika lazily sprawled on the bed, completely unfazed. Hayasaka paused, then began putting on her maid uniform. Only, her movements were deliberately slow, as if showing off something. Suddenly. Tear. Naya. Kurika blinked innocently. The quality of this kimono is terrible. Hayasaka looked over and was instantly struck. No way. How could it be that big? She stiffly looked down at herself, and trembled. A total defeat. Hayasaka's dressing sped up, and with her help, Kaguya also got dressed quickly. They both bowed to Lin, then fled the bedroom like they were escaping. Only after the door shut did Hayasaka breathe a sigh of relief, then fell into a gloomy mood. Hee. Back in the bedroom. Kurika wore a smug grin. How dare a little bun strut in front of her? Soon after, soft moans began echoing through the room. Hayasaka and Kaguya, standing outside the door, clearly heard everything and felt their bodies grow warm. Kaguya panted, thighs shifting as she whispered, Hayasaka, do we have to stay here? Hayasaka remained silent, then her eyes turned resolute. One of a personal maid's duties is being ready to serve the master at any time. So, until other maids arrived, their job was to guard this door. Kaguya, this is also part of our duty. Kaguya softly replied, saying no more as she pressed her thighs together. The next morning, the sun rose in the east. Hayasaka and Kaguya pushed open the bedroom door. They peeked in and were stunned at the battlefield within. Their eyes widened when they saw Kurika's bulging belly. Kaguya instinctively wanted to scream, but Hayasaka quickly covered her mouth. Shh, don't wake Master Lin. Hayasaka whispered, her pupils trembling as she stared at Kurika. Last night. Just how fierce was that battle? She took deep breaths to calm herself. Then whispered, Kaguya, it's our time to shine. A personal maid's job includes cleaning up the battlefield. The two quietly entered. The strange scent lingering in the air made their faces twitch. Hayasaka folded Lin's clothes and set out a fresh change on the nightstand. Kaguya picked up the shredded remains of the kimono. Her vermilion eyes flickered with shyness. Once the debris was cleared, both of them let out a breath of relief. Then, their attention returned to the battlefield. What now? Kaguya asked in a low voice, her cheeks still red. Hayasaka didn't answer. She turned to leave. Suddenly, she stopped. Just now, did she see something shocking out of the corner of her eye? Her eyes darted over, searching. And when she saw it clearly, her eyes widened. After an entire night, he was still like that? She bit her lip, her gaze shifting strangely. Then she turned to Kaguya. Kaguya. Kaguya looked up at her sleepily. Hayasaka tilted her chin toward Lin. Kaguya followed the motion and froze. Hayasaka leaned over and whispered in her ear. Kaguya's pupils trembled. Her body flushed red like a cooked shrimp. No. Her thoughts became a mess. Her eyes spun and her body fidgeted uncontrollably. Hayasaka said firmly, cleaning up the source of evil is also a maid's duty. Kaguya suddenly froze. Hayasaka continued, Kaguya, didn't you say you wanted to atone? Atonement? Kaguya's heart trembled. She lowered her head, silent. Who knew how much time passed? Kaguya's body moved stiffly. On hands and knees, she slowly crawled toward Lin. Seeing this, Hayasaka smiled faintly. Kaguya, good job. When Kaguya finally grasped the devil's root in her hand, her mind went blank. She followed Hayasaka's instructions mechanically, performing cleanup duty for Lin. The changes within the Shinomia family seemed to have no impact on Shuchen Academy. The students were still chatting and laughing as they walked through the halls, unaware that the Shuchen board of directors now had a new owner. Student council room. Kaguya sat on the sofa, her crimson eyes filled with seriousness. President. She suddenly spoke, I remember we were supposed to approve 2 more activity rooms for the Supernatural Investigation Club. Asuna paused what she was doing. That was a promise she'd made to Lin without authorization. But, as the student council president of Shuchen, it wasn't unreasonable to use that level of authority. It's just that. Asuna sighed helplessly. Kaguya, are you going to challenge President Lin again? I don't think 2 activity rooms are enough. Asuna looked at Kaguya in surprise, wondering if she'd heard her wrong. Kaguya, what did you just say? Kaguya replied seriously, 2 rooms aren't nearly enough to support the Supernatural Investigation Club's operations. After thinking for a moment, Kaguya added, isn't the renovation of the old school building nearly complete? She suggested, why not allocate the entire old building to the Supernatural Investigation Club? Is this still the same Kaguya? For the first time, she actually contradicted her past stance and advocated for the harem club she'd always resisted. Yuki also looked at Kaguya in surprise. Weren't she and Lin nearly at odds before? Why the sudden shift in attitude? Her eyes flickered as she recalled a rumor from home. The Shinomia family. Was it really taken down by 25 people? Lin Group. Yuki narrowed her eyes. Just hearing that name made it obvious it was connected to Lin. Combined with Kaguya's shift in attitude today. Fujiwara walked over, placed her hand on Kaguya's forehead, and asked curiously, did Kaguya hit her head? This wasn't the Kaguya she knew. Kaguya calmly brushed her hand away and picked up the teacup on the table. Suddenly, her slender fingers paused slightly. Why, is it white? Kaguya's pupils contracted, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Her lips tightened. Yuki explained, Chika said she wanted to try tea with milk. Then added curiously, though the taste is kind of weird. Any problem? Kaguya was silent for a moment before saying reluctantly, no, it's fine. Still, she placed the milk tea back on the table. She had already had enough this morning. Yuki didn't notice her subtle change in expression. She was more focused on Kaguya's relationship with Lin. And the Lin group. The Suao family also had connections with that group. Unlike the Shinomiya family, their deep heritage gave them insight. They could tell Lin's business wasn't ordinary. Like that scarlet ore. Definitely not a common mineral. And the claim that it carried sun properties? To most, it sounded like typical exaggeration. But the Lin group's name made them take it seriously. So they watched quietly. Eventually, they bought some for testing. With the help of a special agency, they confirmed that it did carry sun-like properties. Weapons forged from it could harm vampires. That alone convinced the Suao family. The Lin group was a supernatural force. As they considered how to approach Lin for collaboration and entry into the supernatural world, they got bad news about the Shinomiya family. It was hard to believe, but there's no smoke without fire. Today, seeing Kaguya's attitude, everything clicked for Suao. It confirmed the truth. The Lin group must be owned by Lin. But what exactly did Lin do to subdue a giant like the Shinomiya family in mere days? More importantly, what was Kaguya's relationship with him now? Yuki didn't hesitate and asked directly, Kaguya, what's your relationship with Lin now? Asuna was startled by the question. Fujiwara froze, her eyes turning contemplative. She clearly had heard about the Shinomiya family too. Kaguya answered calmly, I am now Master Lin's personal maid. Personal maid? Yuki was stunned. Being a maid was one thing, but, personal maid? Hold on. The once aloof and proud lady is now someone's personal maid? Yuki's expression turned strange. Lin, you've got some real tastes. Fujiwara opened her mouth to say something, but in the end stayed silent. Seeing her friend like this made Fujiwara sad. But her family had warned her don't provoke Lin, and definitely don't stand up for Kaguya. Clearly, the Fujiwara family knew more than most. Only Asuna remained confused. The Yuaki family was still a newer clan, and lacked insider info. So, she didn't know the full story behind the Shinomiya downfall. She was simply shocked that Kaguya had gone from Ice Queen to personal maid. Still, Kaguya didn't seem the type to lie. And if what she said was true, that would mean even the Shinomiya family had fallen. How else could they let their eldest daughter become another man's personal maid? Asuna stayed silent for a long time before finally accepting the reality. So Lin had acted? Asuna pondered quietly. Having seen Lin in action, she figured it wouldn't be hard for him to take down a major family. But, was it because of something Kaguya said? Kaguya. Fujiwara looked at her, a little worried. Kaguya remained indifferent, don't worry. I'm fine now. Aside from a few embarrassing duties as a personal maid, she was actually quite content. Her scarlet eyes swept over Asuna, Yuki, and Chika. With Lin's authority, Kaguya could feel the heat from the evil piece in her chest. These 3 were all excellent peerage candidates. Kaguya recalled AI's words. Forming a group of devil maids. This was the perfect chance. But considering Yuki and Fujiwara's personalities, they didn't seem very suitable. Their business skills were probably on par with hers. If more clumsy maids showed up, AI would collapse from stress, right? Asuna might be a better fit. That gentle nature, clearly suited to becoming Master Lin's personal chef. Kagaya's crimson eyes gleamed. She suddenly raised her finger. Buzz. Cold air began to gather at her fingertip. Yuki's eyes widened. Hi. Fujiwara was stunned. Kagaya, what are you doing? Without a word, Kagaya pointed toward the cup on the table. Crack. A crisp freezing sound rang out. The steaming milk tea was instantly frozen solid. It's a supernatural power. Yuki shouted. Fujiwara's eyes sparkled. Wow. Kagaya, that's amazing. Asuna gaped, staring blankly at the frost on Kagaya's finger. So it really was supernatural. But, how? Wasn't Kagaya just an ordinary person like them? Asuna fell silent. The biggest shock. Kagaya had become Lin's personal maid. So that was the reason? Yuki naturally thought of this and asked, was it because of Lin? Kagaya nodded. Even though I nearly caused a disaster, Master Lin still granted me this power without holding a grudge. As she spoke, Kagaya carefully observed their expressions. No one can escape from being a personal maid. Yuki stood stunned. She used to mock Kagaya's ignorance. Yet now, Kagaya had taken the lead in gaining the supernatural power the Suao family had long sought. Damn it! She felt jealous. The Shinomia family lost everything, but somehow, it felt like they gained even more. Asuna fell deep into thought. So if you became a personal maid, you'd gain power? Then, was Senjagahara Hitaji in the same situation? Asuna squinted, thinking she should confirm it. Fujiwara clung to Kagaya's arm, her eyes glued to her frost-covered finger. She was even tempted to touch it. But Kagaya quickly retracted her hand. Kagaya, you're so stingy. Fujiwara pouted. Kagaya gave her a blank look. This air-headed girl with nothing but boobs, wasn't she afraid of frostbite? Fujiwara pouted and clung harder, but Kagaya remained unmoved. Eventually, Fujiwara calmed down and asked expectantly, Hey Kagaya, can I get powers too? The entire room went silent. Yuki and Asuna pretended not to care, but their ears were clearly tuned in. Supernatural power. Who wouldn't want it? Kagaya narrowed her eyes. Exactly the reaction she wanted. Of course. She felt the signal from her evil piece and nodded without hesitation. As long as Master Lin bestows his gift, you can be just like me. But Yuki and Asuna took note but stayed quiet. Still, they listened closely. How to receive his gift, that's up to you. Yuki thought for a moment and said, just like you? Become Lin's personal maid. Kagaya said nothing, but gave her a meaningful glance. That was all the confirmation they needed. Fujiwara slapped her forehead, then her eyes lit up. Oh, I got it. Why don't I just marry my sister off to him? Kagaya was speechless. Evening. Suao family residence. After hearing Yuki recount of the Shinomiya family's downfall and Kagaya's dramatic change, the Suao family head sank into deep thought. His eyes reflected countless thoughts. After a while, he sighed. I didn't expect the Shinomiya family to suffer a loss but turn it into a blessing. The Suao family, always in pursuit of the supernatural, had actually fallen one step behind. Yuki rolled her eyes, recalling Fujiwara Chika's politician-like suggestion. Grandfather, what do you think about me becoming relatives with Lin? The Suao family head looked at her in surprise. Why would you suddenly come up with that? Seeing his reaction, Suao recounted what Fujiwara Chika had said earlier. The old man clicked his tongue in response. As expected of the Fujiwara family's child. Still young, but already quite capable. Yuki's face twitched slightly. When she first heard what Chika said, she could hardly believe those words came from the ever-clueless Chika. But, it was true. Even she hadn't thought of using marriage as a method. And she had to admit, it was indeed the most effective path forward for the Suao family. If one seeks gain, one must be prepared to give something up. For a family that's been chasing the extraordinary, and now that it's so close, how could they afford to miss the opportunity? However, Yuki wasn't going to lower herself to being a personal maid like Kagaya. After all, Kagaya's current situation was a direct result of offending Lin. She, Yuki, and her family hadn't done anything like that. So naturally, she didn't consider herself the same as Kagaya. Fujiwara household. Fujiwara Toyomi pinched Chika's cheeks, her tone dark. Chika, you're really my good little sister. You're offering me up just for a shot at gaining supernatural powers. Woo. Chika broke free of her grasp, rubbing her face as she muttered. Big sis is getting old and still single. It's better to. Chi. Hi. Chika shivered and quickly hid behind Fujiwara Moha. Seeing this, Toyomi rolled her eyes. As the danger passed, Chika poked her pink head back out and said brightly. But sis, Lin is really handsome. Toyomi smiled. Then why don't you go after him? Chika replied righteously. That's obviously something for my big sister. Toyomi's eyelid twitched. She sighed and pinched her forehead. Chika, you're a complete idiot. This family's beyond saving. Lion King organization. Are you certain it was the Lin group? A cold voice came from behind a screen. A black cat lay lazily on the floor, licking its paw. You've asked that 3 times already. The screen fell silent. Shiranakariki bowed her head in contemplation. Lin group. A newly emerged force that caught their attention because of a certain ore. Scarlet ore. A mineral capable of restraining vampires. It might not affect high-tier purebloods much right now. But who's to say future iterations refined with additives or processed further won't have greater impact? In short, the Lion King organization saw massive potential in this mineral. And the Lin group, which monopolized the supply, might be hiding more extraordinary resources. Therefore, they had started closely monitoring the group. Even information on the company's leader, Harano Yukinashita, was already in their hands. They had planned to observe for a while longer before taking action, but then the Lin group made a major move. Of course, the Shinomia family's collapse was nothing in their eyes. But the implications behind Lin's move made them tread cautiously. After much consideration, Anbina realized they couldn't remain passive. Sensei Aka. Soon after, a mission was issued. Kirasaka Sayaka entered confused, and left still confused. She looked down at her mission file and muttered. Lin Group. Infiltration mission. Meanwhile, at Lin Manor. Maiko lay naked on Lin's massive bed, her head buried deep in the sheets. The mix of Lin's scent and the lingering scent of many girls filled her nose. That mingling aroma carried hidden memories. One after another, visions flashed through her mind. Maiko moaned unconsciously, thighs pressing together, her smooth skin tinted pink. In the next moment, the background color of her blessing screen turned pink. Lin didn't notice Maiko's reaction. Seeing all of her stat values at S, he patted her rear. Maiko, you can level up now. The slap made her shiver. She clutched the white sheets, trembling like a kitten. She whimpered, rubbing her thighs, her body spasming slightly. Ugh! A few seconds later, a suppressed moan escaped her lips. Her body slackened. Her mind momentarily blanked out. Lin. He sniffed the air. A fresh, sweet scent reached his nose. He glanced over at Maiko, his expression strange. Sensing his gaze, Maiko buried her face deeper into the bed like an ostrich. But Lin could clearly see her bright red ears. There was no hiding her embarrassment. Bang! Maiko could hear her own heartbeat pounding. Her lips trembled, eyes misted with shame. She was still alive, but it felt like her soul had escaped her. Just a simple touch from Lin and... Woo! So embarrassing. It was all because she fantasized about Lin too often and did that kind of thing. Agility, I0. Endurance, I0. Magic, I0. Innate abilities. Yin-Yang Eyes. Enhanced spiritual vision. Increases magic growth rate. Spirit Seer Devil. Bonus damage to spiritual beings. Spirit Subjugation. Spirit Devouring. Akiran Mimicry. Temporarily simulates the powers of devoured spirits. Human type, inherits combat skills from their former life. Monster type, partial devil transformation, increases attack/defense. Divine type, emits trace amounts of divine power. Devil transformation is deeply tied to spirit devouring. Upon transforming, the stored spiritual energy is fully released. Development abilities. Soul Calming, E. She was now officially a high-class devil. Her Spirit Seer Devil ability had evolved. Akiran Mimicry. By devouring a soul, she can temporarily mimic that spirit's abilities. Lin stroked his chin, clearly impressed. It'd be even better if the time limit could be removed. Of course. This ability was linked to magic usage. As long as she had enough magic to fuel it, continued simulation wouldn't be a problem. After closing her blessing window, Lin looked over to see Maiko still playing ostrich. He couldn't help but slap her smooth butt again. Slap. A crisp sound echoed through the room. Maiko gripped the sheets tighter, tears welling up, but this time, no more accidents. It's been updated. Seeing her welded to the bed, Lin was speechless. After a moment's hesitation, Maiko picked up her blessing screen, blushing furiously, and ran. You're not taking your clothes. She paused, came back looking miserable, grabbed her clothes, and hurried off while dressing. Clatter. The bedroom door opened. Ai and Kagaya, standing guard outside, exchanged glances at the sight of the embarrassed Maiko. Once she was gone, Ai said seriously. Kagaya, don't learn from her. Maiko was a lost cause. Kagaya was momentarily stunned. But... Since AI said so, it must be correct. What happened this morning was proof enough. Embarrassing as it was. She clearly felt that she was only one thin layer away from Lin. As thin as just one membrane left? That's what AI said, anyway. Kaguya believed it with all her heart. Elsewhere. When Toko saw Maiko return, she fell silent for a moment. You didn't see such a good opportunity. Maiko's face turned red as she ran toward the bathroom. Her body felt a little sticky. Seeing this, Toko sighed deeply. This daughter really made her worry. Looks like she'd have to personally teach her daughter what to do as a woman. Lin's bedroom. After Maiko left, Lin leaned back on the bed, staring at the system panel displaying the zombie world, his eyes thoughtful. Now that Maiko had been promoted to high-class devil, the invasion of that world was back on the table. But whether it was Bleach or Date A Live, devil summoning hadn't triggered much interest at all. It seemed the only solution was to force an invasion, just like with Demon Slayer. But before that, Lin still needed to deal with one unresolved issue in the main world. The old Mufaction. TCH, the news has been out for so long, why hasn't there been any movement? All of a sudden, he felt a call from Devil Summoning. The world of Soul Reapers, to be precise. Lin stared at the Devil Summoning contract, preparing to check who had accepted it in the world of Soul Reapers. With a single thought, the contract immediately opened a passage to that world. Bleach. The black parchment began to glow faintly. Lin's shadow slowly materialized above it. His eyes narrowed as he observed his surroundings. A dense mist floated across the ground. In the distance, the faint sound of flowing water echoed. Following the sound, Lin spotted a dark-skinned beauty with an athletic figure. His brow lifted. Shihaorin Yoryuki. Yoryuki's golden eyes flicked over at the voice. She froze upon seeing Lin's shadow atop the parchment. In the next moment, she used Shunpo and instantly appeared before him, completely naked. Her hand lashed out toward Lin. However, it passed straight through. Yoryuki's eyes sharpened as she immediately turned and grabbed the devil summoning document. Lin simply stroked his chin and watched quietly, letting her do as she pleased. Now that she was closer, the mist no longer concealed her. Yoryuki's figure came clearly into view. She narrowed her eyes and began scrubbing the parchment hard, but nothing happened. Not even a wrinkle appeared. She wasn't surprised. Ever since this devil summoning parchment stuck to her like a cursed charm, she and Urahara Kisuke had tried countless ways to destroy it. But they had yet to discover any limit to the document's durability. That only made them more cautious toward it. Still, because nothing strange had occurred so far, her vigilance had relaxed. Until now. TCH. Yoryuki scowled at Lin. You the owner of this damned thing. Lin smiled. Thanks for the warm welcome. TCH. Yoryuki clenched her fist, tempted to punch him. But after realizing she couldn't physically touch him, she gritted her teeth and threw the contract to the ground. She then raised her foot to stomp on it. This angle. Lin's gaze drifted downward, fixing on a very specific location, expression unreadable. Yoryuki froze. Then, in a flash, she appeared by her clothes and got dressed. Lin guided the summoning parchment to float upward lazily. The moment he saw Yoryuki, he realized why the summoning hadn't been triggered earlier. Of course she'd be cautious. If it had been Aizen Sosuke, he would have activated it on the same day. After dressing, Yoryuki returned, eyes sharp and hostile. Is your goal to spy using that thing? She crossed her arms. If that's the case, congrats. You succeeded. He watched me bathe. And I couldn't touch him. I'll definitely find a way to beat him up. Yoryuki's eyes narrowed coldly. You coward hiding in the shadows. If you've got the guts, face me head on. Lin raised an eyebrow and smiled. You said it. The moment he finished, the summoning parchment emitted a dark glow. A black magic circle formed beneath it. Yoryuki's heart skipped a beat. She immediately used Shunpo to distance herself. In the next second, Lin appeared in the magic circle. Her eyes widened. He really came? Does he have any idea who he's dealing with? Without hesitation, Yoryuki vanished again. She reappeared right in front of Lin. Whoosh! A powerful gust split the air as her long leg swept toward Lin's face. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Yoryuki's pupils shrank. She stared at Lin's raised arm, blocking her strike. So hard. It was like kicking a mountain. Before she could react, Lin grabbed her leg. Her heart jumped. She tried to retreat. But Lin's grip was like steel. She couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, she twisted her body and launched a kick with her other leg. Bang! Same result. He caught it with ease. Yoryuki was stunned. Who the hell is this guy? Not a soul reaper. Not a hollow. A Quincy? A Fullbringer? Her thoughts spun. But Lin didn't give her time to figure it out. Crash! She suddenly felt her body lift, then... bang! Her head smashed into the floor. Hiss! That hurt. Still, Yoryuki didn't hesitate. Shunko! Boom! A surge of spiritual pressure exploded outward. Golden lightning coiled around her like writhing serpents. Buzz! She slammed her palms to the ground. Her whole body moved so fast it felt like she was dropping frames in reality. She gathered her full power into the legs Lin was holding. Yoryuki grinned. Better watch your hands. Lin glanced at her calmly. 1 second. 2 seconds. Her grin froze. Why, nothing happened. Lin lowered his eyelids slightly. This little warm-up ends now. The words fell. Golden chains extended from the void. Clink. The sound shook Yoryuki's mind. She tried to flee using Shunko-enhanced speed. But under Lin's suppression, it was as if she was moving in slow motion. She couldn't move at all. Only now did she realize. She had provoked something terrifying. Even Aizen had never overwhelmed her this completely. As she reeled in disbelief, the golden chains had already wrapped tightly around her. Seeing this, Lin released her legs. Thud. Yoryuki's head hit the floor again. NN. She ignored the pain and squirmed madly, trying to escape. But the golden chains had their own unique trait. The more she struggled, the tighter they became. Soon, her body was outlined clearly beneath the binds. TCH. Yoryuki snorted softly, her bronze skin unblushing. But her thighs squeezed together instinctively. She gritted her teeth. Lin calmly sat atop her, running his fingers across her body. As his fingers slid, the sound of tearing slowly rose. Feeling the breeze on her skin, Yoryuki's body went rigid. Lin smiled. Face you head on. Sorry, that was a bit arrogant. Yoryuki immediately admitted defeat. But she still cursed inwardly. Damn it! Even my transformation ability is sealed. Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk. Where the hell are you? You didn't notice something this massive. Are you deaf? Blind? If you don't show up soon, I'm really going to get violated. Yoryuki cursed Kisuk like crazy in her heart. Dash. Hot spring, outside. Urahara Kisuk stood in front of a barrier, silent. When was the last time something stopped him? Dash. Inside. Yoryuki gave Lin a fawning smile. She had no choice. No shame in conceding for now. Lin remained calm. I'll ask, you answer. Yoryuki nodded quickly. She let out a breath of relief. As long as he wants something, there's room to negotiate. Still, she wept inside. When had the great Shihoran Yoryuki ever been in such a pitiful state? Has Rukia Kokiki appeared in the human world? Her confused look answered the question. Lin understood. So the plot hadn't started yet? Not that it mattered. He wasn't here for the story. His goal was clear: peerage candidates, spirit beasts, Zanpakuto, Hogyaku, anything useful. Plot derailment? Irrelevant. Besides. Since arriving in this world, Lin had faintly sensed something calling to him. But that could wait. He had to deal with the old Mufaction in the main world first. Still. He needed a base of operations here. Lin glanced at Yoryuki and smirked. This place would do nicely. He pinched her chin gently. You don't want me to actually do it, right? Yoryuki. She shook her head violently. Lin clicked his tongue. You asked for it, and now you don't want it. But. He had no interest in forcing anyone. Well, in exchange. I'm taking over this place. Yoryuki blinked. But Lin offered no further explanation. He activated a magic circle and returned to the main world. Leaving Yoryuki in a daze. Clink. The golden chains loosened. Her entire body instantly relaxed. Her spiritual energy began to flow smoothly again. She restored her torn clothing casually, then stared at the spot Lin vanished from, lost in thought. Clack. The bathhouse door opened. Urahara Kisuk walked in. What the hell happened? Urahara Kisuk and Yoryuki stared at the devil summoning document left behind by Lin, frozen in silence for a long time. It actually renders you completely powerless to resist. Urahara Kisuk looked genuinely shaken. He was well aware of Yoryuki's strength. And more than that. He remembered the barrier that had shut him out. That power. It was terrifying. Yoryuki sighed, her tone filled with concern. Kisuk, I feel like we've landed ourselves in serious trouble. Urahara Kisuk's expression didn't change. He even found room to joke, haven't we always been in trouble? Yoryuki blinked, then chuckled. Yet. Her heart calmed instantly. When enemies appear, they stop them. When water floods in, they dam it. Besides. Lin may be powerful, but maybe he's not unreasonable? At the very least. She wasn't killed on the spot. Thinking of this, Yoryuki narrowed her golden eyes slightly and said in a displeased tone, you bastard, all that commotion earlier and you didn't come to save me. Urahara shrugged. What could I do? As he spoke, he looked toward the doorway. Yoriyuki followed his gaze. What greeted them was a drastically changed scene outside, as if entire buildings had been demolished and reconstructed. You used your bankai. Yoriyuki sounded a little surprised. Urahara nodded, his expression growing serious. There was a barrier blocking the door earlier. Even my bankai couldn't shake it. Yoriyuki drew a sharp breath. No way. Why would someone that terrifying come for her? Say. She hesitated, then asked, what do you think his purpose is? Urahara gave it some serious thought, then smiled wryly. Not a clue. Yoriyuki fell silent. Urahara shrugged. Who cares? He's not someone we can resist anyway. Let's just follow orders obediently. You're really spineless, huh? Yoriyuki folded her arms and gave him a look of disdain. Urahara didn't reply. He just pointed at the devil's summoning document and mouthed a warning silently. Be careful what you say. Yoriyuki's body froze. Ahaha, I think he's a pretty good guy. Urahara shook his head. And she said he was spineless? Still. Urahara rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes slightly. Who knew what changes this sudden appearance of a powerful being might bring to the future? But, at the very least, they couldn't let someone like him align with Aizen. With that thought, he actually felt a bit relieved that it was Yoriyuki who had been approached first with the contract. The rest was up to fate. He just hoped this unknown powerhouse didn't harbor any dangerous ambitions. Otherwise, Urahara Kisuke really didn't want to imagine where this world would be headed. The next day. Lin Group Headquarters. Kurosaka Sayaka hid in a corner outside the building, observing quietly. After a while, she clenched her fists and muttered angrily, this company actually uses child labor. Watching little girls wandering about inside the building made her blood boil. And wasn't there something weird about this place? No men in sight? But on second thought, that actually worked to her advantage. At least she wouldn't have to worry about running into any disgusting men while sneaking in. A few minutes later, she disguised herself, adopted the look of an overworked corporate drone, and strolled in through the front entrance like she belonged. Front desk. Yuriko blinked at her in surprise. Sayaka remained calm and spoke directly. I'm here to apply for a job. Apply for a job. Yuriko's expression turned odd. The Lin group didn't hire from outside. After all, just the internal manpower from Lin's peerage alone was enough. And Yuriko's eyes flickered. This woman was definitely not ordinary. As a devil herself, Yuriko could clearly sense faint traces of spiritual energy radiating from Kurosaka Sayaka. Yuriko rolled her eyes but smiled politely. All right, please wait a moment. I'll notify the higher UPS. Sayaka hummed in response. She didn't realize the devil at the front desk had already sensed something was off the moment she stepped inside the building. She had no idea what kind of place she'd just walked into. Elsewhere. Yuriko called Harano. After hearing the report, Harano narrowed her eyes with interest. All right, I'll arrange an interview. After hanging up, she smiled faintly. Interesting. Some factions just couldn't sit still anymore, huh? She wanted to see what this woman was really after. But a woman with spiritual power. Harano tilted her head thoughtfully. She might just be a good candidate for a shrine maiden-type peerage member? Could it be that Lin's harem was expanding again? Harano's eye twitched slightly. Still. Now that she was here, if she met Lin's standards, Harano would personally send her to his bed tied up if necessary. Downstairs. Sayaka was surprised when she got the news. That was fast. After the interview was over, she became even more confused. Wait, that was way too smooth? She didn't even get the chance to present the fake credentials the Lion King agency had prepared for her. Was this company that desperate for staff? Then again, maybe it made sense? After all, they were using child labor. Alright then. Either way, step 1 of the infiltration was complete. Sayaka pumped herself up internally. Yukina, I'll be back soon. Underworld. Shulba Beelzebub waved his hand, his voice cold. Go eliminate the Valafor sinner. Roar. Kateria Leviathan licked her fingers in anticipation. Finally, we get to show ourselves again. She didn't care about Valafor's remnants, but she'd long grown tired of the old Mufaction living in hiding. Now that she could finally act, she wasn't about to let the chance pass. Kateria clapped her hands. Alright then. I'll lead the team for this mission. Hearing that, Cruisery Asmodeus frowned and said coldly, it's just a Valafor. There's no need for you to go. Hey. Kateria slammed the table and snapped, he's the one who killed Cockabile in one strike. Can you please take him seriously? Cruisery didn't answer. Why not just send Bediza Baden? A malevolent devil should be respectful enough. You bastard! Kateria slammed the table again and stood up, eyes flaring. Wanna go right now? Cruisery remained seated on the sofa, unbothered. He just gave her a cold glance. Kateria, don't assume you're the only one who inherited the snake's power. You. Magic flared around Kateria, as if she'd charge him at any moment. Enough. Suddenly, Shulba snorted coldly. Kateria stopped immediately. I didn't summon you here to watch a clown show. TCH. Kateria reluctantly sat back down. As the leader of the old Mufaction, Shulba's authority was still absolute. Even Kateria and Cruisery had to respect him. Of course. That was also because Shulba was the strongest of them all. Kateria crossed her arms and grumbled. Anyway, this mission is mine. Shulba didn't argue. Let her have her fun. Besides, according to the intel, the three major factions were planning to host a peace conference soon. Ha! What a joke! The old Mufaction would never agree. So, the day of the conference would also be the day they revealed themselves once more. As for Valifor, just consider him the appetizer. Then I'll leave it to you. Shulba made the final call. Cruisery said no more. He. Kateria snickered in satisfaction. Later that afternoon, Tokyo. A group of uninvited guests appeared in the sky above Kuaha town. Kateria Leviathan looked down at the passing students, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. What a peaceful, idyllic sight. She grinned darkly. Which is exactly why it's worth destroying. Her laughter echoed out. The subordinates behind her also began to laugh wildly. Minutes later, the laughter stopped. Kateria waved her fingers and breathed out. But still. A school alone can't satisfy me. Her gaze swept across all of Tokyo. This range should be enough. As she finished speaking. Buzz. All of Tokyo suddenly lit up. A massive aqua-blue magic circle spread out, covering the entire city. What's going on? What happened? Inside Kuaha Academy, chaos erupted as the students panicked. Some were confused, some excited, others stunned. It's a supernatural event. I knew the world wasn't normal. Looks like it's my time to shine. Idiot. Look up there. Everyone looked to the sky. What they saw was a tall woman with a long ponytail and red-rimmed glasses. Kateria Leviathan smiled at them and playfully wiggled her fingers. Hello. Such a sexy big sister. Bang. Before the words finished leaving his mouth, someone smacked him hard on the back of the head. Idiot, that's what you're focused on. Snap out of it already. He stood trembling on the asphalt road of Shuchen, body shaking uncontrollably. Who was that figure in the sky? She was flying? And those glowing blue patterns, were those magic circles? Kateria Leviathan lifted the corner of her lips with a faint smile. What an interesting expression. She slowly raised her hand, then pressed downward. Crash! A vast sea suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With an overwhelming roar, it came crashing down on Shuchen below. The students of Shuchen instantly widened their eyes. It's a supernatural power. Wait, is she trying to drown us? Run! Run now! Chaos erupted across the campus. Inside the faculty guidance room, Natsuki Minamiya stood up suddenly, peering out the window. What incredible magic! She exclaimed, then immediately activated space manipulation techniques. In the blink of an eye, her figure disappeared. At the same time, all of Tokyo fell into chaos. Sea water surged up from the blue magic circles beneath everyone's feet. What's happening? Is this divine punishment? En route 387, panicked people ran for their lives, screaming as they fled. Suo household. The head of the Suo family stared blankly at the glowing magic circles and the surging tide. Boom! A cherry tree was torn from the ground and hurled through the air by the impact. Gulp! The Suo family head swallowed nervously, his pupils trembling. This was definitely a large-scale supernatural disaster. Lion King Organization. Shiranokiriki clenched her fists as she stared at the figures floating in the sky. Moo! She gritted her teeth. The word itself seemed to squeeze out through her jaws. Why would a malevolent devil suddenly attack human society? It made no sense. These days, devils were highly dependent on human society. There was absolutely no reason for such reckless destruction. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. The old Mufaction. A suspicion took root in Shirana's mind. Yukari! She called out softly. A black cat landed in front of her a moment later. Send the order. Activate all defensive barriers and stabilize the situation. The black cat fell silent for a moment before replying, I'm afraid we can't do that. You understand the destructive power of a malevolent devil, right? And Yukari narrowed his eyes. There's more than one, isn't there? Shirana's expression tensed. Her eyes swept across the sky. Behind the leading woman, she spotted a golden-haired man in aristocratic attire. There was no doubt. He was also a mid-level devil. Perhaps not as powerful as the woman, but still a force to be reckoned with. 2 mid-level devils. Shinomia bit her lip, her usual composure gone. Tokyo was in trouble, serious trouble. Why? Why would they attack Tokyo? Shinomia was filled with questions. But this wasn't the time for answers. Even if we can't do it, we have to. She declared with firm resolve. Just hold them off for as long as we can. And also. Her expression darkened. Send out a distress call to the other organizations. Oh, and one more thing. She seemed to remember something. Send a distress signal to the devils too. Yukari blinked, surprise flickering in his gaze. We're asking the devils for help. That's right. Shinomia nodded without hesitation. This is their mess. Let them clean it up. Okay. Yukari turned to leave. But Shinomia stopped him again. Wait. Don't say it like we were begging them. Yukari. Didn't you just say to ask for help? Shinomia looked a little embarrassed, but still said, just relay the message that the old Mufaction has appeared in Tokyo. She wasn't entirely sure if those figures truly belonged to the old Mufaction. But the moment that message reached the underworld, there was no way the devil side would sit still. Yukari gave a nod, then vanished from the Lion King organization. Shinomia stared at Kateria Leviathan and the others in the sky, her jaw clenched tight. Humanity was still far too powerless in this world. Shuchen Academy. Just as the flood was about to strike, a petite figure appeared in its path. Natsuki-sensei. Is that Natsuki-chan? The students shouted in shock. The nickname Natsuki-chan made Natsuki twitch slightly in annoyance. But now wasn't the time to lecture them about respecting their teachers. She raised her hand. Buzz. Space around her rippled like water. The instant the raging flood hit, it was sucked into a black hole and vanished without a trace. Oh! Kateria Leviathan raised her brows, staring at Natsuki with interest. To think a mere human could possess such refined spatial magic. Natsuki's expression was cold. She said nothing, focusing solely on shunting the water into another dimension. Is sensei one of those supernatural users too? The students of Shuchen finally began to grasp the reality. Sensei's so cool. I won't call you Natsuki-chan again. Cheers broke out among the students. But none of them noticed the heavy look on Natsuki's face. Space manipulation consumed a tremendous amount of magic power. And although she couldn't estimate how much power Kateria's spell consumed, there was no mistaking it. That woman was a devil. And not just any devil. A level 1. Their magic reserves were simply on a different level. At this rate, Natsuki wouldn't last long. And worse. Kateria wasn't alone. A chill ran down Natsuki's spine. This was the first time since becoming a witch that she felt such overwhelming pressure. Of course, she could teleport herself to safety. But her students wouldn't make it. Her golden eyes narrowed. She would never allow anyone to harm Shuchen. Kateria chuckled. You're not thinking of stalling me forever, are you? She didn't take Natsuki seriously at all. Sure, the woman's technique was impressive. But at best, she was only as strong as a top-level high-class devil. Far from a moo. Kateria raised her hand and gave a casual flick. Boom. Tidal waves suddenly burst up from the ground around Shuchen. Natsuki's pupils contracted. Ah! Screams rang out again across the academy. Kitagawa Marin stood frozen, staring blankly at the skyscraper-sized wave looming overhead. Run! Someone shouted, snapping her out of her trance. Her eyes went wide as she spun around and sprinted. Thud! But the overwhelming force of the tidal wave made her legs give out. She collapsed to the ground. Ack! Marin cried out, tears welling in her eyes. She looked up at the wave crashing toward her. It's over. It's really over. Despair consumed her. Was she really going to die here? Why, such a bizarre death. This had always been a normal world. And then one day, out of nowhere, some supernatural monster attacked her school. No, the entire Tokyo area. It was absurd. Tears blurred her vision as she stared at the falling wave. She was consumed by dread. So this was what death felt like. Marin's body trembled. She didn't want to die yet. She still had so many cosplays she wanted to try. She hadn't even experienced her first love yet. She wasn't even a proper adult yet. To die like this? No. But the massive wave didn't care. Crash! The deafening roar of the wave echoed as it crashed down toward her. No. Natsuki panicked as she witnessed the scene. She prepared to activate her spatial magic again. No. Kateria narrowed her eyes and increased the magic output of the flood. Ugh! Natsuki groaned, her hands trembling. She couldn't hold on much longer. Her breathing grew erratic. She had overestimated herself going up against a mole-level devil. No good. That student. She widened her eyes, looking down. And froze. Step. The sound of footsteps rang out beside Marin. A tall figure appeared before her. Hi. Marin stared in disbelief. Before she could react, the figure raised his hand. And lightly clenched his fist. Boom. The massive wave trembled, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Then. Compress. 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 In the blink of an eye, Lin condensed the skyscraper-sized tidal wave into a deep blue droplet of water. Plop. Lin caught the droplet in his palm. Kateria's eyes narrowed. This technique. It reminded her of the White Dragon Emperor's power to have. Who was this guy? Just as she was about to speak, the figure flicked his wrist and launched the droplet at her. Whoosh. A sound cut through the air. The droplet appeared in front of her instantly. Before Kateria could react. Boom. The water droplet struck her abdomen directly, making her vomit blood. Her entire body was sent flying backward. Crash. Far away, a skyscraper collapsed from the impact. Big sis. Badizabadan's expression twisted in shock as he turned around. Silence. Above Shuchen, the entire area fell into a hushed stillness. What just happened? Even the old Mufaction hadn't reacted yet. Natsuki Minamiya suddenly felt the pressure on her body disappear. The flood pouring down from the sky had vanished at some point. She blinked in confusion, murmuring, the spell failed. Wait. Now wasn't the time to be stunned. Natsuki quickly looked down at the figure below. Black hair. Deep wine-red eyes. There was no mistaking it Lin. So. Lin had just taken down a mole-level woman? His. Natsuki drew in a sharp breath. Was that even possible? Lin. When did he become this strong? She began to question everything she knew. She had always guessed his strength was rapidly advancing, but even at her most optimistic, she'd only considered him at the pinnacle of ultimate-class devil. But now he had overwhelmed Amu? Natsuki stood suspended in midair, dazed and unable to process it all at once. On the ground. Kitagawa Marin stared blankly at Lin's back, utterly entranced. For a moment, that lone figure filled her entire world. She was saved. The rest of the students at Shuchen were similarly stunned, eyes locked on Lin's figure. When they noticed his uniform, their expressions turned even more incredulous. Wait a second. Wasn't he from Shuchen too? Ah. I get it. Someone shouted, he's the president of the Supernatural Investigation Club. That's actually true. The students were shocked. Seriously? Wasn't that just the infamous harem club? The Supernatural Investigation Club. Kitagawa Marin quietly etched the name into her memory. Dash. Just as the students were whispering among themselves. Boom. The collapsed skyscraper suddenly erupted with terrifying magic power. Chunks of debris exploded outward. Kateria Leviathan floated upward, her left hand clutching her abdomen. Her brown hair was a mess, red-rimmed glasses gone who knew where. She looked completely disheveled. Damn it! Her face twisted with rage as she glared at Lin. Her abdomen throbbed painfully. That bastard actually compressed her magic into a single bead. And the energy within that bead was identical to her original spell, no, even more powerful due to the compression. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Damn it! How the hell did he control it that precisely? Spit. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and returned to her original position in the sky. Big sis. Shut it. Kateria's expression was icy cold, her confidence slowly returning. That earlier attack had shocked her. But a large part of the reason she lost was due to being caught off guard. Now. The real battle would begin. Natsuki snapped out of her daze. She didn't have time to dwell on Lin's strength. She turned her focus back to Kateria with a tense expression. This wasn't over. Shuchen. No, all of Tokyo was still under threat. Kateria didn't spare Natsuki a glance. She simply narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin. Boy, I'll allow you to state your name. Lin looked at her like she was dumb. She still didn't get the situation? He chuckled. You came looking for me, and you don't even know who I am. As he spoke, Lin gently pressed his foot down. Crack. Crack. The massive magic circle covering all of Tokyo suddenly began to shatter. Then. Boom. The entire formation burst into shimmering fragments of light and disappeared into the air. Across Tokyo. The floods dissipated instantly. The streets, while showing traces of being washed, returned to calm. One passerby looked around in disbelief. Wait, we're saved. Lion King Organization. Shiranakariki looked up in mild surprise. It's over. No. She narrowed her eyes. There were still strong magic fluctuations coming from the direction of Shuchen. Natsuki Minamiya intervened. She guessed, then shook her head. That wasn't within Natsuki's capabilities. Still, whoever it was, Tokyo had avoided disaster for now. The rest would depend on what happened at the battlefield. Shuchin. Kateria's expression twisted in disbelief. How did he break the magic circle covering all of Tokyo so easily? Her gaze grew grim. This man was definitely no ordinary devil. But even so, she still had the power of Offi's snake. She wasn't afraid. Even if he was also malevolent, he would still fall to her. Still, was this guy really the one they were targeting? Kateria blinked, then snatched the information sheet from Biddy's Abaddon and scanned it. So it is you. A flicker of recognition flashed in her eyes as she looked Lynn up and down. I didn't expect you to be Valifor. With strength like this, it made sense how Cockabile had been taken out instantly. But she was no Cockabile. Humph. You knew we came for you, and you still dared to appear so arrogantly in front of me. Kateria sneered. You really don't value your life, do you? Natsuki. You say that like you weren't the one just smacked into a building. Lin looked calm as ever. He casually raised his pinky and picked his ear. So noisy. The moment the words left his lips, an invisible force pulsed outward from beneath him. Gravity devil. Kateria froze. Before she could even respond, she felt her body suddenly being dragged downward. Ugh. Her eyes flew wide. It felt like sinking into the bottom of the ocean. A crushing weight pressed in from every direction. Bang bang bang. Behind her, the other devils all felt their bodies plummet. Biddy's gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the pressure. But, boom. A few seconds later, even he was slammed into the ground. Though to his credit, he fared slightly better, only his legs were buried into the pavement. Natsuki, unaffected, widened her eyes. What was that? She hadn't even seen Lin do anything. But one thing was clear, this was his doing. Even a malevolent devil like Kateria was affected. Natsuki looked at the struggling biddies and her understanding of Lin's power deepened. Kateria panted heavily. Her condition wasn't much better than Biddy's. Gravity magic? She immediately recognized the type of ability. But recognition didn't mean she could do anything about it. Damn it! She roared as her magic power surged. A wide area magic circle began to form beneath her. If it was gravity, then she would use it to amplify her own spells. Crack! Wisps of frost began to spread. All of Shuchin was covered in a layer of icy mist. As a descendant of Leviathan, Kateria's mastery extended beyond water. Ice was also her specialty. A glacier slowly rose from the formation, ready to launch. Natsuki's expression tensed. She didn't just stand by, she raised her hand. Golden chains shot forward, rushing toward Kateria. Lock of discipline. A sacred gear. Kateria sneered. Unless it was a long Inu's, it was trash to her. Normally, at least. Now. She glared at Lin again, feeling increasingly irritable. Even the little bug was starting to get annoying with him around. She glanced at her subordinates. Seeing they were still immobilized, she cursed them as useless trash. Clang. The chains came crashing in. Kateria frowned and diverted some of her focus to set up a defensive formation. A clear clang rang out as the chain struck the barrier but failed to break it in one go. Still, the spell in her other hand shrank significantly. Natsuki didn't let up. She continued to manipulate the chains, applying pressure. Even if she couldn't hurt Amu, disrupting her casting was still possible. Lin, however, had no intention of drawing things out. He flicked his wrist. A slashing wave shot forward. Kateria's instincts screamed. She would die if it hit. She didn't hesitate, she cancelled her casting and dodged instantly. But just as she exhaled in relief, web. Natsuki's chain clung to her again like a stubborn curse. TCH. Kateria clicked her tongue in irritation. She didn't dodge this time. She grabbed the chain midair with one hand. I don't have time to deal with you. Do you really think you're something special? She yanked hard. The force instantly pulled Natsuki forward. Thud. And flung her toward the ground. Right at Lin. Lin raised a brow, reached out, and caught her in his arms. Was this a gift? He stared at Kateria in confusion. Was she really the enemy? Next time, Natsuki-chan, use your real body when you come down. Natsuki rolled her eyes. Stop joking. The enemy's no pushover. Is that so? Lin smiled faintly and glanced at Kateria. A second later he vanished. Kateria's pupils shrank. She spun around frantically. Where is he? Suddenly, a violent gust and searing heat struck from behind. Before she could react. Boom. A streak of sparks lit the sky as Kateria was slammed into the earth without warning. Buzz. The entire ground trembled violently. Cracks spider-webbed outward from the point of impact. Then, boom. The whole area collapsed into a crater. Ugh. Kateria groaned and tried to rise. Smack. Lin's foot pressed her head back down. Still holding Natsuki in his arms, he said indifferently, I don't really enjoy looking up when talking. Natsuki was dazed. Too fast. Way too fast. Even from his arms, she hadn't seen what just happened. Lin was, unbelievably strong. Kateria's cheeks were ground into the dirt, humiliation rising like fire. She was a descendant of Leviathan. When had she ever been stepped on like this? You bastard! She clawed at the dirt as a magic circle spread beneath her. Whoosh! A towering pillar of water blasted upward. It looked as though all of Shuchen would be launched into the sky. Be careful! Natsuki warned. Lin remained calm. A pitch-black magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Boom! The water column struck the dark formation with a deafening roar. But the circle didn't budge, absorbing the impact like an immovable wall. Kateria's eyes trembled. Who was this guy? There was no way he was an ordinary Mu. That damn Shulba had lied to her. Damn it! A manic glint entered her eyes. She knew. In her current state, she wasn't his match. If she wanted to turn the tables, there was only one choice left. Off-Eyes Snake! Off-Eyes Snake! Inside Shuchen, Kateria Leviathan let out a hysterical scream. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged violently from her body, chilling the air around her. Crack! Black lightning coiled and crackled wildly around her like fierce serpents. The air itself began to tremble, a buzzing vibration spreading throughout the space. Kateria braced both hands against the ground, and an overwhelming surge of power burst out from her body like a dam breaking apart. Ugh! Her face twisted, expression ferocious and distorted. The body that had been pinned firmly beneath Lin's foot began to slowly lift off the ground. Boom! The earth shook violently, as if being gripped and shaken by some colossal invisible hand. Natsuki Minamiya's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Kateria, unable to hide her alarm. What was happening? Why had she suddenly unleashed such terrifying power? Natsuki instinctively grabbed hold of Lin's clothes, her voice low and tense. Be careful. She's using some kind of secret technique. Natsuki had no idea what Off-Eyes Snake meant. But Lin simply looked on with calm interest at the power welling up inside Kateria. The power of the snake, linked to the infinite dragon god? Still, Lin's expression remained relaxed. That level of power alone was not enough to change the outcome here. He. Kateria grinned, her eyes flashing violently. See? This is infinite power. With this, there is nothing I cannot achieve. She gripped the ground tightly, pushing upward with both arms, trying to stand against the crushing pressure Lin exerted on her. However, the moment she tried, her hands began to tremble violently. No matter how hard she pushed, her body could not rise any higher. She was stunned, then gritted her teeth and poured in more strength, refusing to believe it. But the next second, an even heavier pressure descended upon her. Bang! The tiny gap between her body and the ground vanished instantly. She was slammed back down, her face pressed tightly against the cold floor, her features once again contorted under the weight. At that moment, Lin's calm voice echoed from above. How about you get up first before you talk? Damn it! Kateria's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Why? Even after using the power of the Off-Eyes Snake, why couldn't she break free? Natsuki blinked in confusion. Wasn't Kateria terrifyingly powerful just a moment ago? So why was she still being pinned down by Lin so easily? Big sis! Bedizabadan, seeing Kateria's miserable state, roared in anger as his malevolent aura erupted. He charged straight toward Lin. Lin didn't even glance at him. He simply raised one hand. Buzz! A dazzling spear of light instantly condensed in his palm. Boom! Without pause, Lin launched the spear of light in the blink of an eye. The moment it flew toward him, Bediz instinctively halted. A wave of dread washed over him as every instinct screamed at him. He would die if he took it head-on. Fully aware of his limits, Bediz chose not to confront it directly. Instead, he dodged, shifting quickly to evade the attack. But Lin merely hooked his finger lightly. The spear of light immediately curved mid-flight and accelerated toward Bediz once again. Feeling the intense heat closing in, Bediz's pupils shrank. Damn it! He roared, raising his hand and conjuring a series of green defensive magic circles to intercept the spear. Crack! The green shields shattered like glass the moment the spear touched them. Bediz's eyes widened in horror as the spear pierced through him at lightning speed. Gah! A miserable scream echoed out. The spear of light exploded in dazzling brilliance, swallowing Bediz whole. Kateria's eyes narrowed, gritting out his name. Bediz. Her heart sank. Though Bediz was not as strong as she was, he was still a Mu. Yet he was defeated in an instant. A terrible sense of foreboding settled in her chest. It felt like she was going to die here today. After dealing with Bediz, Lin casually waved his hand again. 4 spears of light immediately shot down, pinning Kateria's limbs firmly to the ground. Ah! Kateria's head jerked back, eyes rolling white, her body spasming violently. It was as if waves of venom were coursing through her body, paralyzing her with pain. She gasped for breath, blood trickling from between clenched teeth. You bastard! She summoned all her strength, struggling desperately to break free from the spears restraining her. But the result was the same. The spears held firm. She couldn't move at all. Powerlessness gripped her heart. She was a descendant of Leviathan. She had inherited the power of the snake. She was a Mu. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? She had thought this mission would be simple, just a bit of fun. Instead, she had run into this monster. Damn it! It was Shulba's fault. Why hadn't he given her accurate intel on Valifor's strength? If she had known how dangerous Valifor was, she would never have accepted this mission. Resentment surged in Kateria's chest. Regret and fear slowly took root. The off-eye snake was not invincible. It was only now, facing Lin, that Kateria fully understood that painful reality. But by the time she realized it, it was far too late. This guy. He was stronger than Shulba. There was no chance of resistance. Her heart sank. She no longer had the strength to fight back. Lin squatted down, grabbed a handful of her hair, and tilted her head upward. You should know where the old Mufaction's base is, right? Kateria's eyes widened slightly. He was planning to take down the entire old Mufaction? Her heart skipped a beat. What a bold move! But a strange flicker of emotion crossed her face. Her expression calmed, and she replied smoothly, I know. If you're going, I can lead you there. She didn't hesitate to betray the old Mufaction outright. Better to live than die here needlessly. Besides, Shulba had lied to her. Why should she stay loyal? If Shulba had the strength to handle Valifor, wouldn't she be rescued by now? Kateria's thoughts spun quickly. Natsuki, on the side, looked at Lin in surprise. Are you really planning to head straight to their headquarters? As humanity's top magic user, Natsuki had some understanding of the power structure in the underworld. This time, just 2 Mu-level devils had attacked Tokyo. If Lin really went to their base, there could be even more Mu there. Plus, with the mysterious power Kateria had just shown, she couldn't help but feel worried. Lin smiled softly, his wine-red eyes focused on Natsuki. Are you worried about me, Natsuki-chan? Natsuki averted her gaze, grumbling, I'm just afraid you'll die there and I'll be the one stuck cleaning up the mess. Lin stood up and casually ruffled her hair with one hand. Don't worry. I'm stronger than I look. Natsuki. What was with this head-patting nonsense? Smack. Natsuki slapped his arm away with her folding fan, frowning. Don't get careless. You could still get yourself killed. Though she spoke harshly, she didn't argue further. She could tell from Lin's eyes that he wouldn't back down. Besides, Natsuki let out a sigh, rubbing her forehead as she glanced at Kateria pinned to the ground and the other dead devils nearby. At this point, there was no way to end things peacefully. Even if Lin let it go, the old Mufaction would never stop. But still, it was a bit concerning that Lin was planning to go alone. Yet Natsuki knew full well that if she followed, she would only slow him down. Against Mu-level threats, her strength wouldn't be enough to make a difference. If anything, she'd become a liability. TCH. The thought made her feel frustrated. She hadn't felt this helpless in a long time. Dash. On the other side, Lin lifted Kateria effortlessly as a teleportation circle formed beneath his feet. Then, Natsuki-chan, have a cup of black tea ready for me when I get back. Natsuki. Before she could respond, Lin vanished with Kateria. She stood silently for a while, staring at the spot where he disappeared. Then she turned to the students of Shuchen, still frozen in fear, confusion and awe. She rubbed her temples. This was going to be a headache to explain. But, well, for now, I guess I'll go make that tea. Dash. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a girl with twin pigtails and round-framed glasses quietly stared at where Lin had disappeared. Lin. She softly repeated his name, committing it to memory. I didn't expect that such a powerful person was hiding here at Shuchen. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze complicated. A Mu, or perhaps even more than a Mu. What was someone like that doing here in human society? Still, thanks to him, Tokyo had avoided disaster. As for how to handle him, that would require discussion with Shirana and the others. Regardless, he was not someone they could afford to offend. Dash. Underworld. Kateria, pointing ahead, led the way while Lin carried her effortlessly through the air. It wasn't long before they arrived at a sprawling fortress complex. At the gate, Lin casually hoisted Kateria up like a javelin. Preparing to throw. Kateria. Wait. Kateria's expression shifted as she hurriedly opened her mouth to speak. But the next second, a gust of wind blew directly into her face. Boom. Kateria's body, thrown like a javelin, smashed straight through the gate of the old Mufaction's base. Enemy attack! The old Mufaction's response was swift. The moment the gate was breached, alarms sounded across the compound. However, when they saw the figure who had been thrown through the gate, the devils froze where they stood. Lady Leviathan! Kateria scrambled to her feet, spitting out dirt and dust with a few angry sounds. She glared fiercely at the surrounding devils. What the hell are you staring at? They immediately fell silent. Kateria! Cruisery Asmodeus rushed over after hearing the commotion. His expression darkened as he saw Kateria's disheveled appearance. What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into this time? Kateria snorted and crossed her arms, saying nothing. The next moment, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps echoed through the air. Cruisery's frown deepened as he turned toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, a tall figure with black hair and red eyes stepped into view. But what made Cruisery freeze was the aura radiating from the newcomer. At the very least, M-class. Cruisery narrowed his eyes, judging the situation carefully. But, was this person brought here by Kateria? Cruisery's gaze shifted toward her. Kateria shrugged. Val-4. I brought him back. Cruisery. Why didn't she just kill him? But, looking at Kateria's current state, hair a mess, face streaked with dust, glasses gone, and the wounds on her limbs still bleeding under the eroding light energy, he understood. It was obvious. She had been beaten down before arriving. What a disgrace. Cruisery, who had always disliked Kateria, didn't hold back his insults. Humph. Kateria snorted coldly. Weren't you the one who said I wouldn't need to step in? Cruisery ignored her and turned his full attention to Lynn. Despite his disdain for Kateria, he fully acknowledged her strength. Not to mention, she had the power of the off-ice snake. For someone to put her in this state, even Cruisery did not dare underestimate him. Shulba. Choosing caution, Cruisery immediately called for backup. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew through as Shulba Beelzebub, with brown shoulder-length hair, appeared beside Cruisery. Cruisery, can't you handle this yourself? Shulba frowned impatiently. He had sensed the commotion when the headquarters was breached but had assumed it wasn't serious. If Cruisery called him, though, could the enemy really be that dangerous? Cruisery's tone was calm but serious. I don't think I could put Kateria, with her off-ice snake power, into this condition. Shulba turned his eyes to Kateria. Seeing her miserable state, his brow twitched. Kateria waved weakly, forcing a smile. Hey, Shulba. I'm back. Oh, and I brought a guest. Shulba's expression darkened. He turned his gaze toward Lynn. The moment he saw Lynn's face, Shulba's eyes narrowed sharply. Val-4. Unlike Kateria and Cruisery, Shulba had read the intel thoroughly. He recognized Lynn at a glance. What he hadn't expected was the overwhelming aura Lynn exuded. It matched his record of killing Cockabile instantly. But even so, had Kateria really been beaten down by him that easily? Either way, this Val-4 was far bolder than expected. Coming here alone to the old Mufaction's headquarters. Was he that confident in his power? Or just arrogant beyond belief? Lynn's gaze swept across the gathered devils. His expression was calm, even bored. Let's keep this quick. Shulba's face twisted. Was this brat looking down on them? Oh. It had been a long time since anyone dared to show such contempt to his face. Boy. Shulba began to speak, but in the next instant, Lynn's figure vanished. Crackle. Sparks flashed through the air. In the blink of an eye, Lynn appeared directly in front of Shulba. Shulba's pupils contracted sharply. But before he could react, a spark-coated soul slammed straight into his face. Boom. Shulba was knocked down before he could say another word. Crack. The sound of skull bones fracturing echoed clearly through the hall. Cruisery's eyes went wide in shock. He hadn't even processed what had happened when, the next moment, bang! A heavy force struck Cruisery's shoulder, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. So fast. Cruisery's body trembled as his mind struggled to catch up. As a moo, he hadn't even had time to react. Nearby, Kateria stood frozen, blinking in confusion. Then, after a brief pause, she let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, when she'd returned to headquarters and seen Cruisery and Shulba, she'd briefly considered whether they could turn the situation around. But now, seeing them crushed instantly, she was just glad she hadn't tried anything reckless. Kateria glanced over at the two with some sympathy. This Val-4. He hadn't even used his full strength when fighting her. Dash. Elsewhere. Shulba lay sprawled deep in the ruins where he had crashed. Blood dripped from his lips as he struggled to keep his eyes half open. His body was a mess. Bones shattered, internal organs pulverized. Worst of all, the crushing blow to his head left his mind dazed and on the verge of blackout. And that searing heat. The flames burning on his face felt like the starry sky itself. Damn it! Shulba's heart shook. How could this be? He had been taken down in a single strike? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Such damage, only a transcendent should be able to inflict. But Lin wasn't at the transcendent level. It didn't make sense. Even if he were fighting a superclass devil, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Madness boiled in Shulba's mind as he struggled to hold on. Vala 4. A monster. The scene stirred an unpleasant memory. The instant death of his grandfather 500 years ago. Was this history repeating itself? No. No. Shulba violently shook the thought away. He was not like his grandfather. He possessed the power of the infinite dragon god. As he clung to that belief, his aura erupted violently. Boom. His power surged, connecting with the sky itself as thick bolts of lightning rained down. Crash! Shulba shoved aside the debris and forced himself up from the pit. His body began to heal, wounds closing slowly. But the flames on his face continued to burn stubbornly. Damn it! Why hadn't the fire gone out yet? The pain was maddening, but he had no time to worry about it now. Boom! His magic exploded upward, shooting straight into the sky as he stood facing Lin once again. He cast a glance toward Cruisery, who was still catching his breath after being tossed aside. Cruisery. I know. Cruisery's voice was weak, but he responded. The next moment, his off-ice snake power erupted as well. Boom! Another burst of violent magic filled the air. Panting heavily, Cruisery steadied himself, eyes locked on Lin. Fear. Now he understood why Kateria had been so utterly defeated. This was no ordinary opponent. Cruisery was glad he had called Shulba earlier. But would even that be enough? Suddenly, Lin raised a hand. A powerful suction force enveloped Cruisery. What? Before he could resist, Cruisery's body was pulled uncontrollably toward Lin. Panic flashed through Cruisery's eyes as he frantically unleashed magic to resist. But bang! Lin's hand closed firmly around Cruisery's head. Lin's lips curled into a smile. Goodbye. Cruisery's eyes shot wide in horror. In the next instant, boom! Flames of every color, mixed with beams of light and countless attributes, exploded outward. The blast engulfed Cruisery completely. Ah! His agonized screams echoed throughout the entire old Mufaction base. Shulba's expression twisted in horror. Cruisery.